a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepa, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon. Skibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
Okay, what a great way to welcome you again to another edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Of course, we are here live on Spoon 107.5 FM. We are live on Fabric 101.1 FM. And we are also live on Super 95.5 FM.
Everybody that know that because of the question, they're not going to 60 million questions. Trust me, the rent will expire. The market will not be dropping. The other colleague will be coming back to all again. I don't know how people will say, what happened to the people you went? We left. We left. We left. We left. Everything that you did, that even me when paying your rent, I say forget it. You say no, you got to spend, and you spend. The rent will still expire. And that's how pay you'll be running to us. But I just want you to put yourself on note. To have proud to say, Mommy, I think that go back. Even though I'm there to pay, I'm not going to them. But the shame, God will bring you back. And that's the time you get to ask, face your question. And the question will ask it. The person will help you was going to have to embarrass you. We know you. But you see, I am a leader for this country, you are not president. So you can have your farewell. Have your farewell. It's good. You exemplify hate when they belong to you.
Okay, so again, welcome back to the show. This is the Spoon Talk. We are here again live on Spoon 107.5 FM. We're live on Fabric 101.1 FM and Super 95.5 FM as well. We're also live across the country on other frequencies. We're live on Punch 106.7 FM, thanks to Premium FM in Bon County that relays this program. And we're live in Bombay County as well on Trust FM. I'd like to say welcome to all of you following us online. We are live on Facebook, Spoon TV, and Super TV. And on YouTube, we are there at Spoon Talk Live. That's our YouTube handle, Spoon Talk Live. And you'll be able to join us on this edition of the program. I'd like to say welcome. My name is Nelson Colette. This is where you get authentic information about all of the happenings in the country. Of course, Spoon Talk is the place to be. Merry Christmas to all of you who were enjoying celebrating. Of course, yesterday we took a break, and interestingly, some people did not get the information about the break we were taking yesterday. So a lot of people were still asking, why isn't the Spoon Talk coming on? But of course, your favorite program, Spoon Talk, is back on the airwaves. And I'd like to say thanks to all of you across the world who always make up time to be here with us on the program. And welcome again to the show. This edition is heavily loaded. It promises to be very fascinating. The CEO and the team will be here very shortly. But just before that, we will move on to take some calls as we do here usually, to get you to talk about those different issues of concern. What is it that you want to talk about? What is that issue that is burning on your mind? Is it a political issue, social issue, economic issue? Of course, you get to have the opportunity to talk about those different issues of concerns right here on the program. Again, I want to say welcome. And before opening the lines, let me just bring you up to speed with some of the happenings here in the country. Yes, so to begin with, a lot of you are aware that the president-elect, Ambassador Joseph Yuma Boakai, and um, the vice president-elect now, Jeremiah Kwan are yet to be certificated. The last certification was basically for those who won their seats at the House of Representatives and the Senate, and so that certification was held at the ministerial complex here in Congo Town. But the latest update is that the National Elections Commission has set aside tomorrow as a day to certificate the president-elect, Ambassador Joseph Yuma Boakai, and the vice president-elect. So as you see there, for those of you watching Spoon TV, Super TV, or on YouTube, you see the displayed. You see what we have displayed on the screen there. Of course, the chairperson of the Board of Commissioners and staff of the National Elections Commission request the pleasure of your presence at the certification ceremony of President and Vice President elect of the 2023 general elections on Wednesday, December 27th, 2023 at 11 a.m. at the James N. Flomoyan Conference Hall, National Elections Commission headquarters, 9th and 10th Street. Yeah, it's actually located between 9th and 10th Streets in Sincor, Monrovia, Liberia. And so this is the official invitation or what have you for the program tomorrow. So His Excellency President-elect Ambassador Joseph Yuma Boakai and Vice President-elect will be certificated tomorrow by the National Elections Commission. They'll be given a paper to tell them, say, you're the one winning here. And so this is what we have to give you as a proof that you won the election. So the certification will be starting tomorrow at 11 a.m. as you saw right there displayed on the stream. Another tragic, want to throw out is an incident that occurred this afternoon, somewhere around 4 p.m. I had just received a call from someone, one of the followers of the Spoon Talk, that there was a situation where a tanker, carrying fuel to Bangabon County, had lost control. It fell somewhere along the road, and the fuel or the gasoline was spilling over, and so requesting the presence of media people to alarm on the issue. But then in no time, we got information that again that the tanker that was transporting the petroleum product to central Liberia, Bone County specifically, had exploded. And this time around, it happened when some residents of the Totota area had gone to take advantage of the situation, since in fact this is a tanker containing a huge quantity of petroleum product, and it was already spilling over. There was absolutely no control, so they had gone to at least get some of the fuel so that they can go and sell. And in the process, the whole thing exploded. Information is that several lives were lost in the process, and yes, so there was a very huge casualty there. Several other persons were being injured. And so that's one of the training issues to talk about here. A very tragic one that has claimed so many lives there. Talking about the incident in the Totota area uh, in Bone County. All right, so that is it. Of course, we will hold it at that, and then move on to talk about to open the lines so that you get to talk about those different issues of concerns. What is that issue that you want to talk about? Political, social, whatever it is that is on your mind, you can now talk about those different issues right here at about this time. So the number to call is 0555 101075, 0555 101075. And you can also call the WhatsApp number that will be pinning on the screen shortly, so that you can make a contribution on the program tonight. As we get set, once the CEO and the team come on, we will be turning over to them this evening on the program. So call us up now, 0555 101075, and you'll be live on the program this evening. Let's move ahead and talk to our first person here. The very first person on the line tonight. Good evening. You're live.
You doing, man?
Yes, sir. You're live on the show. Your name and where you're calling from.
Thank you. I'm Marcus and I call you from Banancio.
Marcos, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, something in my mind I've been wishing to call, and today at least an opportunity to express that.
Okay.
Number one is I want to create a gala program on the radio to have the CEO contacted and speak up. I said, what are you to work?
You said you said you want to do what?
Gala program.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
the
so,
Gala program
yeah,
on phone.
those
So
are
that it will
issues.
be
Yeah,
regular.
those
So
are
I
issues.
played that elephant.
Yeah, those are issues that can be discussed off air. So you have to come at the station, meet with management, and that conversation can take off from there. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
Thank you very much. Let's take this person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is public defender and I phone the training of the County.
Okay.
I called to plead with my fellow Liberians to perpetually pray for Joseph Imam Baka and the VP elect so that our government can be successful, and we should all join hands around them in making sure that Liberia be from a stage of abject poverty to the stage of
Okay.
positive prosperity. And number two, I want to urge the people of Nation number 4 to please support Margaret Thomas in developing our nation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We take another person, this time from the WhatsApp. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
you are live on the WhatsApp line. You are live. Let's hear you.
Okay, Nelson. This is Marie Kokwe in Delaware. I just want to, caution the seditions.
Okay.
I know it's hard to accept defeat, but if they truly love Liberia, if they truly love their president, a good tree bears good fruits. If your tree is good, follow his footsteps. We are considered, and he is not adamant about anything. I think they should follow his footsteps and wait for 6 years and see what they are capable of doing to convince the Liberian people to vote for them again. But with the things we see on Facebook, it's not nice for Liberia. It is not nice.
Thank
So,
you.
citizens, please join. Let us join hands and bring this country somewhere so that we too can be known in the world. Man,
Thank you.
Liberia is a free land of liberty. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for your contribution. We take another person here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you. Your name and where you calling from? Okay, we lost that call. We take another one here. Hello.
Yeah, Nelson.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Okay, this is Hamilton Joe.
Oh, okay. Hamilton Josh, right? You are the guy I spoke with and we should have met today, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I promise I'll call you right after this call in segment. I'll call you right after here. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Let's take this person. Hello. Hello. Can you reduce the volume of the monitor you're using to follow the show? Hello. Okay, we'll take this one. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you are live, ma'am. Your name and where you calling from?
Fatimata Ducle from Capital Bass.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah. You know, I'm very glad to see the incoming president arrive safely, happily, peacefully, because the kind of news that we're hearing from the opposition, from all that really suffer for the party were worrying. But the way I see the party, I'm happy. I tell God, thank you. I'm wishing many more long life so that he must get more power, strength to rule, so that he will be able to work. So the Liberian people who are thinking negatively, so they will be shamed. So I tell God, thank you. I'm too happy for the party.
Thank you.
I pray God for the country to go forward. Auditing, we're happy for it. Liberia, the honest country. Every day they taking the country to be LFME, bushing. I live on the audit. When the midterm finish, the president and the minister will be afraid. Other people will be afraid. They will say, stealing will stop and the country will go forward.
Thank you.
I'm happy for it.
Thank you.
Also, I get personal thoughts. I really want to see you so that we can discuss with school. I'm say here. So to talk, I don't want to talk on the air. Please allow me to see you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. We take another person. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're live. Your name and where you calling from?
I'm Miss Amelia Walker calling from Cecilia.
Amelia, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Listen, on my mind, I just praying for God to help our president for him to live long. So whatever I say, any evil for him, God will punish him in Jesus' name.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much. We take another person here. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Good morning. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah. This is JT Cooper calling from Breville.
GD Copar from Breville. What's on your mind? Let's hear you, sir.
What's on my mind is that I want the president-elect and the vice president-elect, the entire government, government, audit outgoing government. Then audit them because...
Yes, go ahead, sir. No, go ahead. Conclude.
Yeah, to conclude, I say the outgoing government, Georgia government should be audited because we believe that people yesterday that we knew that never had anything, today they get mentioned so they can give account how to get a mention, how much they were salary, how much they were making for with their mass working and wealth. Because I believe that and the government will get money to operate on. That money they put. Hello? Okay, I believe that even the money that they put for this country or that they invest in a possession, it can make the government to operate for 2-3 years.
Okay.
So instead of going around to ask people or for follow up or international community or friendly countries to support the money that in this country is too much. So they let Joseph You might make sure that people be audited.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let's read there and take this person.
Very serious.
Hello.
Very serious.
From the WhatsApp line, you are live. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Nancy. I was saying that the last time I called on the show regarding the issue of the public health matters.
Okay.
The last time I called on the show, I said, well, there's a truck that usually pass on the Johnsonville Road with feces carrying to Mount Barkley and there. And it's affecting the life. It's affecting the health system of the Liberian people that are living within the Johnsonville belt. We are expecting cars to be carrying these things, and it's not working in that direction. We don't know the reason for which they have decided doing this to destroy and to disturb the health and of the community dwellers on the Johnsonville Road here. It's very alarming.
Wow.
People have to see what to do about it. And if I would take it as an initiative. I will follow that particular car, and I'll be able to send it to the Spoon family on the talk show here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's a very serious concern. Thanks a lot. We take another person here. Hello, you're live.
Hey, Nelson, this is Ebenezer from
Ebenezer, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, we are happy for the certification for the president-elect because when you go for competition, no paper will prove to everybody that yes, indeed you won the election. And another thing, no ignorant of Liberian. The incident that you're talking about. There's an accident and few, they all over people go there. They are innocent, but they call harm for themselves because people don't know.
Wow.
The disaster for Regina is very high. What happened in Guinea, reason that a tanker explode. They're not small thing in Guinea. So we it's an unfortunate situation. We pray for the family. But it's very bad.
Thank you. We take another call here. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you call from?
My name is Tom, calling from California, USA.
Go ahead, sir. What's on your mind?
So basically, I just want to say to the government that is about to get into power right now, I don't want the Liberian people to feel like everything is going to be like a bread and butter. Like they're going to take time to work things out. So people's expectations shouldn't be hard for this government. And for this government, I just wanted to say to them, they should take the time in order to satisfy the Liberian people, even though not everybody's going to be happy, not everybody's going to feel satisfied. But my only advice I have for them is to just do what they have to do and then leave the rest with God. I believe that the country is going to be better as times go back. So
thank you.
Basically, that's what I have to say pretty much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks for your contribution. We take another person from this line. Okay. Who was that person? Take this one. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Nelson. Good morning from my end.
Okay. It's good to have you on. Your name and where you call from?
My name is Ayuba F. Kone, Honorable Ayuba F. Kone, calling from Abu Dhabi, the big prison UAE.
Okay. Let's hear you, sir.
Yeah. What is on my mind this morning is that I'm praying for the new government to take over in peace, for more wisdom as usual with respect. And I pray that this government should make sure to do audit carefully on no wish harm, and rule of law should not be taken granted. And they take our Zogo from our disadvantaged youth on the street to put them in a place to move to empower Honorable Dawa Dillon effort also where he started.
Okay.
And my recommendation is that I've just asked the new government to look at. It's not my area to do so, but that's a little in your show. I really love that woman. I love her courage, I love her effort, I love her independence. Dr. I just forgot about Dr. Francis.
Okay, Dr. Francis.
Anyway.
Okay.
I really want us to be part of that government. I will be so accepted because we all fight for this government. We all pray for this government. I pray that the women
So you want for that Richardson to work in the government, right?
Sure. That's my priority. Sure. I monitor her every time. I want her to work in the government.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
To show us some more expertise. You know, we need people with expertise. We don't need people who don't want to do like other government, what other government to prioritize people who don't know nothing. And our youth from the party, that the government just fight hard to send in for study. They should not fight to work for government.
Thank you, sir.
That's
Thank you. Thanks for your contribution.
Okay,
Let's leave you there. Thank you. Let me bring Mr. Dwalu in. I see he's in the background. Mr. Dwalu, welcome to the show.
How you doing, bro?
Yeah, I'm doing good, sir. It's good to see you again.
Yes, sir. We're here.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go back to take a few more calls, and then I'll come back to hand it over to you.
Yes, sir.
So we take this person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you're calling from?
Yeah, this is David Akwewola. I'm calling from Oslo in Norway.
Okay, what's on your mind?
Yeah, Nelson, for me, the lot of noise that people are causing in Liberia in terms of the auditing, if the people actually say they are innocent, why are the innocent so afraid of a fair trial? That's my biggest question. Everybody about wish hunt. So the wish hunt for me, I see it like WRS-ish. So we wish to hunt, we wish to audit all of these guys who say they are innocent. The money they got is legal. So it is for me. I don't see it like it should be like a conflict. Okay. So if indeed they are innocent of the corruption allegations, let them just face the justice, and the court will set them free indeed if they are free. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. We take another one here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you're calling from? Hello? You're live on the show. Your name and where you're calling from?
Yeah, hello. My name is Ryan. I call you from Minnesota.
Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, I just...
What's on your mind?
I'm from Minnesota. My name is Ryan.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for the hard work done for the past year. I've been following Spoon Talk for many years. Yeah, what on my mind is that I would like for the incoming government to include Dr. Richardson in that government. It's my wish. And also Mr. Guadu. Yeah, I would like for Joseph Boakai to include the two of them in our government.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, we take another call here. Hello, your name and where you call from? Okay, so let's take this one. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, you're live. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm Francis Tamba calling from Cooper Farm.
Francis Tamba, what's on your mind?
Yeah, what's on my mind is the audit issue.
The audit?
The audit issue we are discussing is still only be the executive. It should comprise the three branches of government. The legislature, the judiciary. We need to audit them to know how they're spending our resources, our money that we're giving them. Because if we do the executive, it will show, people will say we're trying to select, but it need to comprise as a government where it should comprise everybody. That's my intake today.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. So we'll take 4 more calls and then we'll wrap up. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you are live. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Abu Donzo calling from Brussels, Belgium.
Abu, go ahead. What's on your mind?
What is on my mind is the armed dues, the armed cash of arms that came to Liberia the last time. When the auditing is going on, they should audit where all the arm went, because that is one the people going to use now to start to harass our people at night to get an incoming government bad name.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, the incoming security apparatus should make sure they know where the arms are, because they're going to take those things and start harassing our people on the highway. And during the rainy season, nobody's going to sleep. They'll say, oh, I'm robber with this, I'm robber with that. So they should know where all the arms went.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We take another one here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
You know where all the arm went?
Please go ahead. Yes, you are live. Your name and where you call from?
Hello, bro. Dolu. My name is Mo Ketamba again from United Kingdom.
Mo Ketamba.
I just want to buttress what this guy was saying with regard to those arms that were imported in the country back, I think, last year or a year ago. It's very, very serious. I would like for the incoming government to investigate. Okay? Nobody know where these arms are. We don't know. We don't know who are those that are in possession of those arms. It's very dangerous. So I'm appealing to the incoming government to investigate, please.
Thank you.
Also, I will appeal to the incoming government to restructure that police force. Okay? Because this guy, Josephine Koji, they have improved.
No, not Josephine, that Jefferson. They mean Jefferson.
Yeah, Jefferson Koji.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? They have brought most of his people into that police force. It's very, very dangerous. No one is safe in Morovia. So police force from the top to the bottom should be restructured.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Let's take this one and two more. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you are live. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is C. Anthony Topa, and I call from Panafrica, Market.
Let's hear you, sir. What's on your mind?
The thing that is on my mind, I'm not going to put no serious last name on it.
Just make sure. Yeah, go ahead.
That the people that can be passing because they instead of them taking the poo to put it in Kenga, they put it in truck. When they pass you to eat smell, it can be easy, my friend, on that Johnsonville. And we ask the government to tell the people let it stop it. I'm not going to put anything on it. Because if they continue on it, the thing we will do, then generations will come. Because other people will not be going to be people in. They will be taking statements for Israel.
Okay. Thank
That's all on my mind tonight.
Thank you. We
Thank
take
you so much.
we take the second to the last call. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from? Oh, we lost that person. Let's take this one. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're live. Let's hear you.
You see, the thing so me I'm happy for your audit.
Yeah, go ahead now. You're live on the show. Oh, you're live, Rose. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, let's hear you.
My name is basically I work on Nava.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah. I want to discuss the valuable party in our I've come to the thing that we allow me to see the CEO and discuss money.
Okay, so you can come at the station and you'll be able to do that. Yeah.
Okay, when are you coming tomorrow?
So I can't get you specific time now. Just get at the station and then you meet someone to talk to. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's take this person. Yeah, good evening. You're live on the show.
Nathan, thanks for having me tonight. It's a pleasure to take on your program tonight.
Okay.
My name is Justin Bala. I come from Norway this evening.
Okay.
And I want to talk about the traffic in Liberia. Quite recently, I was in Liberia the past June, and there are certain things I noticed, and I want to recommend it to the incoming government. That is the traffic. Liberia, what I saw in Liberia is very horrific. The traffic in Liberia is very bad. Take for example, from the Somalia draft, presently called the Japanese freeway. The right-hand side in Liberia is for cars that are going towards St. Francis, and the right-hand side from the left-hand side coming from St. Francis going towards red light is for cars that are coming from the right.
Okay.
But people have confused the traffic. Both sides are being used for cars that are coming from the left. There's nobody giving way to their friend. In fact, you see car coming from the left, you see car coming from the right. Motorbike coming from the left, coming from the right. This can cause so many dangers in the country, and that's why we see every day Liberia, people are dying, circulates and all pedestrians are dying because there's no regulation.
Thank you.
So I would like for the government that is coming in to at least empower the police and put in rules and regulation so that something can be set into place and avoid too much death and a lot of stuff that's taking place in the country.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Thanks for your contribution. Yeah, and as I would like to draw down the curtains on the phone-in segment of the program. Again, tonight on Spoon Talk, Mr. Dwalu, it's over to you. The people say they want for you to be in Comel. So I play me. I
recognize our people. I want to welcome everybody here. First and foremost, Nelson. It was a great Christmas, but it's not great because our people didn't have a great Christmas.
Yeah,
I recognize some of my people. I just noticed my boy Randall. Randall said, "Hey, so you just woke up?" Yeah, I just woke up. I mean, you can know this one, but my brother Pastor Cully. I mean, just Pastor Cully, how you doing, man? Yamala Jala, how you doing? My girl Pearl Campbell Morris and Gray Nancy Bender, Moses Kamara, Mr. Stanton Weatherspoon, welcome to the show. Vani Kadi, Philip Marlin, Louis Yashia, welcome to the show. Vani Sonny Leo Masakwe. I got Matthew. I just skipped Matthew. Wade Thompson, Ibrahim Sando, Lorena Gator. We spoke to them. Lorena, how are you doing? Charles Ping, Oritha Momo, Ben Colette, Vani Sunning, Yawala, I think I recognized you already. Darlington Badner, May Byron G. Taylor Jr., how you doing? Daku Grandpa Do Moba Jr., John K. Wright, Janet Ricks, welcome to the show. Gertrude Bannerman, Diama Gaw, Abraham Gower. I see here Prince Louis, Josephine Marlin, welcome to the show. I see Barbara Richardson. How are you doing, Bob? Patricia Verdia, Seattle Freeman, Precious Guanan, Daku, I think I said your name already. David Boker, Mr. Boker was popping. Orissa B. James, how are you doing? O'Neill Johnson, P. O'Neill Johnson, Patrick M. Nimble Topman, how are you? Over here we got Bram Bull, Joseph L.B. Williams, Stone White, Kumba Justina Gante, Beatrice Washington, Othello James, Momo Fire Silly, Roth Williams, Lucilia Swege, Sophia Gelate, how are you doing? Preston Atia, Joseph Binder. Look, everybody, welcome to the show, man. I'm surprised Stanton came very quickly today. But while Stanton's over there going to his phone, making sure he's blocking all his points, let me just speak to you a little bit about something I want you guys to know. And I'm reading this book, and several quotes were in there. I just want to share some of the quotes with you. And I think it kind of relates to what's happening in our country. There's a guy called Seneca. He was a philosopher from Greek time, a great philosopher. He says, we suffer more in our imaginations than in our realities. Something we're doing to ourselves in Liberia. I get it. And UJ, and I love your recommendation. Say we should suffer. I mean, we should talk about the fire across the city, houses burning everywhere. Hopefully something's on the docket. We can speak about it. But we suffer more in our imaginations than we do in our realities. Our reality is not difficult, as Seneca puts it. Our reality is straightforward. But our imagination get in the way of our reality when we refuse to think as a society. We imagine, but we don't want to act. Let me tell you something. Society can only change when whatever that change is, the people make calculated decisions to implement that change. You have to remove your imagination out of the way. Your reality must be addressed head on, according to Seneca. We cannot suffer in our imaginations when our reality is said otherwise. If our reality is feces flowing through the streets of Monrovia, we address that directly. If our reality is, for example, people going against traffic because they feel they got to get there, or they have a government vehicle, everybody in Liberia has a siren, the reality is just counter that. Arrest them. After 30 days, fine them. If they don't pay the fine, auction the vehicle like they do in every other country. Our realities in Liberia are not difficult. What is difficult is we have refused to enforce the laws governing our society. If we want to become a civilized society, we have to make sure we force the issue. Look, Marcus Aurelius said this best. Look, the thing is straightforward. Our life is what our thoughts make them. Let me repeat. This is Marcus Aurelius. Our life is what our thoughts make them. If we think a certain way, this is what our realities are going to be. But if you want to change that thought, you have to force the issue lawfully. Lawfully. I don't care if this person is a minister in government. If he's driving a government vehicle and he goes against traffic, take him out of the car, put handcuffs on him, arrest the government vehicle, and make him pay for those fines and consequences and don't give him government vehicle again. You have to attach a consequence to a man's action, both punitively and compensatorily. If you don't do that, people do not listen. They don't listen. Look, since before I give it to you. On the night that Joe Bugger came here, my wife and I was coming home from the gallery with Honorable Bugger. I got a ticket, but the ticket, no police stopped me in the light. I went through the light, and they sent me my ticket in the mail, $85. I have to pay for it. Guess what? The next time I'm in Providence, I'll be very careful to make sure I don't go through that light so easily. If the light has not turned green, you go through it, they're going to ticket you. So there is consequence. Look, human beings only understand one thing. You must be consequenced. If you're not consequenced, nothing changes. Stanton, I'll give it over to you, brother.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. Thanks. Work for those days that we as Liberians can come together and fight for our country. I mean, good that you're doing these things and you're saying that every day. We appreciate you and welcome to your show, the People's Program, the Spoon Talk. I join you to welcome everyone else following us today. It's going to be a great show, by the way. We have John S. Malu II. He's coming in studio. John S. Malu II. He's coming in studio. He will be discussing the issue about what is happening, transitional team, audit, and every day people talk about what Joseph Yima Barker audit. We have John Malu. He's coming in studio. We have another important news for you, folks. You listen to Fonati Kofa this morning?
Yeah.
He had a press conference.
Yeah.
I don't know where the UP Alliance stand right now. I don't know the position of Fonati Kofa as speaker or Richard Kuhn as speaker. But I call Fonati. And it will be confirmed probably today or tomorrow that he will be joining Spoon. He will come on the set to have a full interview. And we put an invitation out there too to Richard Kuhn. Richard Kuhn needs to join us to have a full interview likewise on Spoon.
Yeah.
Seriously, the people want to hear them. They want to hear, they want to see them, they want to hear them clack, 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 clack. You want to speak on something? You come on Spoon. So Fonati will be joining us. We'll confirm the date with you. It is important. Everybody will have to say their own. Do I do say I say my own? That's it. He won't say own with quiet Nelson, we'll mute him. But everybody got to say their own.
Yeah.
And how important it is, how important it will be. So we want to say that another thing we got for you today. Hey man, that way you're left for me to come on the show, right? The LCC, the new LCC. Don't you know that they have sent out indictment?
It hasn't been made public yet, so I would say no, I did not know that. But I've heard.
If I know you so know, let me send you all the information. If I know you so know, because I can put it in our chat when they
Yeah,
say,
but like Christmas, but I usually go through it. Christmas, I don't go through nothing. I don't like
no, man, the people that are saying that they should bring in the living body.
Yeah.
Look at the names of people that they're asking to bring in. This thing is huge.
But
so then what the guys were getting very with us for? The people sent out an indictment. They're saying that they will bring these people in. They must bring them in because it is important that the LDCC is about to work. They will prosecute them through the Criminal Code A. You remember the LDCC charges? The recommendation that were made?
Yep.
We reached out to our sources. Oh, today I'm talking about sources. Oh. So you see, Eduardo, I get that small. I get to keep some people's names.
Yeah, it's all right. How long?
But before the show finish, maybe I will not keep that name again.
I'm saying I'm into the day. Really, I thought.
But it's important. Francis Woolite, Wilmot Smith, Lawrence George, Dominic Pay, Dr. Boy, Camus, all of them. They are like 6 individuals. 6 of them. They are now going to be facing, or thorough indictment. We got all this information coming to us. It is important that we will be sharing this story with you folks. Lawrence George said, I don't know, they say he's on the run. The information that he's running away. But this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. They are after them. They are after them. So let's see how far John Model is. He will be in studio any minute from now. Yeah, your people waiting for you now. We all set. They're asking what they're asking. They say when John coming in studio. All right. So folks, as you can see, John is coming. He's all set. He's in. He's here in America. You are asking whether he was going to Liberia. The man said no. You'll go to Liberia later on. But John is coming to talk about, and I'm so glad. You know, the other people are going to join us. Fagon coming. Dr. Richardson. You know, after Christmas, they overslept. And, you know, nothing to do. We're back on this thing. We're going to get a Prince Maxwell, Abdullah Mame, and everybody coming on to have their say. Yeah. It is important. Stephen Johnson, I think he's coming on if he's not sick. We wish our dear brother Fadiga, he's trying just to update you. He's doing much better. His voice, everything clearing up. Then we got the information that Fatima is in the ER, Mr. Duadu. It came in our chat room that Fatima in the ER. Yeah, I don't know what she's doing there, but she's sick. So one person is sick, another person get well, up and down, up and down. You know, that's the season.
The virus thing, man.
Yeah, stay home, stay home. When you tell them to stay home, they say no, stay home. You will not get virus. Stay home. Drink your pepper soup. You know, chill. But don't be there, Duadu. You know, Duadu don't want to stay home. But folks, it's big. And we got a couple of videos for you. You know, we like to start while we're waiting for John Malu. Let's play you this video from the president, the outgoing president of the Republic of Liberia, President outgoing George Mane Bakugbe. Fucking clown. Data. We are.
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año. Felicidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año. Felicidad. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad.
But hey, man, Philly talking.
Dwalu, no, Dwalu. Hey, man. Hey, God. Dwalu.
Hey, man, Philly talking stand on.
Dwalu, no, we're bringing the man back on the Philly talking. But that's so unique of George Manawia.
That's unique. They both play for
No. Dwalu, today I would disagree with you. Yeah. I'm going to look at that picking camera with Hoodie on, man. Dwalu, I would disagree with you because it's something about that. The way in which he carried himself. Are you saying humbleness now? Are you saying that? Come on, Dwalu, let's play one more time. For the sake of our audience, I want to hear you because I see that John is in the back. But for the sake of our audience, hey, man, if you have not seen it before, man, I'm touched. I am, Dwalu. I am.
But that person, we are Kajo you yet?
No, it's not Kajo. That's the real person you see over there.
Okay, whatever.
No, Dwalu, you can disagree that your business, man. I will play one more time. I want you guys to listen. I want you guys to listen.
Play all.
Yeah, I will play all. Listen one more time.
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad, próspero año, felicidad. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, próspero año, felicidad. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Enjoy yourself. Make new friends. I'm a year. I'm a year, most of them single. It's the birth of Jesus Christ. Yeah. So the benediction here. So enjoy yourself. Everybody that know that because of the question, they're not going to 60 million questions.
Let's bring in John Malu. Let you share with this joke before we even get into the conversation. John Malu II, welcome to the Spoon Talk again. As ever, we want to say welcome. Thank you for joining us, John.
Thank you for having me, Stanton. And
hey, Mr. Malu, how you doing?
Good.
I know we're going to get into this thing, but this song just bring our group, bring in the crowd and just talk to them and said, just listen to the court going president. He mellow, he's kind. He just kind of that chilling right now. Melis dies. And he's just doing his thing, and everybody the band just followed through. It was so unique. Wishing the people Christmas, but hey, the mega love for the country, but the people cannot take pay for the Christmas. And the mega love for the country, but the people they can go to bed hungry. And the mega love for the country, but 7 no salary. Folks, you gotta join the Spoon Talk. This is your biggest network. Let's make this thing happen. Dwadu, what's your take on the president singing?
First of all, the president said, at least Namida. Wanna start laughing? You talk my own. The man said, at least Namida. But the president people die in the country. First of all, though, we go over to celebrate Christmas. The president all focus on who's single, who's not single. My man, the president's job. I don't know who said this. It's from the Bible somewhere. It says, people who make a child their king is the people who are bound to suffer. We suffer because we took the highest office in the land, the most awesome responsibility any country can give to its citizen. And we give it to a man child, and we expect duty, and diligence, and excellence, and prudence. It don't happen, President. We don't care about that thing. Everything about President we are is joking. And joking to the detriment of suffering masses. This thing does not impress me. President we are, as always, he was just jovial, childish, very cavalier about the people's business. Perhaps Honorable Malu get a better insight than I do. Like he's talking about President we are seeing.
I'm not going to go there, but I can tell you, George Weah is probably the most happier man today than any one of us. He's happy that he's leaving. He's gonna go out and make his music and watch his football and be the George Weah who he is. I think the presidency wasn't a good fit. So that's all I can say.
But I can say the opposite. I listen, John. Eduardo, listen. I think it's something about what he just did. I think I was speaking to folks, and it says Stanton. Man, President Weah is acting presidential now. Than 6 years ago. Then 5 years ago. Then 4 years ago. Then 3 years ago. President Weah is not in the studio making music. He's with the people. He's singing the traditional Christmas song. You get mad because he said the Mediterranean. Yeah, he was kidding. He was joking. He spoke about Thomas Donan's death. He wished the family well, and he said, I wish them Godspeed. President Weah is acting presidential now than 2 days ago, 2 weeks ago. I mean, we can get into this conversation. But because of the high demands of our audience on this show, you see the number just going up, and we say thank you. Share the show. Invite your brothers, invite your sister. We got John S. Modu II. The men are going to talk about audit. The men are going to talk about the transitional, good or bad. John S. Modu, the fearless. The man that Cemetery is afraid of, John S. Modu. The individual that George Manoware is afraid of. The world is watching. Where are we today? And our president is here to say, at least I didn't die, at least I never die. How you call it again, Eduardo?
I'm not a translator. but
at least I didn't die.
Stanton, let me say this though. Honorable Molu did say something. The happiest person, President Weah never wanted this job. My brother Amla welcome. He never wanted this job. This job was literally forced upon him. He's actually excited to be leaving because when we're picking in, you want our skin. Say it was low. Say yeah, it will get extra 25. And you say I'll put on my head. Now because you get shameful on your face, you can't drop it. If a president we should have resigned 2 years, 1 year into this whole thing, so he really excited to leave. He truly is. He never wanted this responsibility. It was too much for him.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you just joining us. Welcome to the Spoon Talk. Again, before we got about 3 more minutes before we can even have the full conversation with John Balu. It's a lot to discuss. Yeah. We received information today. Indictment is hanging over LDCC, former guys, the present, the current, and former, including Francis Willard. They will be going to the Criminal Code A. We can announce, yet to be confirmed, the allegations, the store and the rake, the alleges. So LDCC coming with 4 indictment on them. Again, we can call the names of these individuals, which is very, very much important for us to do so. Please, guys, understand, these are unconfirmed reports, but with our sources confirming, I can tell you that we are there to believe what was said about the LDCC. You remember Honor Councillor Edo Martin, he recommended that they prosecute alleges. And then the government removed Councillor Martin, and they brought in the new group of people. We want to show you them. We want to say these group of people, these group of commissioners. Oh man, can you put it up, please, Diamond? The guys have not put it up yet. This group of commissioners, we just want to show you that the names given to us, Francis Willard, Wilma Smith, Lawrence George, Dominic Pay, and the rest of them, we will show you them. We'll show you the picture. And 4 indictment, Criminal Code A, have accepted the indictment from this current LDCC that they will be prosecuted. They will be prosecuted. They are starting with alleges. They will go to agriculture. They're going to go to the National Election Commission. All those that were recommended for prosecution. This LDCC is taking a full swing. So we will be discussing that. If you're just joining us, we're going to play one last time. Get your camera ready. Get your phone ready. Record it. Just one last time we're going to play because we have to go to the show. We got but 2 more minutes. Listen to the outgoing president, George Mane, Bakugbe, Fokeklo, Data. We are. As we play this, it's important for us to do so.
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año. Felicidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año. Felicidad. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año. enjoy yourself? Make new friends? I'm a year. I'm a year, most of them single. It's the birth of Jesus Christ. Yeah. So the benediction here. So enjoy yourself.
The president, let's just allow Mame to give his intro. Mame, oh, he left. All right. Yeah, Mame will be joining us again. Mame left, but we want to bring in John S. Malu. He will introduce himself for those of you that don't know him. Let's have the show. It's 4:31. That will be 9:31 in Liberia. Let's have fun, guys. But very important discussion tonight, and we hope we can give you something that you don't know about. Mame, real quick, before we bring in John Malu, your intro, sir.
Oh, it's good to be here. It's good to be here, especially with, somebody I admire and look up to, Big Brother Molu, to be on the same platform. I was listening to the president's song, and then something interesting was in my mind. But when he was president, he sang these songs in the studio. I mean, why now he's, not going to studio again? It's an interesting piece I was looking at. But, I mean, George, we are post-defeat action seems to be a little bit better than the time he was president. I don't know what factor driving that. I don't know it's about what he realized that Liberians, in as much as they love him, but they themselves love themselves better. Whatever message he took from the election, whatever message he took from the defeat, we just hope that it can keep him positive and keep going and wait until we can transition the country, assess with the audits, and see who culpable, and then we can move forward from there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abula Mame. Thank you very much. I would say using your title, I would say former spokesman for NPP or LPP.
But the campaign is over.
Listen, my job is to ask questions. Yeah, thank you for. All right, guys. Well, John, welcome to the show, man. Let's talk about the issue at hand. We are receiving different information. I will give you the time. I will give you enough time. Give us your intro. Talk to the nation why you're here today. Then we can start with our question, sir.
Well, I wanna thank you, Stanton, and hello, Dualan and Ambulai, and welcome to the Liberian people. First and foremost, I would like this opportunity though to thank every Liberian that contributed from $5 all the way to $10,000 during the fundraiser. On the UF front, we were able to raise somewhere in the upper end about 347,000 for Joseph Newman Barker campaign. That's excluding the same wave and the mobile money. We haven't reconciled that yet. I just want to take this opportunity to thank my team that participated with us on the fundraising end. They did a wonderful job. And I also want to thank you, Stanton, Madam Titi Kane, and the Spoon family for joining us in actually helping revolutionize how we raise money for elections. It was a short period of time, and to be able to raise that kind of money from Liberians, I think paved the way for Joe Walker at least to get to the second round. And then Liberians came out more to support not only with their money, but they also supported Joe Walker in terms of the phone calls they made to their family. We haven't come back yet to say a full thank you, but I wanted to take this opportunity before we get started to thank my team and to thank the Liberian people for their contribution. We will come back with a full report to Joe Walker and the Liberian people before the end of this month. We don't want to go into January without giving a full report and atomizing where the money came from, how the money was spent, just in case of transparency. It will be on the website, and then you can go and see it. So again, thank you, Stanton, for giving me the opportunity to appear here. The purpose of being here today is to answer to a whole host of national issues that might be on my mind or the mind of the Liberian people, particularly with regard to the transition, what's going on in the transition. I'm not here as a spokesman for the transition. I'm a member of the transition team, and I'm going to speak for myself, for my own experience and what I think we need and what are the risks that lie ahead in terms of this transition that we're undergoing. So that's my introduction. For those who don't know me, I was former Auditor General. I have been involved in Liberia now since 1997. And the single most important issue that I focus on is the issue of corruption. And I really believe without us attacking and handling the whole issue of corruption, we can never build schools, we can never build roads. Even the policy orientation that we're trying to implement will be undermined by bribery and corruption and influence peddling. So for those who don't really see corruption as a danger to the republic, you can't be RIA role without you dealing with the issue of corruption. So hopefully we can address that today in terms of how we're going to be able to audit the job we are administration, how to go about doing that. I got my own views. Some people want to bring in international auditors, and I have my own views on that. I'm not opposed to bringing in international auditors because in other countries, I'm also considered international auditor. so I don't want to come back here and condemn every international auditors, but I believe we have institutions in Liberia that have the skill set. And if we believe that they do not have the independence to be able to do this, we need to be able to provide them the independence to actually do this. You can see that in Nigeria and other places, they're not going for international auditor. They're appointing Nigerians as special investigators. And they're actually doing a fantastic job in Nigeria. We can learn from Ghana. I'm in Ghana a lot, and Ghana initially settled for international auditor, Pro International, and for some reason they had to back away and come domestic. So there are a lot of other countries that have tried this that we can learn from and try to do this properly. So Stanton, that's my introduction. I wait for us to have a fruitful, engaging discussion on whatever issues that you have.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, John. We again want to say thank you for appearing on Spoon Talk tonight. This is big. This is huge because we'll be digging deeper. We'll go all through this story tonight because a lot of folks are concerned. Let's start with this issue that came out from President George Manawia. I will start from that end. This is the letter that came out. A lot of folks have this letter. We can read the letter to you, presidential directive. The first page, you know what it is. You have read it before.
Yeah.
Measures to safeguard state resources during the transition period. The end of the letter, as you can see, is a change for hope. List up to nine bullet points the president giving directions to autonomous agency, ministries, and folks within government through this transition period. You have read the letter. Those are on the radio, sir. We want to just say we'll read it bit by bit. I do love to read it. But we want to say, let's just hear from John Malo. Yeah. What's your take? Prior to this letter, the Unity Party put out on the 13th. This letter was written on the 18th, but this one from the Unity Party in our possession, they put out this one. And they said that, Mr. President, we are requesting X, Y, and Z. One of the line, they asked Mr. President that make your limit to be 5,000. Mr. President, increase it to 10,000. John, you have all these documents in your possession. Let's start the program from this end. What's your take?
Well, overall, I think it's a good thing in the right direction. But I think as a transition, we agree. This letter is a little bit late. Okay. That's the problem. They should have done this letter like immediately after the election. And I think the transition, the Honorable Joseph Nima Boakai, that was his position. He wanted this done immediately. For some reason, the way administration, I believe, maybe some people in the transition don't believe me, But I really believe that this is all a game to kind of stonewall, to delay process, and then we'll get into the detail of all of those things. Why, again, I believe it's a good thing, but we have been doing this all along from day one. And I want to give credit to the PPCC, the Public Procurement Commission, the General Auditing Commission, the Internal Audit Agency, the LACC. I didn't wait for this letter. And Stanton, you probably know this. We have been fighting this from day one, stopping things that we thought were ongoing within the government and that we needed to stop. Again, we are happy that this letter had come out on the 18th, but I think if the damage was going to get done, some of the damage would have already been done. But for the proactive initiative on the part of these integrity institutions, we were able to stop some of them, not all. We are still having difficulty protecting resources at the state-owned enterprises, LPRC, NPA. For me, these are the areas that are considered the most risky area of the government because they are outside of central government. They operate on their own as though they are private companies, but they're not really private companies. I don't know how far this letter is going to prevent what happening at NPA, what happening in these corporations. So that's one thing. It's late. The other issue is enforcement, right? It's one thing to write a letter, but it's another thing to actually insist that the letter is actually implemented and executed. I think there was some noise that the president was delayed in giving this letter. And I can tell you, this letter just showed up today. Like maybe an hour or so before we appear on this show, I actually got a copy of this letter. So this letter was written on the 18th, but many people in the JPTT just got a letter today. So again, we give the president credit for actually writing the letter. It is a little bit late. We're waiting for the execution, okay? It's always the execution that's a problem. Liberians will make a lot of policy, we make a lot of law, but most of these things are just on paper. And I can tell you from my vantage point, I have not been waiting, and we have not been waiting for President Weah to say, stop doing this. It is the resources of the country, and every Liberian, civil servant, political appointee, you have an obligation not to wait for a letter. You have an obligation to protect the resources of the country. And particularly, I call on the GAC, the General Auditing Commission, the Auditor General. You are responsible to protect resources. You don't have to wait for the president for that. The PPCC, you are responsible to protect resources. You don't have to wait for the president for that. The Internal Audit Agency, the Liberian Anti-Corruption Commission, you guys are all responsible. And that has been my message to them on day one since Joe Barker was declared president. And I can tell you they have all taken their work seriously, Stanton, and we have to give them credit.
So let me ask my second question like this, John. The issue is that you are saying PCC and all GAC and all of them, they are cooperating. Are they cooperating, like we say, include Jade in the back secretly? Are they cooperating unknown to the JPTT? Are they part of the formation of the JPTT in agreement with the Liberian government under President George Weah? How are they cooperating? All those autonomous agencies.
That's a good point. I believe the JPTT have made a lot of mistakes, and we can get into all of that. When Joe Barker became president and they formed the JPTT somewhere around in November, think about it, around November 24th. So that's almost a month later, right? The first thing I told them, we don't have to wait for George Weah to give up permission. We have to use the institutions that exist now to help us begin to protect the resources before we can organize. Okay, so I wanted for all to be proactive. Now a single person in the JPTT took me on. They all refused. So I can tell you, I have taken on my own to work with this institution now for any blessing from the JPTT. So they're not doing it because JPTT asked them. They're not doing it because President Weah asked them. They are doing it because I made a special appeal to them that it's their obligation to protect resources. And since I was going to be the head of that cluster, I was asking them to actually be more proactive. So I even wrote a letter to the JPTT asking them to ask the General Auditing Commission to ask these institutions of integrity to step up and protect the resources. If I were Auditor General and there was a transition, I would have had auditors everywhere in every institution protecting the resources of the country. And I expected them to do that. But
so let's get to the. I beg you, Dwadu and Mame. My question is not answered. Now let me just come in with this follow up. Are they operating by authority from George Manawea JPTT team? Are they operating only because they know you as John Malu? Are they giving you information? Are they giving these information only because they want to? I mean, it is within the guideline. Can you help Liberian understand to know why would they look at John Malu and give him all the information he asking for, and the JPTT transitional team have not got him anything? Why stay?
Well, they giving me the information, number one, because people give me information within the government, and they know I'm an anti-corruption person, and I call them, I say, hey, there is a problem at Ministry of Agriculture. I want you to go there, right? They are doing it because, number one, I think they respect me. But number two, Stanton, it is their obligation, okay? I mean, let's not put this on Joe Weir or JPTT. It is their statutory obligation by law to protect the resources of the country. And why I'm telling you, you do not have to wait for George Manawea or Joseph Numa Boakai to give you instruction to do your job. If I were in their position, I wouldn't wait for anybody to tell me to protect $1 of library resources. I wouldn't need permission from George Weir to execute my duty as Auditor General. I wouldn't need George Weir to execute my duty as Public Procurement Officer. I wouldn't even need this letter. And as I can tell you, as I was coming on this, the Public Procurement head, Scott Johnson, already informed me that on November 17, he had already taken his own step in protecting the resources of the country by protecting and denying any procurement in government that were above certain threshold.
Can you say that again? No. You need to say that again. And this, can you call the name and say that let folks hear you?
Okay. Johnson, Scott Johnson, his name is, who's the head of Public Procurement Commission, informed me that regardless of this letter, he had already taken action to protect the resources of the country by preventing procurement activity within the government since November 17. Okay. So he's doing that. Again, the point is, this is what I'm saying. We have to, and this is what the JPTT, particularly the Joe Walker end of the JPTT, we have to understand, we have to use the institution that exists. If this was US, the Auditor General of America would be involved in the transition. The LSCC would be involved in the transition. The PPCC would be involved in the transition, because these are independent agencies created by law and have specific function to protect the resources of the country. And any Liberian citizen, or any Liberian for that matter, can request for their intervention if they see an incident of fraud occurring. And it's their statutory obligation to do so. So Stanton, I'm just asking them to live up to their obligation. And I can tell you so far, I have had a good relationship with them. And I think I keep telling the JPTT, don't discourage these guys, right? I mean, they're appointed by George Weir, but they take their job seriously. At least in the last month, we should give them credit for working hard to protect the resources. These guys are protected almost $25 million worth of fraud that were taking place in government by now. And you saw what was going on at Ministry of Agriculture. When I called them up, they rushed there and stopped almost $1.5 million worth of transaction. And
we're going to get into that. We're going to get into that. You are announcing, and folks are listening to you, that because of your involvement and the work of some of those guys, the government is now saving almost 25 million. But let me bring in Mr. Duado. This is very interesting, folks. This is the Spoon Talk. Find us on Spoon FM 107.5, Trust FM 88.7 in Bombay County, Premium FM 98.1 in Bon County, Lofa, Bapolu, and Nima County, Gibi FM 90.9, Radio Wesua 89.9 in Magibi, Trend Radio 104.7 in Grand Crew, plus a host of other network and radio stations are relaying this program. It's important for us to say thank you for relaying our program. Let me bring in Mr. Duado. Mr. Duado, your question, man, this is huge today.
Hey, Adrian Mother, man, it's a pleasure to have you on. Appreciate the time. But I want to say something first before I ask my first question. What Honorable Mother said. If you hold a statutory position in Liberia, the guidelines of that agency that you run supersedes whatever else is happening. You have to do your job first because this is your directive. So you got to follow the guideline irrespective of where the directives are coming from. But Honorable Mother, my first question is the transition team between the Honorable Broadcast team and President Weah team. How is that going on the overall? Are you being accepted with respect and everything is going smoothly? That's the first thing I want to understand.
Okay, so again, I'm going to speak for myself. Okay, and you're asking me. I'm a very honest person. I talk freely. I fear nothing.
We're on the same page.
I'm going to tell you, from where I sit, if I were to pass judgment, I think the transition is a failure. Straight out. It's a failure on George Weah's part. It's a failure on our part. Okay? Because I believe, and take this, George Weah announced the executive order.
No. Hold on. You just said the whole thing is a failure?
I think it's a failure. I don't think we're going to accomplish what I think is the basic thing for us to accomplish in any transition, which is taking stock of what we are inheriting. I don't think we'll be able to accomplish that. We might accomplish some, but it's not going to be in totality. And my fear is, and I have said this in the transition group over and over again, we're going to end up like Ellen Selly and George Weah transition. You say, I say, you say, I say, you say, I say. Okay? And the reason I'm saying this, let me tell you this. They had a transition, executive order, around the 21st of November, on and about. Around the 24th, they had a joint transition meeting. Today is what day? Today is the 26th.
26, yeah.
Nothing has been done. No substantive work. Why? Because George Weah administration says you can't engage my people until the 27th of this month, tomorrow. And you can only engage our people up to the 10th of January. Come on. You have had 1 month. That means 1 month gone by wasted, right? Completely wasted 1 month. So now you got a truncated transition period that is supposed to assess the liability, the asset, the contingencies, the pipeline, the backlog, all of these activity over 100 institutions and programs between 27 of this month and the 10th.
That's enough time.
Mathematically, maybe they can put it off. But if they have to put it off, they will need a different approach, different methodology, and different strategy. But I told them a month ago, people say, why are you not in Liberia? Because think about if I had gone to Liberia, I'd be wasting my time for a whole month doing absolutely nothing. At a cost to me, to my own profession, and I would have been running around Monrovia doing the same thing I'm doing in America, right? So I can't imagine. And one of them said in the transition group, maybe we should just wait until George Weah leave power, then we actually go back and actually do the work we're supposed to do. And let me just point you it here by saying the reason is our end of the transition, our overall goal, and this is where I disagree fundamentally. For me, a transition should be about, hey, give me documents, give me information, let me evaluate on my own. But our current approach is let go inter-eye, let be friendly with the government, let be nice, let play nice, let interact. I am not here to interact. I'm here to get documents, I'm here to get information, and I'm here to evaluate quickly and run a judgment on that information. Okay? So once you bring about interaction, you start creating questionnaire, and then it takes long. But I can tell you, Joe Weir had always planned this. I knew this from day one. Their argument is Ellen Sally gave them, I think if you go back to Ellen Sally, and it wasn't Ellen Sally's problem because we had a different election, right? I think that it went to December.
Right.
Ellen Sally couldn't start. Ellen Sally could not start her transition till like after the election, right?
Correct.
Around the 26th, right?
That's all right.
We are then attempting the transition exactly not to get Joe Walker one day that Ellen Sally gave them.
Childish.
Look at the timeline. Look at the timeline. You will see exactly as of tomorrow, we can officially begin to engage the Joe Weir administration officially. So what happened since the 21st? That's a complete waste of 1 month gone by.
Mr. Malu, my next question, well, you kind of answered my next question because I wanted to know, and I want you to still answer it before I ask you the actual question. So, given what you just told us, is it fair to say Honorable Bwaka is not going to get a full financial picture of what he's inheriting by the time the 23rd, 24th rolls around?
I don't believe so, unless the way you define financial picture.
Okay.
Unless your financial picture is what's in the bank account at Central Bank. That one, you can get that any day, right? Because that's more, for me, that's a small piece of the entire country, right?
Correct.
So if your focus is you define the financial information, you are defining very narrowly, you can get that in a day. But if you really want to do the totality of government, I can't imagine how they will do it.
Okay, my final question before we go to Meme here is this. Now, we understand, President Weir delayed the release of the letter for a long period of time. There is only one thing I surmise from that. The reason for the delay perhaps was to say President Weir wants to cover his tracks sufficiently before any outside people come in to review whatever they have done. Is that a fair assessment, or do you think something to the contrary?
No, I just believe they have always planned to do this. Ellen Sally administration gave them a very short window, not because of her choice, but because of the election. Why should they give you 2 months? So they delayed that until at the end of the year. Right about when they started their own transition is the same time they're giving us. So I don't want to believe that they did this because they are hiding something. Because guess what? Whatever they hide now, we'll find out anyway. Right? So for me, disclose now, or we will find out. But I just believe, I really believe the risk is, and I've been seeing it in the transition group, they want to end up with you say, I say, you say, I say. I mean, then the debate will go on for 6 years as to what was left, what wasn't left, what was left, what wasn't left. For me, that's the danger.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will come in. This is, folks, again, let me just remind you, this is the Spoon Talk, which you know already. But we are getting to a place now that we have to discuss the real fact about the outgoing government and the incoming government. That's why we have John S. Madu, former Auditor General, on the show. Please, please, please share this important discussion tonight. Abula Mame, your take.
The first thing is the letter is late. Like, Mr. Molu said the letter is late. We've received credible information that severance payment that Mr. Molu highlighted and raised the red flag about, those payments were made last week. I can confirm that the payment were made at NOCA. Other institutions have already made payments. And the delay in the letter, like Mr. Molu said, was to create a short window so that the same confusion that engulfed the Weah administration when they took over about what was left can repeat itself in the Joe Barker administration, but also to allow people to take what we are intended for them to take. That was the reason. I want to ask Mr. Molu one question. Given what you already know, that Mr. Weah intended to just keep this process up to tomorrow before it can officially start, what do you think would have been done between that period? Because that was their intention. They decided to do it. They were going to do it, whatever the case. What would have been done during that period of waiting that could help the process?
Okay, so it's all about how you see. For me, as a professional, I approach things based on what is the objective, right? What is my objective here? What am I trying to achieve? What is my term of reference? What is the time frame I got to do this? So when the JPP started, my argument was, this is an exercise about gathering information and taking access and stock of the country. It's not an investigation. It's not an audit. I just want to know, what are my contingent liability? What is the total arrears of the country? How much money do I owe NOCA? How much have you borrowed from NOCA account, the national whatever social security account? We needed to know all of these things, and those things can be known by just sending a very simple letter. So what I did, along with GAC and IRA, I sent all of them across. Find me all the bank accounts in the Republic of Liberia for every entity, including project accounts. Give me the names, and let's write a letter to the designated official and say, hey, we started the transition. Here are the information we need from you. Give it to us by certain date. I think if we had done that from the beginning, let George Weah come back and tell us, don't write a letter, right? But we are waiting for George Weah to give us authority to write letter. You understand? That I can't get my head around the whole transition. I'm trying to seek information, but I can't seek information because I got to wait for a president to tell me to write a letter to ask for what the president wants me to ask for. So I'm doing that. I think this would have been simple. Here the list of information I need from you, Mr. Wolokoli, head of fiscal affairs. You control this account, this account, this account. Give me status report on those accounts. Mr. Deputy Minister for Economic Management, give me status of this account. Inspector General of Commerce, here are the accounts that I need, right? So we have identified all of these accounts. I took them to the JPTT. They write a letter. Everybody said, no, we should wait until Joe Weah then give our approval before we can write a letter, and then we go and engage them. So now we're going to be engaging them. Rather than collecting information, we're going to be interacting. I don't need to sit down with anybody to interact. This guy cannot teach me anything. I want information. So to avoid all of this, my man, we just ask a simple letter by letter, give us the information by a certain date, and then we wait for the information to be delivered. But we didn't do that. Now we're sending the letters tomorrow. We can't even send the letters today. Somebody sent a letter last week, and they say he should withdraw a letter. So nobody can send a letter until today, tomorrow, the 27th.
Wow. So let's just get it Sinclair. Welcome, Eugene Fagon. Welcome, Dr. Francine Chinwe Richardson. Again, I beg you, Mr. Malu, the second, try to help us very slowly for our folks to understand, because we are talking to those in Radio Land. You are saying that nothing, all the whole meeting, nothing going to do anything till tomorrow.
That's
correct. Until tomorrow. So everything we have received, everything we heard, it was all vlad to some extent.
That's correct. So the official start date Now today they say the meeting, economic meeting, the meeting, blah, 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 but it's just meeting, right? But the official start date to send letter out and begin to collect information is the 27th. And even that, as of now, we don't even know that's supposed to happen because they are waiting for Joe Weir to send another letter out informing and giving authorization to engage.
So the 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. So that only 2 weeks process here? Only 2 weeks?
No, they initially said we will go from the 27th to the 8th. Now we asked, well, that time is too truncated. So they're going to push it sometime around the 10th. I think they're going to give another 2 days.
So minus the weekends, minus Saturday and Sunday, we look at only 10 days.
Yes.
Fagon, your question, sir.
No, let me come in to say this. You see, what is happening is not just that people do not want to engage or people do not want to respond. I mean, from the George Weah side. This is a bigger picture I want to paint. People are just not believing and trusting that there will be a day for them to account for their action. The reason to allow this window for them to engage into withdrawing funds, paying unjustifiable accounts, is because they just feel that all the conversation around audit, around compliance, around holding people accountable would just be the normal talk. It is for that reason that they pay lip service, they delay the process, and use the time period to make all the payments they wanted to make. So, Mr. Molu, I want you to speak to Liberians. What assurance? I mean, you close to authority, you close to the vice, you close to the president-elect. What assurance can you give them? Because people on the other side, the CDC side, people in government, believe that this whole thing about audit and holding them accountable is just a talk. That the reason why even on the last day, they are stealing. What assurance can you give people on the other side that these people will be held accountable? Because they don't feel they will be held accountable. That's the reason why on the last day, they are engaged into all these activities. What can you tell Liberians to believe that the Joe Parker administration will hold these people accountable?
Well, I can tell you, the president-elect and I had a one-on-one conversation for a long time this gone week. He's 100% committed to auditing the government, to asset recovery. And there's no doubt in the mind of any CDCN that this is going to happen. They are probably doubtful as to how it's going to happen. So the whole confusion about international versus local is creating a lot of confusion, right? But there's no doubt in my mind that President-elect Joseph Newman Barker is committed to making sure that the audit takes place and that we set up an asset recovery team that is going to go out and recover the assets that are illegally stolen from Liberia. Now, I believe, though, our side, again, I don't want to put all the blame on George Weah. Me, I'm a very business-like. I would like to go out and get things done, and I don't believe, and this is, they might call this a criticism, I don't believe our side is focused on results. They're not trying to be aggressive. They're trying to play nice. They're trying to, this is not friendship club. And I think the whole transition, their approach to the Weah government is let's go out and have fun and be pleasant, the word they use. We are not playing pleasant with you. Twitter, they're not playing pleasant with you. They're tricking you into eventually you say, I say. So my position is we go as aggressive as we can. And if they allow people like me, I think we are will be on the defensive. Now they're not on the defensive. In fact, I think they're on the offensive because they're teleguarding everything we do. And it pisses me off though. That these guys cannot be smarter than us. and they're manipulating the whole process. And we think they're dumb. And I keep telling you in the transition, we are people in the CDC, they're smart. They're not stupid. They're not crazy. They're not dumb. They know exactly what they're doing. But we are more passive, right? We are more passive. Our team is most passive, right? They think I'm too aggressive. I'm too in your face. Yes, like I told somebody, I'm aggressive. I'm in your face because guess what? I want results. And all I care about is results. If at the end of the day, we are on the transition team and we can't tell the Liberian people, here's what we inherited. People are going to say, but John Murray, you were there. You were on the team. How come you didn't do this? How come you didn't do this? So I have an obligation to make sure that we become more aggressive. And there's nothing wrong about being aggressive and insisting that people do the right thing. But I think the whole we shouldn't blame Joe. We are alone. We are too passive.
I mean, this coming from you, we got to take a pause and bring in Fagon and Dr. Richard saying this is huge coming from you. And I hope the folks are listening all over in Liberia right now because this cry is going to bring more attention. The Honorable Eugene Lamin Fagon, former Deputy Information Minister, your question, sir.
Thank you. Let me extend greetings to all of you on the platform, including the esteemed former Auditing General John Malu. Watching the live feed, I saw someone say, look at Dr. Francine with her fine self. It's just tells you how much the Liberian people are into what we discuss, but at the same time, they have a lighter side. Let me make this quick 30-second statement to my esteemed brother, John Malu. John, I know people criticize you for being aggressive, being all in the face, and you think those guys on the ground should be aggressive. But the reason why you think they should be aggressive is the exact reason why you're in the U.S. That's why you think they should be aggressive. Remember now, you stopped in Ghana, and we got credible information, and we share with you. Come back to the States. You are the guy. You're tough. We don't want to lose you. Don't go in. Come back. The guys on the ground have life. They got lives. They got family. These ruthless individuals, over the last 6 years, have taken so many professional lives. And you cannot say that the JMB SAR is weak. I will agree with you when you say that nothing is achieved. And as far as you're concerned, it's a failure. I 100% agree with you. But I want to slightly disagree, or more importantly, disagree with you, that the JMB SAR is weak. You were on the JTPP, the JPTT. If you were there, it would be strong. But I guarantee you probably wouldn't be saying what you're saying. Let's be honest. These guys want your neck so bad that if you were a brave hero, you should have been on the ground. I want to inform you, my dear brother, that the guys are not weak, but they're smart. They know that the day will come when they will have the Inspector General of Police. They will have the NSA. They will have John Malu with 6 ERU officers guiding him. That no monkey or chicken can even fly around him. They know that day will come. But as it stands right now, even the brave John Malu stopped in Ghana and returned to the States. It tells you that these guys are not weak, but they're smart. And if you can see it, they too can see it. But what can you do to people that have murdered again and again and again? Your professional colleagues. They died mysteriously. And that's where I slightly disagree with you, that they're weak. They're very strong. And trust me, when their teammates come in from the US, the John Malu and others, you will know that exactly what you said, it's better to declare now. Because you cannot have a guy like John Malu and think you can hide anything. There will be nothing you can hide for John Malu. But for now, my dear brother, they have to play smart. Or else, tomorrow we'll wake up and we hear Samuel Kofi Woods, a dedicated servant, was killed last night by 3 armed robbers. What do we do? What can we say? They've done it before. They're still doing it again. Now, I will want to say to you in a simple question first, and thank you for allowing me to make that point, because I know the guys. They're ruthless. If you had carried yourself down there, you probably would not be talking today. And the only thing we'll be saying is, damn, John Wallo, damn, John Wallo. We know when they're ready to do that thing, John, what they can say. Stand down. Or your hustle, you will be calling police. Nobody will come there. Even 3 hours after they do what they want to do will be when police will be arriving. Then all of us here crying for nothing. But the guys are smart. But John, let me say this to you. We know you're coming in. We have no doubt in our minds that you are coming in. We have no doubt in your ability and what you will do. And the fear, the genuine fear they have of you, we already know. Let me ask you this. When you decide to come and fight corruption, what are some of the mechanisms you want to put in place to ensure that the perpetrators, those held accountable, those held culpable, are brought to justice? The reason why I ask you the question, too often, by the time we start any corruption, people gone. They don't come back until the next electoral cycle and use the same money to cause problems. What mechanism will you put into place to make sure that people who are culpable, held accountable, caught in the act of corruption, are brought to book in consonance with the Ministry of Justice?
Okay, well, Brother Fagon, thank you for some of the clarification, but I also need to clarify your clarification.
Okay.
I thank you and Stanton and other Liberians and international folks that alerted me about danger to me personally. But I also assure you, I'm a very stubborn person. I was going to go to Liberia anyway, believe it or not. But for one reason, I asked the transition team to give me a term of reference that set out clearly what I was supposed to be doing in Liberia. The objective, how long I was supposed to do it, and what report they wanted from me. I waited for 3 weeks for that. If they had given me that, I even wrote my own transition term of reference and sent it to them. Fagon, I was going to defy you and Stanton and everybody that loved me. I was going to go to Liberia and I was going to do my work with care and protection. Okay. Liberia for all of us. Nobody can intimidate us to stay that way. But I do appreciate your warning and your concern for me as a human being and as a brother. But again, if I got in my term of reference, I'll probably be dead or alive. But I can assure you, I was definitely on the path to go to Liberia. Okay. Number 2, to answer your question about what do we do about people who will be caught, right? For me, again, this is a very simple process. One, everybody said the judiciary is corrupt. People like to go to court in Liberia. And I know that Liberians always say, take me to court, take me to court, take me to court. But I think we're going to do this differently, okay? We appeal to the president-elect. Once he's inaugurated, we need to set up 2 teams. One, a special investigator team that actually oversees the entire audit and investigation. We need to put together a special prosecutor. That's a separate team of lawyers that actually look at the evidence so that there's no check and balance in the system. The investigators do their work, the lawyers validate, and then you got another team that will go out there and actually have the special knowledge to recover assets after adjudication. You can do that. Hopefully, one of the suggestions we're making to the president-elect, for the first time, let's establish a special code just for this purpose, so that we can move this out of the jury system and put it into a hands of judges that actually understand economic crimes. If we don't do that, this process will take long and long and long, and there are chances that people will walk away because they will bribe themselves in the judiciary. Okay. So again, I think we were as impressed on the president-elect to have a special investigator that oversees whether we're bringing international auditors, whether that person is going to coordinate domestic auditors to be able to do this. But we need that special investigator that they're doing in Nigeria. We need a special prosecutor, and we need an asset recovery team, and we need a special court to be able to do this. So, Fagon, that's the way I believe we go about doing it, to ensure that people don't walk away free. If we put it in a regular jury pool system, we run a risk of people just bribing away and getting away scot-free. So we have to play smart, and we're considering all the risk and the possibility of what could go wrong, and how do we prevent it from happening. So that at least for the first time, Liberia people can know that there is fairness, there is justice.
Thank you very much, John. Fagon is out. Let me bring in Dr. Richard Singh. Dr. Richard Singh, we have John S. Molu II, former Auditor General for the Republic of Liberia. Let's hit him hard. Your question.
Mr. Molu, it's good to have you on the show again. My question to you is, I can hear your frustration about the lack of disciplined approaches that's happening on both sides. What do you think can be done differently? I mean, you didn't get a term of reference. People are dragging their feet in terms of giving you inventory reports. They just haven't sent a letter yet. Where are we with all of this? This is concerning to me.
Look, Dr. Francine, that's a good point. At this point, to be honest with you, I don't know how we proceed. Rather than just trying to figure out what we can do quickly to salvage. One of the strategies that we are going to deploy or employ tomorrow is to use the very institutions of government, particularly the Auditor General. He has a lot of power. I mean, I don't know whether you read the Auditor General law. He has enormous power over the country. And if he did his job right, he can validate and get all the information that we need within 10 days. If he did his job right, because he has over 400 people, he can send it across the government to be able to do this for us. So we are going to be relying on him beginning tomorrow. I will have the authority to actually request from him to send his people out to collect as much information that he can collect. So we have to rely on the institutions that exist within the government and believe in their integrity to help us through this process. But I think as going forward into the future, every country, think about it. Ghana has a Transition Act. Last year, when in 2017 there was no Transition Act, right? They do the executive order. Executive orders, you are almost playing in the hands of the outgoing president, Dr. Francine. He's going to manipulate, or she's going to manipulate whatever it is that they want to do to protect, right? But if you have a law, and this is what we told the President-elect Joe Biden, that should be probably one of your 100-day deliverable. We can't just say, okay, it's like election commission. Every time we come out of election, we say we're going to change the election law, but we never really do it, right? So for the first time, as part of his 100-day deliverable, let's have a legalized Transition Act that spell out what the obligations and responsibility of the incoming and outgoing president is. Then we won't be in this situation back and forth, because they didn't do it the last time. And when George Weah came to power, he never passed in the Transition Act. We hope when President Joseph Numa comes to power, this is something that he would do for the next government that is coming in, so that they don't have to go through all of this. But currently, the only way we resolve this is to use the existing institutions that exist and believe in their integrity to help us through the process.
Thank you for that answer. My second question to you is I want you to take us into that room where you and JNB was having a conversation about legalizing the Transitional uh, Team Act. What was it like? Was he favorable to this suggestion of yours? What was his objections? Or, was he open? How long did the meeting take? Do you want to take us there?
I won't go into every nitty gritty of a conversation with the president elect, but I can tell you that he is focused now on just reforming this country. And one of the things we got to understand, and this is what I was trying to impress on the president elect, there is nothing to reform in Liberia. Everything is broken. We need to conceive of a new nation and construct it in the way that we want. Today, you go to Liberia, we don't even know whether we got a Republican American system or a British system or some Australian system. It depends on who bring money. We got commissions, we got independent agencies. I mean, every donor that bring money to Liberia will create an institution for that donor, whether they fit within our structure or not. So he's very aware of that. And some of the agenda that we are pushing, we need to construct a new nation based on what Liberians really, really want. That's not something that outsiders want. So he was very receptive. He like good ideas, by the way. And he's intellectual. So he's more likely to engage you, unlike Joe who play with you. But Joe Barker will actually listen to you. He will engage. He will ask questions. And for me, that was relieving, right? To actually be able to sit with somebody who not just listening to you, but he's actually processing and understanding where you're coming from. And he has his own views. Where he agree, he instantly tell you he agree. Where he doesn't agree, he close his eyes. And then he doesn't agree with you. so you see, I've learned a little thing about the president elect, right? So I mean, to answer your question, he's very committed in new ideas, and he really believes that his legacy is going to come down to constructing a new nation in the eyes of Liberians. And it does not have to be UP, it does not have to be CDC, it does not have to be ANC, it has to be Liberians' perspective. And this is what some of us are pushing about domestic resource mobilization. Let's focus on what Liberia has to offer. There are a lot of good Liberians, there are a lot of good professionals out there with wonderful ideas. Let's bring them all around the table and let's try to construct this country and don't try to patch it by reforming this, reforming that, reforming this. I mean, reform is like, it takes forever and you really never, it's like almost putting a Band-Aid on stuff. So for the transition ideas, he's completely open to it. And it's something that he must do for Liberia, right? Because we don't want to get into this problem again where somebody is telling you, you can't do this, you can't do that, based on executive order.
So you think you sign an executive order in 100 days?
No, it should not be an executive order. We want to act.
You think you'll put an act in?
Well, so he can force it too.
You help me? Yes, we got to put an act in to make sure that, I mean, honestly, I'm on this transition team and it's very painful. All right. It's very painful to go through a process where what you do depends on some executive order and depends on a president that is leaving and he decides what you can do and what you can't do. Right. If we have a law that is clear, that lay out what is our obligation, what is his obligation, what is our responsibility, then everybody can execute on that platform. But now it's a moving target, right? It's just it's a goalpost. It's moving goalpost.
Thank you.
I mean, guys, again, let's welcome all of our folks. It's getting interesting. You listen to the former Auditor General John S. Model II, the transition team of Joseph Yima Bwaka to that of President George Manawia, President-elect Joseph Yima Bwaka to that of President George Manawia. I want to skip my question because I want to upload something to present to John Malu, and I want John Malu to answer on the record. Let me go to Mr. Duadu and give him the time to ask another two questions because this is big. I want you guys to be patient. We got document for John Model to show from the transition team as to where are those failures he's talking about. But let me yield to Mr. Duado. Mr. Duado, come in where we upload all these informations.
As Mr. Molu is speaking, I'm here shaking my head in agreement, because for me, I want serious aggression for how we change our country. I'm talking about constitutional aggression. I mean, I've written tireless about this issue, because where we are, that I'm placed, we're so far behind. If people really understood how far behind we are, they would not be joking around. Honorable Model mentioned the issue about a special court. Look, this is something the Americans are going to heavily appreciate. If you have senators writing to Honorable Buaka, I say, listen, during your campaign, you told us you're going to fight corruption, set up new institutions. They expect us to do this. Look, the issue of financial crime is so complicated. You need people that fully understand the depth and ramification of this kind of crime. Honorable Model, I will ask you this question. I want to know, for instance, on the transition team, the way it's going within ourselves. Now, you're saying people on the other side. I'm not all for this jolly, because if you're transitioning, I really want to know what I'm taking over. I have to know the details of it to be able to make my decision. Now, from your side, from the Honorable Buaka's side, are they equally pushing the way you're pushing, or everybody just relaxed and waiting? I'm all for the law, because I think if we're working within the confines of the law, this thing will move more as traditionally. We got to force this thing through, because Liberian people have to get results. But from the Joe Buakai side, are they equally pushing the way you're pushing, or everybody just relaxed and waiting for perhaps tomorrow and just present something so we can just move forward?
Okay, so I will answer you straightforward. I don't believe they're pushing. I believe they're reactive. In fact, Goma might disagree with me again on this. I believe they're reactive. I believe they're willing to see what Joe we are saying. Take one step, they take one step. They say this is government. But I believe and I understand government. I was the auditor general. I know the law. I know boundaries. Okay, I know boundaries because I hire people accountable for breaking boundaries. So I work within the confines of the law, and I'm an accountant too. So I believe in rules.
Yeah.
But within the rules, there's flexibility. When somebody is pushing you against the wall, you have to figure out a way to get around. You can't have them pin you to the wall. And my frustration is that we are being pinned to the wall, and we are willing to even be squeezed even further. I believe we need to take a little more aggressive posture. If President Weah had not come to you and say, hey, I wrote this letter, but I'm not going to give it to you. Their argument is, oh, the public shouldn't know. No, sometimes you got to put private pressure. All right, you got to put the public, the Liberian people need to know every step of the way what happening with the transition. Yeah. Why are we refusing to do that?
I agree.
Maybe if we have put this thing out, that we requested George Weah to do this, he hasn't done it. They will say, oh, you're running government in the media. No, this is not running government in the media. This is informing. Democracy is about informed citizenry. It's not about idiot. It's not. You can't keep your citizen in the dark because you believe it's going to offend somebody across the aisle. And I think that's the position that we have in the JPTT. Even now they are debating. Stanton, they will send you all that stuff, but right now they are debating, and I'm looking at that debate. They are debating among themselves. Why should go out? Why should not go out? Why should we put out? I mean, we should have, think about this. We should have a communication person on the transition that inform people every day of the transition.
I agree.
But we don't do that. And we have been crying for that. I particularly have been crying for that on day one. We need a communication person that actually report on the day-to-day happening between the government and the incoming government. So we have to be a little bit more aggressive. That's what I'm saying. We need to push it a little bit more.
I agree. But Honorable Molu, I want to come back to this other question. You mentioned something about literally starting from scratch. Obviously, not entirely from scratch, but I firmly believe institutional governance is the only hope we have to transform our country. Most of the institutions in Liberia are broken. Now, I want you to speak to, very briefly, why it's so crucially important that we recalibrate, even if you don't want to say rebuild the entire system, but recalibrate the system where we can I will even go to the extent of retweaking the Constitution to reflect modernity. That's what I'll even push for. Why is it so important to recalibrate so we can build stronger institutions to govern the society?
Because I tell you, when I was Auditor General, and I made a joke to President Ernest Salif. So they were having the Armed Forces Day, when the military had, some of the military were trained by Chinese, some of the military were trained by different people. And the way they were working depend on where they were trained. Okay, if you're a Chinese man, you work like Chinese man. If you're American trained, you work like. I mean, this is a joke, but serious, and that's how our institution of government look like. So I had a conversation even with the Dr. Emosoyo. We need to figure out what kind of government that we want, and then we play and build the country along those lines. If we want a government that looks like a French system, then we build a French government. If we want a parliamentary system, then we build a parliamentary system, right? But the whole idea of taking British commissions and combining with American system of government institutions, you got a GSA in the US. We used to under Tobot, and though now we got PPCC, then we split PPCC and create National Bureau of Concession. I mean, we keep creating variations about variation. And you know why? Every international person that bring money bring their own institution. Believe it or not. I was Auditor General, so I know that. And I argued against that. And at some point, I even put it in the PFM law that we cannot create institutions without a mandate as to how they're going to get funded when the donor money dries out.
So, Molly, before you go forward, I want you to add this in there. I'm making so much attention. So, as anybody funnels something in, Liberia doesn't have a funneling system where. So, listen, this is the guideline we set for the standards of institutional guidelines here. So, the institution can be tweaked based on whoever is supporting that institution at that time. That's what you're telling me?
That's what I'm telling you. Yes.
There you are.
If you went today, you're from Australia, and I can tell you, the Australian scheme. If I had not fought her, the LRA would have looked like Australia LRA. I mean, I can tell you the Liberal Revenue Authority, because they wanted to finance it. So when somebody bring their money, they bring their own way of thinking, right? And if you don't have a system that is in your mind, if I came in your house and I say, okay, I'm going to give you money to rearrange your kitchen, and you don't have a firm idea how your kitchen should look like, I'm going to rearrange your kitchen the way I want to. I'm going to rearrange it the way my house look like, because that's my worldview, right? That's my experience I'm bringing to you. So this is what I'm saying. We have to figure out what kind of government we want. It's a very simple question, but difficult question to answer.
All right, so John, let's play this thing fair now, because you're beating on. I'm going to leave George Banner, we are transition team alone.
Yes.
We say they are the bad guys. They are the witchcraft in the day and in the night. We give them the worst name ever. Let's talk about your team that you remember of.
Yes.
Let's make this good. You're asking for term of reference. You are talking about clusters. And let's just come back in reality and talk the issue. Now, first of all, your position here, let me show these different slides for you to understand. I think you are in possession of these, right?
Yes. They just came out last week.
No, I'm not. I want you to give me a chance. We're going to talk about it. Let allow our audience to enjoy the show a little bit.
Okay.
As you can see, Mr. Molu, Education, Youth, and Labor, the cluster head, Dr. Emmanuel Yuri Yakpawulo. For President-elect Jose Yiman Boycott, Dr. Ansu Soni. For outgoing President George Manuel Weah. Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Alexander Norta. Again, you see the name over there, Cooper. Now, National Transport, Infrastructure and Basic Service Sector, Roland Giddens, the name over there, Samuel Wu. We're gonna let folks to take a picture of these things, then we're gonna get into the question and answer. So folks, we'll give you a few seconds. We want to share this with you. These are the clusters here. These are the clusters information. ministries they are responsible for. And I want you guys to understand, we are bringing this to you because, like Malu said, you need to know. Let's move on. Energy and petroleum, women pay. Safwa Maigret, co-chair, and Gessler Uri from George Manawia side. Foreign Relations and International Affairs, Dr. Augustine Cannon. Madame Sarah Beslo Yanti, co-chair. Ambassador Dimax Kamaya and Wisa Blamo, Transportation Accountability, like you see. John Molu, Transparency and Accountability Center. I want to pause here because your name is here. General Auditing Commission, Internal Audit Agency, Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, Financial Intelligence Unit, Governance Commission, Liberia Extraction Industry Transparency Initiative, Liberia Institute of Statistics and Geoinformation Services, National Archive, and the list go on. Mr. Malu, we have other 3 pages to go, but I want our folks to take a picture right on the transparency, right on the accountability center to understand where you are. Let me move very quick before we come to the question. Now, health, environment, social protection, and water and sanitation, Dr. Louis Poto. Now, public administration, democratic governance, and public policy reform, Kowu Gono Mempe, that was on our show. They gave her that big one, public administration, democratic governance, and public policy. Cluster here, Kowu from Joseph Yima Boaka, and you know the other person from George Manawia. We almost done. Let's talk about commerce. Ami Model / Mawana Deeks. Economic and financial governance. Boima Kamara / Samuel D. Twe. National security and rule of law. Councillor Cooper Crow / Frank Musa Dean and Daniel Zenga. The last on the slide would be Municipal Government Center, Mistress Bemin Horace Colley / Vani Salif and Jefferson Koji. Before I ask you my question, sir, and I hope you guys have the chance to do this. It's all in our chat room. You can share it. What's your take on this? Who are you think that you, I mean, you are on it. You have a meeting every day. Talk to us about these clusters here first.
Okay, well, you see, so we're going to be transparent here, right? We're going to be very transparent. And they're giving you that information, they have to give you all. You can't give no half truth. So that list that you put up, I want you to put that list up again, Santo.
But for the record, nobody gave me the information because you know this is poor. But for the record, you always catch Fagon to the record. Nobody gave us because we part of the total. So which one of the list you want me to put up, sir?
Don't call my name there because when the man said disagree, he didn't give me a chance to talk. So I waited peacefully.
Let me announce that Fagon gave me headache all day because he just.
I want to make a comment on that list.
Okay, let me put the one with your name on. Yeah, and that will be very
Okay, you see the cluster list? You see the cluster list? Go look at the budget of Liberia, the national budget. Take any national budget of Liberia, you will see that cluster list there. Why would it take you 1 month to put a cluster list together that already exists? What? Stanton, they put their list together in 1 month, and I had to tell them this is ridiculous. Their list already exists. They just gave us their list last week when I was in US. I've been sent. They started this since what? November. They just gave the list. And I told everyone swear, their list is in the national budget. Why it taking you 1 month to prepare that list? So yes, my name is there. So that's the first thing I wanted to make. The inefficiency. The inefficiency. You could have made that list in 5 seconds because it's already there in the national budget. Number 2, they gave you their list, but they said don't do nothing with their list until the 27th, which is tomorrow. The list is not useless. It's not useful to me today. It will be useful to me tomorrow. So Stanton, that's all I wanted to make on this list. You gave me the list 1 month later. You tell me don't use it until the 27th. Did they give you the letter where they say you cannot use the list till the 27th? So everything I'm saying here is consistent with that list. Why would it take them 1 month to make a list that already exists in the national budget?
So let let the folks understand you and John. And you bring in the numbers like crazy. People following the show. Thank you. Share it. Your problem with this cluster hair list. Indeed, it was true. It was last week. You are correct. But what's your problem with it?
No. I'm saying it's consistent with everything I've said here. The inefficiency, the lack of progress. It takes you 1 month to make a list that already exists. And all you had to do was to pull John Molu's name and somebody else's name. Why would it take you 1 month to do that, Stanton?
John Molu, your name is on the JPTT team. Your name.
Yes.
Right there. I think number 17 or 18.
Yes.
You are there.
Yes.
Speak to our audience. Speak to the nation. Listen by way of radio.
Yes.
What was your involvement? What did you do? What was your suggestion?
I think you're not listening to me, but let me clarify it again.
Please do.
You put my name on the list and you publish it. I only see my name on some list. Say you are on a transition team. Nobody called me to say we're putting you on transition team. And here's what you can do for me on the transition team. You placard everybody's name on the transition list and publish. People call me, are you John Molu Jr.? No, I'm John Molu II. So I said, my name is on the list. So you know the first thing I did, Stanton? So what next? What is the term of reference for this transition list? Give me a term of reference. That has been my standoff with the JPTT. You put my name on the list, now everybody see my name, and people are asking me, I'm asking you now, give me a term of reference. Why would it take you 3 weeks? Now give me a term of reference. But you put my name on the list. And I think I told you, Stanton, the way they appoint people in government. And I think I did a report called presidential appointment. Most people in Liberia, they just see their name on the list, they go to the ministry. I think if you go back in history, all of y'all have seen people fighting on job because you got 2 or 3 people get appointed because they just saw their name on radio, heard their name on radio, or saw their name on the list. The president make a long list and say, we appointed these people. No job description, no term of reference. They just show up. My position is I will not show up because my name is on the list until I see a term of reference. What I'm supposed to be doing. And up to now, just recently they created a cluster group and gave them the cluster group some term of reference last week. So Stanton, my name was on the list, but I didn't know what to do. And I asked them to tell me specifically what my job description would be and what is the objective, and I never got that.
So Madu, it doesn't mean that I'm not listening to you. I'm telling you, it's not me that I'm not listening to you. A lot of folks out there, a lot of folks out there watching you right now.
Yeah.
And I can tell you though, are you telling Liberians that you never received any term of reference?
I never received any term of reference. I wrote my own term of reference, and they asked me to write it. I wrote it and sent it. They never signed it.
What about this one? What about this? Is this a generic terms of reference? You remember this?
No. Go down.
Go down. Did you receive this?
Go down. Let me see. Okay, this is a generic term of reference. Complete generic term of reference.
So you received this?
Yes, but it's complete generic term of reference.
So the which one you because I want to set this thing up, Malu, for people to understand us better. That's why I'm taking away the George we are
this is what I'm telling you. Let me tell you. So I found myself on a list on the 21st. I mean, on the 24th of November.
It's in the chat room, guys. I'm sorry, Malu. It's in the chat room, guys. Go ahead, sir.
On the 24th of November, I found myself on the list. I called immediately. What am I supposed to be doing on this list? What is my job description? What is my term of reference? They say it will come. We're making a cluster list. It will come. It will come. 3 weeks later, I never got a personal term of reference. They had a term of reference that they just made recently for all the clusters. 3 weeks later, they made a term of reference, not for Joe Moru, not for the people on the steering committee. They made a term of reference for the cluster. Now go to Losini Kamara and all the people who are not on the cluster and say, what your term of reference? None of them have a term of reference.
Oh.
None of them on the 20 people list have a term of reference. So they just put their name on the list. And that's the way they do things in Liberia, Stanton. They have done that forever. They just put your name on the list. They expect you to show up and ask, hey, what do I do? Who do I talk to? And then you start running after them. And I wasn't going to play that game. So
don't you think? But my last question, we're bringing Eugene Fago. I'm very hungry, guys. I'm going to go eat some potato screen because I will not give John Balu the time to drag us. I will attack him on the show. The people want to hear something. My last question before I bring Fago on, these guys then can play sweet. I'm not playing sweet because this is about the new Liberia we are talking about. Don't you think there's general terms of reference? Let me put it up again. Folks asking for it. Presidential transition team, secretariat, incoming government terms of reference, and composition of cluster working group CWG. Like you can see, we will read the CWG has been established by the presidential transition team in consultation with President-elect and Vice President-elect to assist the current operation of ministry, agency, and commission through structure interaction with relevant individuals and other authorized persons across the government. I will pause here because I'm too hungry to read further. But let me ask you. They are asking you, not me. The cluster head, which of course you are one of those, were instructed to create their own terms of reference for the rest of the group. Is that so?
No.
Based on these general terms of reference.
No, they created a term of reference for the clusters that says, do this, you will be part of the 100-day deliverables, blah, blah, blah. They just created that recently, Stanton. What they're not telling you, there are two things we're talking about here. There's a JPTT, which is steering committee, for which my name was listed. Not everybody on the JPTT, on the 20 people list, is on the cluster. So that's a two different things. The cluster is different from the steering committee. They did not make the term of reference for the cluster until recently, last week. What I'm saying, why would it take you 2-3 weeks to do that? Why have I been asking you for a term of reference? So they did not do a term of reference for the members of the steering committee. They did a term of reference for the clusters.
All right, John, thank you very much. Let me bring in Eugene Lamin Fagon, Abula Mambe, and the rest of the team. I will go in the back. I got a lot of information to upload. Folks, thank you for joining Spoon Talk tonight. You know, after the Christmas, we all going crazy, and it's good to have the Honorable John S. Molu II as our guest. Honorable Fagon.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm happy that Honorable Molu said that Fagon will disagree with me again. He was right. That prediction was on spot. Because you can't be playing for what the most PC team I can think about. Manchester United. Dalwida team, I'm sorry. You can't be playing for Manchester United and the people say we play in the system 3-5-2. And then you say, no, give me my own system. The term of reference was given to the JPTT, Joint Presidential Transitional Team. Yes, it's a team. You guys are 20 on the team. So what did they do? The term of reference was for you to go in and carry out a transition. And we all know, you can Google it, what a transitional team job is. We know what a transitional team is supposed to do. But then on here, on your side of the team, John, it says Presidential Transition Team. You said it just came in a couple of days ago. However, you were supposed to start tomorrow. It is very, very specific as to your term of reference as head of the cluster working group. Your term of reference here is completely spelled out. So yes, you may not have had a term of reference on the 20-member committee set up or transitional team set up by His Excellency, President Ambassador Joseph Numa Boakai, yes. But then now, as a member of the team, you've been brought into head a cluster and given a particular term of reference amongst the many others that Stanton read, which is in the chat room, amongst which, in bullet points, is one, you will set up working teams to accelerate information gathering. 2, you will develop standard reporting template for working teams. 3, produce a timeline to guide activities of the working team and the CWG, which is the cluster working group. 4, to receive sector or agency-specific report from working teams for compilation and consolidation by the cluster working group heads. 5, submit report to the final report writing committee through the incoming government transitional team secretariat. 6, do a PowerPoint presentation of cluster working group findings and recommendations to the incoming government JPTT. Now, it brings me to where I see there is an issue. 1, I know you're not on the ground, but you were appointed to a transitional team. That transitional team, we know what they're supposed to do. And that's exactly why they broke the entire team up, gave them the cluster to work with, made you a head of a cluster team, and then gave you and your team a particular term of reference. Do you think they could have done anything different from what they have done, given the fact that they said you will start tomorrow? Is there anything they could have done different that you think they did not do?
So I don't know what we even I don't know what the disagreement is.
Yeah.
Can you educate me about the disagreement? I don't.
Yeah.
I'm
Good.
trying to follow you. I'm trying to follow you.
So here is the thing. We started with the first disagreement. I said, don't blame your team because the guys over there are clueless. They will not cooperate, and you cannot beat them, force them, or shoot them. Your team is trying to be careful because your team knows exactly what that team is doing. John, you know those guys are not professional. Why should we even argue?
We don't disagree.
So the disagreement here is that when you talk about the term of reference, I said to you, you were placed on a joint presidential transitional team. Now, you guys were about 20 or so. They broke you guys up into cluster. Now that you are head of a cluster, they have given you, the individual, as head of the cluster, an exact term of reference, which is supposed to kick in tomorrow, according to what you just said.
Yeah.
Is there a problem to say they're inefficient, they're lackadaisical in their approach to issues?
Yes.
And at the end of the day, my disagreement with you, tomorrow is the date set. You said a couple of days ago they gave you this term of reference. A smart guy like you that all of us bow down to. And they gave you this thing 6-7 days ago. What is the issue? Where is the disagreement here?
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't know where a disagreement is. So let me quietly and carefully explain to you again. You said I am sorry. Okay, Mr. Fagon, you said that one of the reasons why I did not go to Liberia is because you advised me, rightfully, that my life was in danger. And I said, that's true. But also, I did not go to Liberia because my name was on a list of a 20 people transition team for which I had no term of reference. And I asked for a term of reference from the beginning. What role am I going to be playing on the transition team? Am I
head of the cluster group to catch all the criminals?
No, stop.
Yeah, but that's it.
No. What role am I going to play on the transition team? Because I get annoyed when people just plaque my name on the list without letting me know what I'm supposed to be doing. I call Kofi Woods, I call President-elect, I call all of them. Give me a term of reference because I'm a businessman. I run my own business. I need to make sure what I'm getting into so that when I come to Moreover, I can get on with my work. Fagon, I stayed 3 weeks in Ghana, and you know that. I complained to you and others bitterly that I still don't have a term of reference, and you know that. And I said, I'm coming back to America to meet with JMB. I came back to America. I met with JMB. They just gave me a cluster. They didn't have to assign me to a cluster. There are 20 people on that list who are not assigned a cluster. This is what you fail to realize. Not everybody who on the JPTT is also assigned a cluster. I just happen to be assigned a cluster. I could have been left on that list just as another list, just another person on that list. So what I was telling you, I was not giving a term of reference for 3 weeks. And recently, they put me on a cluster and said, here is the cluster, but you can't do anything with the cluster until the 27th. And my argument has been that slow pace, that's been sluggish. We could have moved faster. That's my contention. Putting me on a cluster and giving that cluster 3 weeks or 4 weeks later, a term of reference does not excuse the fact that you put me on the 20-person list without a term of reference. Those two things can be consistent. They're not inconsistent. They didn't have to put me on a cluster. I could have been left on that 20 people list. They put me on the cluster and they gave a generic term of reference to everybody. It's the same term of reference. And they said you cannot start work until 27. So tomorrow, if I don't start work, then you ask me, John, how come you haven't started work? But I don't think you are getting me clear that even before the term of reference, I didn't wait for them. I have been working with this institution that you just listed. I didn't have to wait for a term of reference to protect resources that belong to the country. I've been doing my work, with or without a term of reference. But I was telling you, I came back to America because I did not have a term of reference. And for gone, you cannot admit that by the time I came to this country, back to America from Ghana, I had a term of reference. You can't prove that. They can't prove that either. They just put out that term of reference and assign people. And here's another thing. Nobody told me they were going to put me on a cluster. They just put me on another cluster and send it to me again. That's not the way you work with people professionally. You call them up and say, Dr. Francine, I want to put you on this cluster. Do you have the time? Do you have the bandwidth? Can you do this? Do you have the capacity? That's the way professionals behave. But the idea that you just placard people on a term of reference and you think that's good, that's what was done in early government, and I wrote against it, and I even did an audit report against that, called presidential appointments. We got to move away from that. Or else, you know what's going to happen, Fagon? Joe Walker will announce people on radio. Fagon, you will hear your name on radio with no presidential letter. Then you will get up and go to Monrovia and say, I have been appointed as a minister with no letter. And then you will spend 2 weeks. Fagon, you will spend 2 weeks running after that green letter. Because I know people who did that. They heard their name on the radio, went to Liberia. It took them 3 weeks to get a presidential letter. It's almost another difficulty. You have your name in the newspaper, but you got no letter to back it up. And Dr. Francine, I did that audit, and the audit showed there were a lot of people, almost 47% of people in the government didn't have a letter from the president. You ask them, they say, I just heard my name on radio. I just saw my name in the newspaper. Fagon, we got to change that. And for me, that's what I was insisting on. I am trying to change the society. If you don't give me a term of reference, I ain't coming nowhere. I ain't getting on the plane to come nowhere. Now that they're giving me a cluster and they say I must start the cluster tomorrow, watch. I'll be done in 3 days because I'm efficient. I will deliver quick, fast, because I know I have a cluster and I know what to deliver. So
okay.
we have to change that.
All right, let me come in again. It's very important that the Secretary General of Unity Party, Amos Tway, if you want to call in, I mean, this is the Spoon Talk. Let's do this. Let's just make it happen. But he will be calling in from the studio. He will be calling in from the studio. I don't know where is Nelson. Can you join us?
Why would Nelson still can I make a comment?
It's very important for me to real quick. I mean, go ahead, Mr. Eduardo. Go ahead.
Yeah. You know what Honorable Mullen is trying to say is in Liberia for a very long time we've become lackadaisical about governance. and yet and still we want result. What you don't understand, the organization and proper channeling of government affairs is the best way to get result. You can track it, you can measure it, and you know your intentions and what they're going to be. If we don't organize, and the organization is not structured in law, we are going nowhere. It goes back to building the system. We will continue to talk. We will become like Ferris in the Ferris wheel, just making this motion, but we're going in nowhere. We cannot continue on this route, guys. This is not a criticism against anybody. It's about organizing a system that we all can see and we can measure the results that we intend to get. And this is how it should be. I just want to make that point, guys. This is very important. It's not say, oh, you have to have a term of reference. Yes.
I don't know why they hate that. Honestly, I'm a professional. You know, I got employees in 7 different countries. I hire people every day. I don't tell them to come to my job without an employment letter and what they're supposed to be doing and going to orientation. Why should I accept that from anybody? Don't put me on the list. Do not put my name on any list without consulting me. I don't want to be on the list. And I would love for everyone to come here so that we can have the debate, because I think we are putting it out in the open. And that's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. They did not give me a term of reference, and I asked for it. And I can prove it. They told me to write it. I wrote it and I sent it. The state didn't do it. And then you want me to pay my money, go sit down in Liberia and be running after people? No way. I won't do that.
Mr. Malu, I wanted to say sometimes.
Dr. Richard, can you give me one? Nelson, can you come back on real quick? It is important that we call.
I'm trying to connect with the SG. I'm trying to establish.
Or Mo Ali. Please, Nelson, do not go. Just stay on, because I don't want you sleeping in the bag. I'm begging you. Dr. Richardson, real quick.
You know, I wanted to say, Mr. Malu, sometimes you say the hard truth. Even sometimes it's difficult for me to stomach. But I also think that the hard truth is what is going to make us grow. Especially, you know, I've been following you, reading, you know, some of your comments from Ellen days. So I'm open to having this discussion for the best of Liberia. It's nothing to say, you know, is one up against Unity Party and CDC. And I agree, you need to have a term of reference as a professional person, because I want to hold you accountable tomorrow.
Yes.
I want that list that if I can read, I wrote it down. So today or tomorrow or Friday, when you come back here, I will say, okay, did he submit a report? Did you do a PowerPoint presentation? Did you collect data? I want to be able to hold, I wrote that down. Yeah. And I want to be able to hold you accountable, and I want you to be able to hold yourself accountable. But you can't just go in the wilderness and say, I'm going to do this or do that. So I'm glad that we're having this conversation. I just wanted to point that out to you.
Thank you very much. Do we have the Secretary General for Unity Party, Nelson?
It's ringing almost, sir.
So Mr. Malu, John.
Yes.
Like you advised me to call you. It's a big program. And a lot of folks, I'm not going to call names, the whole country focusing on you. While we wait for Amos Tway or Mo Ali to come on the line, let me take you away now from Unity Party Alliance Transition Team. Because you said the George Manuel Transition Team is bigger, they play smart. You think Liberia will benefit from this whole thing? You think within 14 days, you guys will get it done?
Again, you can get anything done depending on your objective, right? And your approach and methodology. Okay. They always say, why you always so proper? But that's how I get things done. So the answer is yes, depending on our objective and depending on our approach. If our approach is to go into an interactive, let's go sit down and talk to this person, that person, let's give them questionnaire, we ain't going nowhere. But if our approach is, let's have a list of questions and issues and documents that we can pinpoint that we're waiting for to get us the answer, and then we use existing institutions that exist, yes, we can arrive at that. But again, these are all if. My approach will be, we know what we want. You see, I don't go anywhere as a blind person. I don't go, even when I go do audit or I go do investigation, most smart people already know what they're going for, right? So you do your background research, you know what you want. So when you go there, you're pointed. Give me this, give me that, give me this, give me that. If we took that approach, which I have been advising, we will get at the result quickly. But if we go into fight funding, let go efficient expedition, let go try to find out what they're going to tell us, and from that, we will not be able to get to the result.
So I'm sorry, we have Amos Stewart, the Secretary General of Unity Party, the whole alliance. We have Amos Stewart on. Bring Amos on. And again, our guest for tonight is John S. Malu II. We appreciate your every minute second on this show. But let's bring in Amos Stewart. Amos, good evening.
Good evening, Stanton. Let me say good evening to your partner, Liz. Thank you so very much. Merry Christmas to all of you.
Merry Christmas, Amos. Merry Christmas to you. We have John Malu as our guest. You want to speak on some of the things he has said, and go ahead.
Well, yes, it's important to call and clarify and put some things into serious context so that our people listening can clearly understand the extent to which we have made progress when it comes to the transition, since the establishment of the JPTT. First and foremost, following the inaugural meeting, the JPTT Secretariat began working. And of course, it's a joint effort by the incoming administration and the outgoing government. So the two-track approaches that we adapted on the whole transition efforts. One, the first focus is on the inauguration, which is very important. And then the second track is about forming what we call the CWG, the Cluster Working Group, in order for them to begin interacting with the different ministries, agencies, and commissions in order to assess the operations of government and thereby thereafter, develop a report and submit that report for review and final signatures by the both co-chairs, you understand, the incoming president and of course the outgoing administration. So the inaugural committee was established, led by Madam Miata family, and they've been doing fantastic piece of job. They have now developed the work plan and everything, and they've submitted that.
So let's get back to the transition. Leave the inaugural committee small, I beg you, because we do not have the luxury of time, sir. To what Malu said, can you speak to it,
You're very
please?
low, I'm not getting you actually.
To what Malu said, can you speak to it? Can we come to the current discussion with John Malu, please?
Yeah, no, it's important. I just wanted to lay the basis so that Liberians can know that we're making progress, because part of the allegation from John Malu is that we're not doing anything. And as a matter of fact, this is going to be a failure. So it's important to disprove him that we are making serious progress with the harmonious relationship so far between we and the government. So yes, the inaugural committee was established, they're doing work. And of course, so too many things are happening with the inauguration, and we're very optimistic that it is going to achieve its objective. The second track is the CWG, which is the exact thing that John Malu is trying to talk about here. The cluster working group is established by the incoming administration, comprised of technicians and people with different technical expertise, you understand, that will be responsible to interact. And I'm glad that you've read the metrics that was developed with the approval of the president-elect and the vice president-elect. On that metrics, there are about 12 clusters led by 12 individuals, highly technical people with different professional groups on each cluster. So we interacted with the government. And the whole question was, when do we start with the engagement with the government? And the JPTT from the government side indicated that it will be important for them to first and foremost develop their own metrics in order to come up with their counterparts that will be engaging with us. At the last JPTT meeting, the government of Liberia submitted what we call the Martian metrics to us. And then, of course, we agree that generally interaction between the incoming administration and the outgoing government, ministries, agencies, and commission will officially start tomorrow, which is December 27th, and is going to last up to January 10th. So before that, we develop this metrics and inform John Molu and all the other people that were co-opted or were named on a cluster working group. Inform them that they are part of this cluster working group and they are going to have a responsibility. We develop a TOR. John Molu did not submit any TOR to anybody. That TOR was developed by the Secretariat of the JNV and JKK JPTT. We developed it and submitted that to them for them to review and give us feedback. And of course, for 2 days, it was in a chat room that John Molu is part of. They reviewed it. A number of other people provided their feedback. John Molu made no comment, absolutely. The only thing he could do in the chat room was to criticize. And of course, we understand. But at the end of the day, following inputs from all the other members of the JPTT, we came up with the final instrument, the final TOR, term of reference. You understand? And of course, we came up with the date that they are going to start. And we submitted that. We indicated to them that part of your TOR is to develop a template. When you read out that particular term of reference, you see the final report writing committee. The final report writing committee was responsible or was charged with the responsibility to develop a report template, a uniform report template that will be submitted to all cluster heads. We submitted that. John Molu has it in his chat, in his inbox. You understand? Came directly from us. John Molu is also in a chat room with all the other heads of the different cluster working group where we interact on a daily basis. So throughout the process, John Molu has been, of course, he has not said he's not part of it. We told them that part of your responsibility is to begin holding preliminary meetings with your colleagues, with other people on a cluster. Because, for example, on a John Molu cluster, he has is called transparency and accountability.
So can you pause Amos for a bit, please? Amos, allow us to pause you because we need to give John the time to address some of the issue that you are raising again. All right, just stay on the phone.
I just wanted to finish so that I will soon finish. Then you can now ask some of your questions. It's very much important. This is important for me. Yeah, let me just finish with this one. The other heads of the cluster and everyone else, the 12 members, were asked or were charged with the responsibility to begin holding preliminary meetings in order for them to establish a clear mechanism for how they're going to engage with the different agencies. For example, they have a responsibility to develop their respective questionnaires. You understand, in line with the term of reference that we develop. Okay, all the other heads of clusters or cluster groups have developed their questionnaires. They submitted it for review and all of those. Last week, I think some part of last week, I specifically inboxed John Molu. I said, John Molu, all your other colleagues are working, they are far ahead. What are you doing up to this time? Your entire cluster much more stagnated because you're not on ground. And I don't know when you're going to come on ground. The best thing you can do, John, that was my proposal to him. You understand? As part of this consultation, John Molu, let's appoint somebody who will assist you on ground to begin holding meetings with members of your cluster. John Molu told me, relax. We are on top of it. You understand? Relax, you're on top of it. I said, well, it's important for this to be done so that the preliminary meetings can be held, people can get familiar, the questionnaires will be drawn out, and in order for you to engage with the different ministries, agencies, and commission on your cluster. It was yesterday, I think day before yesterday, John Molu texted me and said he had already, I think, selected somebody in order, to be working on ground locally. Imagine this last week I texted him, okay, and it's tomorrow that the other people are going to start. We don't know whether they've done our questionnaires, you understand? We don't know whether they have held preliminary meetings with all of their members on the cluster, nothing like that. But John Molu comes out and unnecessarily criticize the work that the JPTT is doing. And I want to inform the public, the people of Liberia, that we're doing significant piece of job. As a matter of fact, let me digress a little bit. I don't know whether you read those two letters or not. About two weeks and a half ago, President-elect JNB, on the recommendation of the JPTT, wrote two communications to the equipment administration, to the equipment president. One communication was that, in the executive order, the President Weah said that JPTT members will receive stipend or compensation. We analyzed it. We thought that the economy was difficult, was challenging enough, and so as a result of that, we never needed, compensation. We told President-elect JNB, and he gladly accepted that. And he said, as a result of this, we're going to do a communication to inform President Weah that we decline receiving compensation because the economy is tough. The government is going through difficulties. That communication was sent to President George Weah. The second communication that was sent to President George Weah.
Get to the communication, Amos. We had a conversation today. I promise you we'll get to the communication. It's very important. Okay. We are not there yet. Please, John. No problem. John, you are the guest. They gave you the time to address these different issues. This is not a courthouse. I'm about to move on. But I want us to just keep focused with the issue at hand. So, John, can you talk?
Yeah, can we focus on the issue of the government, the state, and the people?
Yeah. So,
this is an internal thing.
I don't want to.
With the JP, can we move with John, with the country, with the people, what the Liberian people are craving for, what they're looking for? Exactly. This thing is a UP thing. And at the end of the day,
this is not exactly. I agree with you, Eugene. This is not a debate between John and myself. The reason why I came on this show is to provide clarification to the public, to make them to know that the objective of the transition is being achieved. And the JPTT, constituted by President-elect Joseph Juma Boaka, we are working under the leadership of the Vice President-elect Jeremiah Pancon, you understand, and other officials. We're working very tirelessly. As a matter of fact, it's important for you to know that all the cluster heads are working very well. And by January 4th, we are supposed to be meeting again. Another joint presidential transition team will be, the third meeting will be held. During which time,
so you are not leaving. You are not leaving.
I'm not going to debate with John Molu. I'm not ready to debate with John Molu.
This is not debate, but hold on 1 minute. I got to bring this John. Go ahead and talk to us now. Let's just get.
Like you said, I don't want to debate with him. I just want to focus on the facts. Okay, I'm an auditor. I'm an accountant. I believe in facts. I'm in a group. He just admitted no work has been done as of today. I came here and I told you that everybody developing United Nations questionnaire this, questionnaire that, questionnaire this. And I was in a group. This is General Assembly UN. Why he's talking there is General Assembly UN. It's not an effective group. They're not delivering. And I don't want to get into back and forth. But the fact of the matter is, as of today, 26 December, they haven't done nothing. They are interacting. People are working. And if you really want to go into why John Molu, haven't done what he said we should do last week when he called me, I dare Amos 12. Let him publish. Not that list he gave you, Stanton. Let him publish the actual list that included a cluster. How dare you give me, John Molu, a junior student from the University of Liberia to work with me? You just take people off the street, you placard them on the list. I don't want to go there. It wants to work. I don't want to go there with you because I have background check. Everyone on my list, I have to check them. I have to check each person because here's another unprofessional behavior. You cannot tell me to be the head of a cluster and you take children at the university and put them on my cluster. You take people with checkered character and put them on my cluster, and you expect me to accept that. When I ask you, you say you consulted with the political parties. I asked Apeton and all the political parties, Lucini Camara, he consulted with nobody. They sat in a group, took their friends, put them on the list.
Again, all due respect, shall we proceed?
No, I don't want to go into. I mean, I don't want to go into.
Let's just proceed with the people's business.
Let's proceed.
Yeah.
If he come back here and try to misinform the Liberian people, and I say the truth here is they are limited by what Joe we are told, and we cannot start working tomorrow. And he just
Stanton. We have said it to John Molu that the JNB election as president, he has not been installed. JNB is still president-elect. We still have a government into place. What John Molu wants us to do cannot be done on this leadership, that he wants us to go and police people and start making confusion with them at the different ministries, agencies, and commission, and just look at you and say, you corrupt, you corrupt, you this. We cannot do that. This is exactly what John Molu wants us to do. And we have said to him that because
I give you
don't give me space, because you done too many talking, and I thought it's important to clarify. This is exactly what you want us to do.
If I can interrupt, let's take this in the back. This is not helpful for Liberia, please. Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Fancy, I think we should proceed with
business. You guys are having this exchange publicly when this is
having disagreements.
Yeah, but I mean, and that's what John wants. That's what John wants. Because the thing
if he wants it or not, Amos, this is not a professional way to go. Even if John wants it or not, it's not a professional way to go. You got his text, you got his WhatsApp message, you got his phone number. You call him and you're iron in the back. This is not a problem.
He should have done that. He should have done that. But to make it appear in the public that we are not working, I just came on here. Yeah, Madam, can you just please? I just came on here to provide clarification to the public, to our people, that the mission or the objective of this transition is being met. The inaugural committee, they are going ahead to do their work. We are starting because the government, everything we do here, it has to be based on consensus. We cannot go and push the government down the throat to say we will forcefully ensure that these certain things are done. That's why JNB did a communication, for example, to President Weah to say we want President Weah to take certain executive actions. Today, that letter came up. The directive from President Weah came out. The JNB did a letter about 2 weeks plus ago. We could not come up to the public and shouting here and there. Oh, we said to John Weah we want such and something to be done, but he's not doing it. Mind you, the executive order was very clear that every decision we take at the JPTT must be based on consensus, and if there are problems, we will have to settle in ways that we still fall within the ambit of the objective of this transition. I mean, of this the transition process. So for John Molu to come out publicly and start to say things that don't need to be said, we thought that is unfair and is not necessary. We are meeting the objective. We are a team. If he has a problem, he's in a chat room with us, he should raise those issues. He raised some of the issues and we've addressed them before. But to come here and just bash at people and say the whole thing is a failure is unfair and it's disappointing. It's unacceptable. I thought it's important to come and clarify and to at the same time allay the fear of our people that this transition is going to meet the objective, and we have well on course of it. The two communications that I talk about, I hope Stanton, you can reach there and probably read some of the things that President-elect JNB was able to state clearly, to President George Weah. And we want to say that publicly, we are getting some level of cooperation from the government. You understand? Everybody at those ministries and agencies.
It's very important to clarify on the show. Do you think tomorrow is the 27th, up to the 10th of January, you guys will meet your goals?
Well, the government has assured us that all the marks, the heads of the different ministries and agencies and commissions, they have already been informed through a directive. And as a matter of fact, just this morning, we had a conversation with one of the ministers, you understand? And he said to us that directive is in the cabinet chat room. The heads of the various clusters have also informed us, this is important, a number of them have informed us that they have received almost 99% commitment from the heads of ministries and agencies that they are going to cooperate, and that some of them
are they informing you guys by
meetings tomorrow.
Amos, are they informing you guys by letters, by document, or do these are verbal information they're just giving you guys?
We first that directive that Jordan Solonte did, I think yesterday or so, the one that's in the cabinet chat room, he forwarded it to us, informing all the ministries and agencies that this interaction is going to start beginning tomorrow and up to the 10th of January. We think it's a sufficient time to collect whatever information that we need to collect, and then the team, the different cluster groups will now come back, collect those information, and reduce it into a report. You understand? And that report should be submitted.
My last question, Amos, before we let you go, because we got to keep John here, but it is important to ask you.
Yeah.
What's your concern that George Manawia and his folks will walk out without cooperating? That's why you guys taking the surface of it?
Well, the thing is that that's probably our so far since we started this JPTT process, we've got cooperation. You understand? And from the government. I cannot come up publicly here to say that Mr. Weir is not cooperating with President-elect JNB. No. The JPTT from the incoming administration and the outgoing administration, we are working harmoniously. There are concerns that we've been having. We have raised those concerns with them, and some of them have been addressed. If you read the directive, all the issues in that directive, they were all highlighted in the communication sent by President-elect Joseph Boakai to President George Weah. And so as a result of that, in fact, they are all verbatim, as a matter of fact, verbatim. Read the letter of George Joseph Boakai.
If you say they are all verbatim, then you are telling us that Joseph Yima Boakai requested the max to be 10,000. Is that true?
No. I think that's the only part.
But you said they are all. So let's go back to the question because you said they are all forbidden. So I want to just be on the record. Joseph Yima Boakai didn't ask George Weah to max this thing to 10,000, though. He said 5,000. So they are not all forbidden, right?
So no. So that is the only part. We said that that amount should be 5,000, but in the wisdom of member President Weah, he thought that it's important to put a cap at 10,000. That is the only area that they make slight change. So about 95 to 98% of the wordings in that particular directive, they all came, they are enshrined or indicated in the communication written by President-elect Joseph Yima Boakai to President George Weah. That's what I want to say to you. You understand? So yes, there could be some concerns. Okay, there could be some issues with how ministers are liaising or are responding. Let's wait until the interaction starts on tomorrow. And we are very optimistic from the indications we are getting from the government that all the ministries and agencies and commissions that we're going to be interacting with, the people are going to cooperate. If there are problems or there are going to be issues, we have a recourse. And that recourse, one of the things that we're going to do January 4, we are going to meet to review our interactions with the different ministries and agencies and commission. The only thing I can say publicly is that John Molu, is a professional individual. We all know him. Sometimes he talks the way he wants to talk. But at this crucial point in time, you do not expect us to put army people behind us or police people behind us to go to those ministry and agencies and say, John Brown, you corrupt, Peter Brown, you corrupt. But this is not the time. We're not auditing the government. Mind you, he needs to understand that. What we're doing here is to get simple information from the government to inform us about how we can develop, for example, JNB's 100-day action plan, to begin delivering.
Let me bring you back on track. We got to let you go real quick. Last question from our end. With the exception of the document that came out on the 18th, this thing will actually, they backdated this thing. They think it was done on Saturday. We received incredible information. Mambi, you are right. They did this thing on Saturday and they said the 18th. It wasn't done on the 18th. They backdated it. That letter, if we agree it was done on the 18th, let me just ask you real quick. Is that the only document you have received from the George Manawia team? Have you received any written document? I'm not talking about a written document from the George Manawia team on some of these issues.
No, not yet. That's the only feedback. That is the only feedback, a formal feedback that we have received.
So then we got for 1 month we are to nowhere for 1 month because you say they are cooperating.
No.
You say, no, let me finish now, Mr. Emma Stewart, please.
Yeah.
You just said to us that they are cooperating. You just said to us that the ministry they are giving information. You just told us. And I asked you before and I asked you again. Have you received any written document? You said that's the only one. So all this time for 4 or 5 weeks.
No, Stanton. That doesn't mean that we have not been interacting with the government or that they have not been cooperating on some of the things we want. This is not a time for us to receive huge volume of document. I want you to understand that when we start the interaction with the different ministries, agencies, and commissions, based on the request that we are going to put in and the time frame we will agree to. When they refuse to give us some of the information we want, then we can now publicly say that we requested XYZ information and the government refused to present it to us. But insofar as I know, the interactions with the government so far, with other individuals that we've been interacting with, we have not done any formal request for a particular thing except the 2 communications that were sent by President-elect Joseph Boakai to President George Weah. It is important. And those 2 communications, one was about information to tell George Weah that the JPTT from JNB and JKK SAR, we are not receiving compensation. So forget about giving us compensation. You understand? We're doing voluntary work. The other communication was to request key executive actions to be taken. And that's the directive President Weah has signed. You understand? Those were 2 things that we expect. I mean, only one issue we expected a feedback on, a formal feedback on, which they've given. It doesn't mean that we have not been making progress. We've been making some serious progress. You understand? And as time come back, they will start.
I know you will come back. Thank you very much, Emma Stewart. I know we'll have you back. We appreciate your time on the show tonight. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Stanton, and thanks to your panelists.
You're welcome. John, it's all yours.
No,
let's go ahead.
I'm not going to go back and forth with Twer, but I just want to make one clarification. I am not going to sit down and somebody call me and say there's a fraud going on at this ministry, and I won't call somebody to intervene. Amos Twer and everybody got mad at me. They said the government said they have been harassed. And I said, yes, they are being harassed appropriately because we stopped a $1.5 million potential fraud that was about to occur, and every Liberian is under obligation. Even you, mommy, if somebody call you today and say there's a fraud going down at Noka, you are going to call somebody and say, hey, you need to go intervene. I am not going to go there, but I have the right to alert those who have the statutory responsibility, the GAC, the PPCC, the Internal Audit Agency, the Liberian Anti-Corruption Commission. I have the right to alert them that so and so is going on in that ministry, and I have credible information. And guess what? They have acted on this credible information, and they have turned out to be true. So if the government and the JPTT is sitting there bad-mouthing me because I'm being proactive to protect resources, that's their problem. But I'm not chasing down people who say you are corrupt, you're not corrupt. That's a deflection. That's something that he's trying to do to castigate me. But every Liberian is under obligation. When you see fraud happening, you have to alert the appropriate authority. Even in this country where we live in America, if fraud happening in your agency, you have to alert people. But the point is, he admitted, 26th today, we don't start work until the 27th. And we are going by George Weah timeline. And Stanton, they said the 8th, they begged for 2 days. He didn't tell you that. George Weah said we should stop on the 8th. They have begged for additional 2 days to go to the 10th. And there is no guarantee that the questionnaire that they're developing is going to result. And he did not give me credit He also able to did not give me credit. It was I who suggested that if we submitted the information request, and if they do not respond, we need to go back to the Liberian people immediately. So today, I'm glad this is in the public so that the Liberian people can be informed. I hope after this today, they will actually form a communication team that will inform the Liberian people on an ongoing basis. So if anything is going to come out of this, we are having a discussion about transparency, about what happened with the JPPB. The Liberian people need to know it is their right to be informed. And there is no secrecy here about process. This is not some portal society we are in or some secret society. It's about the Liberian people right to know how the transition is going. I have my view. I'm part of the transition, and he admitted I continue to raise these issues. And even in the report, Dr. Francine, the report you say you're going to be asking us for it, there's no content. What goes in the report? We are going to define what goes in that report. I'm going to define what goes into my report. They're going to define what goes into their report. And then we'll see. But I can tell you there's a risk that we might not be able to achieve the result if we follow this. Let's go interact with Joe Weir team. Let's sit down and have lunch. We should ask for the information that we need and evaluate that information so that at the end of the day, we can clearly indicate to the Liberian people what we inherited.
Do you think we'll get there? Because we got to give the guys a chance to ask Mohamed, Duadu, and Dr. Richardson. Do you think we would get there? I'm hearing you. These are some of the things that we receive. The questionnaire. Can you tell us? Is this true? These are some of the templates that you guys receive, Mr. Molu.
I can better read that, but
okay. Talking about turnover note template. We have the questionnaire.
Oh, no, you see the turnover note. Again, we had a debate on this. The turnover note is not coming to us. We have nothing to do with turnover note. That's a President George Weah responsibility. So think about that. So debate within our own group. What happened to the turnover note? So we are going to the ministries and agencies, but we're not privy to the turnover note, Stanton. That's what we are. They can't.
No. Because I beg you, John. Let me share this with the guys. I think I share with you guys. But you ask a question because this turnover note. I spread the document over here, asking the question: total funds available from 2023 to 2024, source of funding and commercial regulatory donor funding, all these things. They are not coming to you guys. It going straight to the president.
No. That's an individual questionnaire they develop for their own agencies. The turnover note itself is going to be between Joe Weir and Joe Buckeye.
Oh, wow.
So that's what, again, they pointed, this is what I was saying, we need a transition act, right? Because they are just making it up as they go along. So how do you decouple the turnover note from the cluster exercise we're doing? Those two things are separate.
Go ahead, Mame.
Yes, I think I don't want to, it's not intended to shut, senior brother Molu down. I think we need to move forward, and especially on how would the audit be. But before that, I agree in part with Mr. Molu that we did not have to wait until tomorrow before we can begin to engage. And that engagement doesn't necessarily have to be a formal engagement. Look, as part of the questions we're going to ask the ministries and agencies, I managed to privy to see some of the questions we're going to ask. We're going to ask how many employees you have. Which one of the how many employees were employed in the last 1 year? You could leverage your relationship with the CSA, Civil Service Agency, to get that information right away. Yes. You don't need to wait until today. You're going to ask the say, for example, the Ministry of Agriculture, what the number of projects you have, the length of those projects, who are funding them, and what left. You don't need to wait for tomorrow before you can ask that question. The GSC could just make an inquiry. It's not an audit. Say, oh, please send me the list of projects. John Molu could leverage a relationship with the GSC, get that information. And in the last 2 weeks, we will have analyzed those information. And if we're going there tomorrow, We basically go in there informed with specific questions to ask based on the information we have gathered through informal means or through leveraging our relationship with the different institutions, especially the anti-graft institution. They are accountable to every citizen in the country. Whether you JPPTT, you can make inquiries. So I thought it was just about leveraging the relationship. You will not ask the CSA, say, okay, I got connection to the CSA. We just need a number of employees. You could get that to make human resource decision before you can even get that tomorrow. You could get project information from the LACC, from the GSC. You don't have to wait for today, but we've already got to that point. The only advice going forward is this thing about somebody's opinion, somebody's suggestion, most of the time, the way we take it from both ends, not like one person, from both ends, the way we take it, we just take it from face value and judge the opinion based on who's presenting it. Oh, they meant tough. So even if he's bringing opinion, you already feel that it's a tough opinion. You wouldn't open your mind to listen to it. On the other side, oh, these people, they're not competent. So because they're saying something, you close your ears to it. I think as we move into governance, we should open our minds and be free enough to engage and forget about the perception we have about people. This man is tough. Disregard that. Listen to his opinion, see what he has in it, and take it from there. Oh, these other people are incompetent, they're not professional. No, put it aside. Engage them on the basis of what they say and what they provide at the point in time that you engage in them. That way, this whole thing fell out. But we should not have waited until today before we can get HR information, before we can get project information. Leverage your relationship with the different institutions. There are former ministers on those committees. You can leverage your relationship to institution. If the GSC gives you a list of projects from different government ministry agencies, it's authentic. You can use that to begin to engage on day one. Beginning tomorrow, you go in there, you know how many persons employed, you know who were employed during this time, you know how many projects, you know the bank balances before even going there and begin to engage. So I just wanted to say, let's move forward, or going forward, let's not close our mind on perception. Oh, the person not competent, so I can talk to them. No, talk to them. Oh, they meant too tough, so he coming with a tough thing again. No, open your mind and begin to engage. Open-mindedness will help the process going forward.
Yeah, Mehmet, I'm gonna slightly disagree with one point you said about moving forward. There's a tendency in Liberia where we believe that if we move forward and push this thing on the carpet, it solves some problem. I'm not of that conviction. I listened to my brother Tue very keenly. Tue did not say anything different than what Honorable Molly did say here. Okay, Honorable Molly talked about term of reference, having a job description of what a person is going to do. Honorable Morris spoke about being a little bit pushy, not going to bring the army, as my brother Tue insinuated. It's not about bringing army. Look, the confluence or the establishment of decent government in our country, we have to do things differently. And not in that difference, some people would disagree. But I'm not of the conviction. Sometimes we say, you know what, wrong? You gotta move forward. Because one thing I've noticed about Liberian people, every time the intention to move forward because we don't want to step on somebody's toe. Let me tell you something. Government is not about appeasement. In my heart, government is not about appeasement. I got a big mouth, so I talk. Government is not about appeasement. Government is about constitutional order and enforcing the regulations that guide that order. If somebody is angry in that process because order is established, I don't give a crap how you feel. Look, the country is dying. If we don't become pushy about Liberia, we will die collectively. And my thing about Liberia is, look, we are not being fair to the least capable among us if we are not pushy about governance. This is not intended to ostracize anybody. But by the same token, if you have your panties in a bunch, or well, I'm going to use that phrase, if you're all wishy-washy about how you feel because somebody speaks the truth, I say to hell with you. My thing is, we got to grow. And the only way we can grow is through constitutional order. Some people, look, President Weah will not bend to your will because this is who the man is. But if you can use the law and you're a little bit pushy, listen, we have to get this thing in order. All the brother have to get a bigger financial picture of what the country's inheriting. Being a little pushy is not going to ask for the army or the police, but it's saying constitutional order should be the order of the day. We ain't pushing nothing on the carpet if I can help it today. Stanton.
Can you text me that first? You ordered to use. Can you text it over? Something about the okay. Let's say I got this spokesperson for the rescue train, or the former spokesperson, Mo Ali. He want to just throw in something. Mo, go ahead. You like.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening to John and the rest of the panelists. Happy Christmas. I just wanted to make clarification on something that is very important, and I enjoyed the conversation tonight. You see, there are two things we are working on here. The turnover note. By practice, since we don't have any law or act guiding or transition here, in Liberia, the turnover note is a document that is presented to the incoming president by the outgoing president, and that gives a holistic overview of the government the incoming president will be inheriting. So, for example, it will talk about the number of civil servants. It will talk about the debt burden of the country, both international and local. It will talk about major funding agreements. It will talk about the status of the economy, which is very important, and other key things. That is the turnover note that will come from President Weah to incoming President Joseph Boakai. Now, the cluster working groups are intended to go into details, ministry by ministry, agency by agency, commission, and all those kind of things. Now, when you go into those details, for example, if you were to go to water and sewer, you'll be asking the number of bank accounts water and sewer has. Who are the signatories to those accounts? What is the bank balance? What are the liabilities of water and sewer? And that will include external liability, internal liability, including salaries owed employee. What are the projects they have completed? What are the projects that are in the pipeline? What are the ongoing projects? So those cluster working groups are going to give us the details of all of these agencies. So, like, for example, John is chairing or is the lead for the cluster working group on governance and transparency. So, for example, they will be inheriting the GAC or the FIU who want to know in detail what are their workings, what they have, what are their liabilities and everything. And that's why these groups are there. So that report, which will be written, will give us a holistic view of the government who will be inheriting agency by agency, ministry by ministry. And that document, which, and I am privileged to be part of the final report writing committee, which from our end is spearheaded by Cyril Beslow Nyanti, and from the government end by James Thompson from the CSA, we give the detail, and that would be an addendum to the turnover note to our government. It is going to help us to formulate, based on the information, our 100-day plan, our 150-day plan, and even feed into the 5-year development plan. So I just wanted to make that clarification. And the discussion is healthy, but I believe that the transitional team has been working, and the cooperation from everyone is good. We've been having arguments back and forth, but it is healthy for the team for us to have these disagreements because they set us on the path to achieving. We cannot be on the thing and do not encourage disagreement. It is good for us. So I just wanted to make those points clear, and I wanted to say thank you to Amos Twell, who has provided sufficient clarification, and also thank you to John for bringing up issues and for Amos to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mo Ali. We appreciate your call in. Thanks a lot. John, let's wrap up with you, my brother. What a big show today. I didn't even get into the question about the 300 million that is outstanding that Samuel Twett spoke about. Can we just take a little of that and let's leave this transition thing? I think the message went across. I see that Duaru have accepted the fact that folks are listening. I can tell you, everyone out there were paying attention, Abula Mame. The message went across vastly, because somebody need to work without fear, without favor. We are all Liberians, but we shouldn't negotiate and say, that's my friend, let me take it easy with him. And I think that's where Duaru came from. It's not about friendship. It's about you go in there, you do your piece of job, you ask your question, they answer, and you get the heck out. You can meet them later on to the Calabash or Boulevard Palace, and you can drink your beer. But the peoples need to know what is happening. So to you, our friend, our brother, John S. What does S stand for?
Sembe.
Sembe. John Sembe Molu II. We said thank you, man. You brought out Mo Ali and Emma Stewart tonight, and you brought out a lot of other folks. Again, we will not rest, Liberians. We will be on their back because we need to know the truth, nothing but the truth, and what is happening. I'm kind of concerned. 8 days, 10 days, whether this thing will be done. But let's see. Let's wait and see. John, information came out. I posted something about Tanzania receiving 1.1 billion. 1.1 billion. They give it to Tanzania. Then I asked other folks, I said, why Liberia is not receiving 1.1 billion?
Since they didn't give it to them, they earned it.
Man, but my man, let me tell my own number. Then you can.
Okay, sorry.
Let me tell my own. The people look at the people and people say 1.1 billion. You know, you want me to fund it for the people to see it. That's a huge amount. Billion, not million. Liberians need to hear this. John, you think we'll ever get that amount, 1.1 billion?
Well, before I answer that question, just 1 second, okay?
Yes, sir.
Please 1 second.
Yes, sir.
I think the point I'm trying to make is important. We have to believe that our institutions are created by law, and they have an obligation under the law. Whether we think they're bad or they're good, we should try to use them wherever we can to push the agenda for the country. I see no reason whatsoever using the GAC, the LACC, and all the integrity institutions, PPCC, National Bureau of Concession, all the institutions. I think the JPTT, particularly the Joe Walker end of the JPTT, should try to take advantage of them because they have the law on their side and they are willing to work. Use them. And let's begin to believe in our institutions. To answer your question, the answer is yes. But I think like Dualu said, you have to earn it. And Stanton, one of the problems that we have in Liberia, when I went to Liberia in 2007, I made a budget that was 84 million and I laughed. And everybody can remember that. I took the Liberian budget against all advice. I'll publish it. I think Mame was there, all of you who were in Liberia. I'll publish the first budget in the Republic. They say I have committed treason by that act. Therefore, I should be in prison, blah, blah, blah. But guess what? After 1 week of debate, Liberia government budget went up to 199 million. And the late Johnny Louis said, where did the money come from? So in order for you to get that 1.1 billion, you got to account for your own resources first and earn it and show to the world that you have a $1 billion budget. And this is what some of us have been pushing. We need that domestic resource mobilization, Stanton. If we can get to a $1 billion budget, and this is what I think you were trying to bring in Summit 12. Summit 12 is telling me that, John, forget about audit. Don't count audit me. I can show you where you can get additional $300 million to take the budget to 1.1 billion. Think about that. Think about that. He is an outgoing minister calling me out of the blue, said 2019 to advise me that my focus and Joe Walker focus should be on revenue mobilization and that he can tell us where we can find additional 300 million. So Stanton, our budget is around 700 million. If we can get to 300 billion, 1 billion, then we can go to the IMF, and IMF will now look at you, Stanton, with a $1 million budget and give you $25 million or $40 million. It will be like a drop in the bucket, right? But because you go into the country and you are telling the IMF, and this is why I always disagree, Stanton, you cannot go to somebody and say, I am from a fragile country. Dr. Francine, I think you are the doctor among us here. If I came to you and say, I am so fragile, my life is falling apart, can you hire me? Will you do it? You'll be like, man, that guy's a psycho. Liberians have a way to present their country as though we are not nobody. We are poor and destitute. We just come out of war. We are fragile. Stanton, if you went somewhere and told people you are a fragile country, they're going to treat you like a fragile country. You will never get 1.1 billion. You got to go there and tell them, look at my country. It's over $1 billion budget. We can take this country up to 3 billion, to 4 billion, to 5 billion. You have to pin that picture so that the president don't even think about giving you $100 million. So it's about our own self-confidence, Stanton. We sit in front of international people. We do not present ourselves in an aggressive manner. If IMF came before me and gave me $100 million, I won't put it in the paper. Because that's what they want. They want you to go put it in the paper and sign release, $100 million, $25 million. I will tell my assistant minister to go sign it. And then the next time they come, Stanton, they will not give you $100 million or $50 million. You think they're going to do that to Tanzania? No, because Tanzania ministers, they come in with arrogance. They come in with confidence. They come in knowing that, hey, we are for a country, and don't look at me and give me peanuts. But if you go to IMF and say, I need to pay my salaries, I need budget support for 3 months, and then you are begging and whining and crying, then they give you 25 million, and then you go put it in Front Page Africa, and then you send it to Stanton, and it's all over the press. Come on, let's think big. Let's think better of ourselves. Let's present ourselves so that when somebody look at you in your Italian suit, they will know that they shouldn't give you 25 million or 100 million. So yes,
but again, I hope we can get that 1.1 billion for our country. We got a lot of resources to support, and we can pay them back, whether it's a grant or the loan. We're gonna have that conversation later. Before I bring in Eugene Lamy Fagon and Dr. Francis Special, Chinua Richardson, I want to ask you this question though. You think Senator, he was kind of like within his right mind to tell you that the government get another 300 million somewhere?
I think Sametua was in his right mind because he called me in the morning out of the blue.
When is this? When?
When did they got that? When did
Saturday? Thomas Donald that Saturday.
Call me Saturday. We have not spoken since 2019.
This on Saturday, you meant?
Yes, we have not spoken since 2019. He must have had a good conversation. He called me initially yelling at me, talking about how I want to witch hunting and blah, 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 blah. And like, okay, dude, I don't know you. I don't want to witch hunt you. Why would I want to witch hunt you? And then the conversation went from don't focus on individual, focus on revenue mobilization. I like your idea. We can get $300 million. Please talk to Tobo Nado. And I said, give me Tobo Nado number. And he gave me the number after our conversation. I did my best to reach out to Tomo Nado. I couldn't get him on the phone. And at 9 o'clock, Cemetery called me and said the guy has passed away.
Hold on, wait. Hey, man. Can we put this thing in rewind? Like the clip, the tape used to do. If I'm going to have that tape, we traveling with. Right now, Fago is in New Jersey, by the way. He's 10 minutes away from me. I should go see him shortly. And if I go get that tape, if he calls sleeping again, I'm going to record him.
You are not coming here. You are not coming here.
If he's caught sleeping, I'm going to record him and play.
You will be trespassing.
Again, let me just say this is very, very important for us to say. You are telling us, all right? Can you play that video from Samuel Nelson?
Stand up. He's recording.
Nelson, not this video, not this one. Yeah, Nelson, man. We got Nelson, not this video. Don't play this video, Nelson. Hey, man, the ping too high. Hey, man, they're taking it. John, I'm sorry. That video I won't play.
With your pilot in the United States, describing what would eventually be a visa restriction.
All right, so you see the beginning mess the video up. I'm sorry if I got it wasn't that video. But John, Senator call you. Yes. Thomas Donald, LRA boss, passed on Saturday. Senator call you.
Yes.
Give you information, so do not wait on him, Senator. Mommy, I want you to listen though. But we can get you 300 million. Can you explain, let Librarian hear this apart from the joke, the finance minister?
Okay, so Samuel Twe called me and said, when he texted me, don't wish on me, don't be political, blah, blah, blah. And then he called me on the phone. He said, John, I said, yes. And then he went on with, initially when he talked to you, he's yelling and he's angry. And then he said, look, I believe your focus should be on expanding the revenue base. And that I know there are $300 million worth of leakages. John, you can take this budget to $1 billion. But the person who knows more, who can tell you, is Tomonado. And that Tomonado, in his judgment, was the only clean man that could tell me for LRA, and even suggesting that if Joe Walker is going to succeed, we need to clean up LRA because he doesn't want people taking bribe and depriving Liberia of the necessary resources. So Twa is reaching out to me because he knows I like revenue, I like increasing the revenue base of the country. And he's telling me Tomonado can be able to explain to me where we can get that $300 million. Obviously, I'm eager to talk to the guy. He texts me his number, and I try. I couldn't get the Tomonado. And at 9 o'clock, Liberia time, he called me that the guy had passed. So I'm sitting there scratching my head. I never really had the time to talk to him. But I knew Tomonado very well. And may his soul rest in peace. But I wish I've had the opportunity to actually find out from Tomonado as to how we can find out $300 million.
So let me bring in Fagon. Fagon, I want you to draw this thing. Let's put small joke aside with do it at the end. Fagon, Senator calling John Balu that is going against this government aggressively. Senator in his right mind, telling John Balu, say, don't wish on me. We get $300 million coming from somewhere. Call Thomas Donat. Hey, Fagon, set this thing up for us.
Well, you know, it's our people have a say. People say that a liar can say, my witness is dead. When a grandpa tell you, say, una liar will tell you, say that witness died. Meaning there is no semblance of evidence. You will not be able to find anything from a man that is dead. Let me say to the family of Thomas Donai, my condolences, like the other auditors, goes out to you guys. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family. But I want Liberians that are listening to me to listen and listen very well tonight. Thomas Donai is not different from Gifty Lama, Abo Peters, George Fambutu, Emmanuel Batten Ninsua, Matthew Innes, all of those professionals who have played around the coffers of the Liberian government for the last 6 years. We must be very careful. Thomas Donai loved to play his tennis, loved to play his Scrabble. Thomas Donai was not the person, any Liberian here I'm challenging, you will find drinking excessively or going partying and stuff. And to our understanding, just like Precious Princess Cooper, he got up one morning and he vomited blood. And it did not end until it ended this gone Saturday. Having said that, Samuel Tua waited for 6 whole years to call a professional like John Molu to ask John Molu, to ask Thomas Donai how they could best increase the revenue base. But he was finance minister for 6 years. And Thomas Donai was the LRA boss for 12 years, okay? So Dr. Francine, in her medical thing, needs to help us understand. The finance minister working with the LRA boss, we all were appointed in 2018. You didn't ask the man how you could raise the revenue base so that you could pay our people instead of harmonizing their salaries and take care of basic necessities for the government to run. You got a speech from a professional like John Molu, who could have given you expert advice, but on a Saturday you call him mysteriously and to tell him that, oh, don't witch hunt me. You know, if you want to know anything, then you got to go talk to your man, Thomas Donai. But you know, I don't really want you to witch hunt me. I know you got interest in building the revenue base. Okay, bro. But John Balu was around. He didn't die. He was around for 6 years. You didn't contact him. And on the very Saturday, you told him to contact the Liberian Revenue Authority boss on how he could help to raise the revenue base, and John Balu himself placed that call, not knowing he was placing a call in the interest of his country to a man that had met his demise. Isn't that ironical? Now, the man that is supposed to bear witness to this whole increase of the revenue base and whatever revenue that was generated in the last 6 years, the only witness, not when I say only witness, authoritative witness, because there's deputies there. You got Montgomery, you got Samuel Bennett, you got all those guys there. But the main man, Samuel Tua knew the man was dying. I'm not sure he even called the man in the last 2 months on his deathbed. But he wanted. So if you ask me to put it in context, everybody is viewing John Balu as the chief prosecutor on corruption now. It's not a title, it's not an agency, it's not a job anywhere, but this is the guy that's been pushing the battle against corruption. And you think Samuel Tua just pick up his phone by coincidence to call John Balu and say, focus? No, he called John Balu to direct John Balu's focus from his activities to domestic revenue base increase. He called John Balu attention not to witch hunt him, but to go to the dying man who will soon be dead. He knew it. It was not hidden. So if you ask me to put it in context, may his soul rest in peace. Thomas Dona is not different from Gifty Lama, Albert Peters. He's not different from Matthew Innes. He's not different from Batin Ninsua. These were people who could testify before John any day and say this was the amount brought forth, this was the expenditure made, this is the balance that we should be accounting for. So I will say it was not a coincidence that Samuel Tua made the call to John Balu.
Do you think Samuel Tua knew that with Brother Thomas do now, because I have the growing up relationship with him? His father and my father had a special relationship, and we discuss it on the show when he appears. So he's someone that I know. Do you think Thomas do not pass? Samuel Tua knew, but he was playing game out of John.
If you take me to the firing squad now, I am prepared to put my life on the line. I would take the pole of the guillotine. Samuel Tua knew that Thomas Dona was not coming back to Liberia alive.
Wow. So, for example, you have it, though. I want to hear from Mame. I want to hear from Duaru and Dr. Richardson. I will beg John to go last on this one. Mame, why would Samuel Tua come to John? And not only Samuel Tua for the right cup. Samara Wolokoli came to John also. But it's up to John to discuss that. Because my sources tell me, except John say I'm wrong, then he can tell me. But Mame, why these guys then coming to John actually said, don't come after us. Go after the bigger picture. Somebody up there refused to show the 300 million that came to the government, but it was pocketed. So can you talk to us?
Let me say this. Let me say this. You know, the governance process in Liberia, I mean, what Joe Boca intends, President-elect Joe Boca intends to do, is not a binary choice between conducting audit and mobilizing domestic revenue. So you can say Tuesday one or this one. The administration can raise domestic revenue, focus on doing it, but at the same time, conduct audit. So I don't know where Tua come from with saying, no, don't focus on conducting audit, focus on increasing domestic revenue. You can do all two at the same time, and I think that's what we're supposed to do. And I think that's what the administration is focused on doing. Conducting the audit at the same time, increasing domestic revenue. We can do all together. And he doesn't need to lecture John on that. I think John knows more than that. But to your question, why they asking him, why they coming to him, it's because of fear. It's because of fear. They know who they're dealing with. They know who they're talking to. They know his commitment to fight. They know his ability to identify those things that they did. They know you're not dealing with any ordinary auditor that you can call behind the scene and compromise with a jeep or a trip to Dubai. So their fear is, instead of getting this man on the ground before we start talking to him, let's try to build rapport. Let's try to build relationship. And so it can be like an auditor and an auditee. Let it be like a breader and breader discussion. I think that's what they're trying to do, to create a subtle way out of what they find themselves in. But I'm sure Mr. Molu is above that. I'm sure John is above that. And we're looking forward to seeing what the outcome of those investigations will be. And while talking about those investigations, I want you to paint a picture. Maybe when he concluded in his comments, I want you to paint a picture. Liberians hearing, oh, there will be audit, investigation, asset recovery. All these things are complex things. They take time. They require resources. They require capacity. I know the GSC been complaining we don't have too much employees, too much auditors to deploy all the government agencies. That is the reason why we prioritize. So I want you to paint a picture so Liberians know how this audit process under the Joe Buckeye's administration that you said he's very committed to, how will it be like? So that they can sit down and imagine and envision what will be happening, the different processes, how long you think it will take for us to start recovering some assets. Please paint that picture for Liberians, how the audit process will be, the logistical challenges, maybe the manpower capacity challenges, how you address it, the timeline you expect to see or beginning to see results, maybe some money being recovered, some horses being recovered. Paint that picture for us.
Thank you very much. I think John will address everything because we're getting close. It's after 7. Let me bring in our brother, Mr. Duado, and the people.
Yo,
Mr. Duado.
Stanton, for a very long time, well, especially since Honorable Twe occupied the finance ministry, his delusion of grandeur has actually increased massively. He believes he's something that he's not. Yes, a man that has not held any proper job before going to the finance ministry. And all of a sudden, he thinks he knows everything. Samuel Twe, when they're under the Sakomo tree, people deify them. So they take this nonsense and they think they can just come out and fool people. Look, if you have access to getting an additional $300 million, this hypothetically speaking, will you be going around the whole Christmas hour people did not get paid? You could not have upped the national budget to that extent. Samuel Twe knows what he's doing. He's trying to divert people from what he think their attention is going to be. Look, you got professionals coming on board. If the professional deemed it necessary that we are going to look in room A and we believe our answers are in room A, there's no, look at me, look, I got a puppet, I got a monkey, I'm jumping around. It's not going to change the direction of their intention. Samuel Twe should know this. Look, Samuel Twe took Liberia for granted. They play with the people's lives. And the thing that bothers me the most is that they don't fully understand the depth to which they harm our people. And I think this is a joking matter, and that really, really makes me angry. Look, when you come to public service, you have a duty to improve the people's lives. If the people's lives are not improved and you have the opportunity to do that, you fail massively. Look, we're not here for a long time. I continue to stress this, Stanton. How much money does one man need if the money you are not earning, if it's through the people? Let's do the people's business. For me, I want tremendous amount of urgency brought to the people's business. This is how it should be. Wanting the system, wanting to improve the system. I think this is the best route we should be going. And I think Honorable Molo is in the right direction. Look, pushing for the people. It should be the duty of public service. I don't know how sometimes we don't understand this. Dr. Francine or Brother Fagon, let's give it over to you guys, man.
Dr. Francine, come in, please.
Yeah, it was a little bit disheartening to hear Amos 12 focus on your personality, Mr. Molu. Like I said earlier, you do tend to say things as it is, and that can be hard to stomach. Um, because as I heard you speak, you spoke about issues, you spoke about timing of when you got TOR, the inefficiency in the TOR, as opposed to calling anybody corrupt or anybody, um, names or whatever. So, for the sake of Liberia, I hope that you guys will go back, which I trust you're a professional person, you go back and take care of that professionally and carry on the duty of the Liberian people. But my question to you, and you can include this in your closing, I noticed that Augustine Conant is on the transitional team. I also remember reading way back that he was also called corrupt by the GAC. What are your thoughts about that? Is that part of the inefficiency that you speak about, or is that part of your concerns? I was just wondering about that.
Yeah, it's all yours, sir. John Malu, thank you very much for coming. You can address these questions or concerns and
So,
take us home.
so let me thank you all for having me. I speak plainly, sometimes a little bit more forcefully, but I make no apology for that. Because in business, we look for results. People don't focus on personality. And I've been fortunate to do work in 87 countries with presidents, vice presidents in Liberia across the universe. And this is who I am. Whether I'm in the president office or Liberia or some other country, you're gonna accept me for who I am. I'm gonna accept you for who you are. Again, I want to emphasize public information is important. We need to inform the Liberian people every step of the way what is going on in their transition. This is not a transition for one person. People want to know. They can't be calling us on the side and say what's going on, and then gossip start. We need a formalized process. And today I appreciate that Amos Twe and Mo Ali both came on this, and I hope they continue to come back on Spoon every day to inform the Liberian people of the steps. They have refused to do that so far as a transition, and they need to do more of that because the Liberian people elected Joe Boakai, and they want to hear from Joe Boakai through his representative, which is the JPTT at this point. Let me answer my next question first. Audit is a long process. Since 2000, the definition of what constitutes an audit evidence is almost like you got to prove beyond reasonable doubt. I don't want to bore you, but we call it appropriate audit evidence. The audit evidence no longer need to be convincing. It has to be appropriate. That means the quantum of evidence has to be so sufficient and that the quality and the relevancy has to be there and that it has to be proven in the court of law. So nobody can witch hunt you. If you don't have the evidence, even if I don't like you, there's no way I can witch hunt you because it's not going to stand in the court of law. Given the extent of the evidence that is required, we're going to have to do two things. There are certain areas that don't require audit. It's clear cut, right? Like the $100 million issue I've been talking about since 2013. The loans. You took a loan from the government, you pay that back. I don't need to go audit you for loan. If you took a loan from the government to do business, you never did the business, you pay that back. And that should be a no-brainer. Any responsible citizen who took a loan to provide job for people and you did not provide that job, you should own up to your obligation and pay the loan back. If you can't pay the loan because you have an economic problem, you file bankruptcy like we do in the US, or you have a payment plan. That the provision within the law that allow you to liquidate your loan. But you can't just walk away from your loan and taxpayer money. So Ambula, we're gonna have to dissect which area require true complete audit and which area don't. Here is the benefit of Joe Boakai. The Auditor General of Liberia has been doing audit, and I've seen all of their audit. They are pretty good to stand up, by the way. We might not like them, we might badmouth them, but I see all of their audit, I go through the evidence, I know what they have. But guess what, Joe? We administration haven't done. They haven't acted on any one of these audits. So, Mohammed, that cut your audit process by almost 60%. You go right back to the GAC audit report. They are there, they're evidential, and I can tell you they meet international standard because I have read them. You got a report from the Liberal Anti-Corruption Commission. You got a report from the LETR on businesses. You got so many credible reports in Liberia. Unfortunately, all these presidents have refused to act on them, Mame. So if you just look at all of the population audit and investigation that have already been done, even Joe Weah has his own presidential audit, investigation that he did. If you go back, when he came in, he appointed Archie Bonner to do certain special investigation. All these reports exist, and it's evidential. It's their own report that they gather. So to avoid the witch hunting, we start with their own reports. So that covers 60% of your work. The rest of the institutions that need to be audited, If you think the GSE can do it, Joe Barker said you want to hire an international audit firm, then we hire them through the GSE to double up their effort to speed up the audit process. But I think if we just, like you said, Mame, we should take an independent view. We shouldn't say, oh, because they were appointed by Joe Weir, they are in Joe Weir government, therefore the GSE reports are not credible. No. I can tell you the current Auditor General is the ACCA from London. The deputies are CPAs like me, and they have the qualification that stand up to any international standard. So we should use their report. And I can tell you, if we use their report, Joe Weir and his administration will be hiding, because we don't have to wish on them, because it's from their own report that we start with. So that's the way we do that. We figured out areas that we don't need audit, that just require enforcement, areas that need investigation, and the remaining audit that GSE haven't done, we give them the resources, or we hire international people, we hire Liberians. There are so many Liberians in the US that have investigative knowledge, that have CPAs, that are credentialed to do this kind of work. We can even bring in Liberians to do this. They are doing it in Nigeria by Nigerians. I believe Liberians are qualified to do this, and they can do it, because we got qualified Liberians. They are not in Liberia. All of them are not. Some of them are in Ghana. Some of them are scattered all over the world. If we bring them under the correct incentive, I can tell you, they can push this out in 100 days. We'll be done with this audit, and then we'll begin the process of prosecution and recovery. So it's not a process. We can do it more efficiently. Then if we were to go and hire an international firm that come in and charge you $30 million, and then they do the audit accrue, and then they run away, then you got to bring them back to investigate, it takes too long. So it all depends on how and what strategy we use. But I can tell you, 60% of what we need now already exists in the Joe Weir own administration, because there are audit and investigation reports that Joe Weir did and his administration did that they didn't act upon. It is left with Joe Barker now to act on this report. And if we do that, it will solve a lot of the problems and speed up the process. And it will save us money. Again, it's about being efficient, right? It's about being efficient. It's not just about spending money because you want to look good or because you want to avoid somebody saying you wish something there. We got to figure out a way to be efficient. And I start to give me 1 second. Let me tell you a few examples.
No, go ahead. We told you order to go. Talk to us.
In 2003, the international community brought KPMG, Pricewaterhouse, Ernst & Young, all the international firms. If you remember, they divided the country among these international firms. They did an audit report costing almost 13 million euros. What happened to that report? In a trash bin. Then Julie Breyer was leaving. They brought in ECOWAS, international auditors. What happened to that? Dustbin. Ernst & Young came to power. They brought in KPMG to do the domestic debt. 1.68 million. I wasn't there as Auditor General. When I show up as Auditor General, not only did the auditors now audit the public debt, they even added more to the public debt. When I asked them to show evidence, they run away to Ghana. Nothing got done. We wasted 1.68 million. I have that report. So I can give you example upon example where we bring in international people, they do their job, and then they leave. Guess what happened? They can't come back to serve as witnesses. If you got to bring by international auditor to serve as witness, because if an auditor audits something or investigator, they have to come in and stay on the witness stand. And here's another antidote you should take away. Since 1997, do y'all know that the Central Bank of Liberia have been audited by KPMG and Pricewaterhouse? And they are always clean. Always. Have you ever heard corruption at Central Bank of Liberia? But you see corruption at all the central bank in Africa, right? Only Liberia clean. So let's be careful not to rush out just about international audit firm, reputable days. I'm an international auditor when I go to other countries. In Liberia, you consider me a local guy. Internationally, they consider me international. So I'm not trying to bash international people, because I make my living being called international auditor around the world. So, but let's be careful. Let's try to figure out how to do this without much emotion, but let's do this professionally in a way that have effectiveness, efficiency, and cost saving. Efficiency in terms of speed, effectiveness in terms of quality, and cost saving to the Liberian people in terms of value for money. Okay, so Joe Walker and the administration need to think very clearly. But Mohammed, to answer your question, yes, we can do it. So you, Dr. Francine, I don't want to pick people off the list. It's a list. I don't know how people got on that list. And I didn't go and investigate that list. What I did, I investigated my list they gave me. If they gave me a cluster list, I went line by line and asked them, who are you? What your qualification? How you made it on the list? And if they not qualify, I booted them off the list. And I can tell you, they can go back to the president-elect and say, John Molu took people off the list. I don't care. They're not qualified. They're not going to be there. And if they pull them back, I will quit because they're not qualified. And I don't think they should be on the accountability team. So I will speak to my team. I don't know how that or whatever Connor got on the list. I don't even know who he is, to be honest with you. And if I were making the list, I would probably do a different list. But I am not the president-elect. So that's their list. But I hope, and this is what probably you're driving at. When I joined this team, when I joined the Joe Walker team, there was an agreement. And one of the things that I pushed was that we got competent Liberia, irrespective of party. We got to go out for the best. And only through getting the best, Liberia will move forward. President-elect Joe Walker and I agree on that. And how do we get there? We have to have a recruiting process that is transparent, and we got to vet people. We have to vet people. If somebody said they got PhD, we have to vet that they actually have a PhD. If they say they have an MBA, we have to vet. And the only way we're going to do that is to vet. But I can tell you, and I'm going to piss people off again by saying this, if the list that they created on the cluster, if anything to go by, they have already violated our trust because there was no vetting. It's a friendship list, and I completely rejected those who I felt that were not qualified, and I did it on my own accord because it's my reputation on the line. So, Dr. Francine, the only way we prevent this, watch out. If for the JMB, a Joe Boakai, President-elect Joe Boakai, actually set up a vetting team. If they don't set up a vetting team, just know that anybody can get on the list and anybody will be on the radio. So, judge, believe, but verify. And the only verification we're going to make, where is the vetting committee? And when I met with Joe Barker the last time, that was my issue. Where is the vetting committee? Because the fight against corruption is not just stealing money. It's academic fraud.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's academic fraud, and we need to prevent that. And the way you're going to judge, if we do not have a vetting committee that is credible, I don't mind the politician. You can appoint a politician, but there's certain job that require people to actually be in a job that can do the job. So watch out for that. So that would be the answer to your question. How do we move forward whether people are vetted?
Mr. Mulder, before you leave, I got a question. Now, most of the audit reports that were done by the GSC that we already have, you said up to probably 60% across the country. Can those audit reports be tampered with now that people know there's a possibility to go use those audit reports?
I can tell you, I recruited some of those people at GSC.
Okay.
And I believe in the integrity of the Auditor General of Liberia, Jackson. I believe in the integrity of his deputy, Winsley Nanka. They will not mess with it.
Thank you.
And if I have them already. So if they mess with it, I have them saved. So okay. But I don't think they would do that.
Okay, thank you so much.
So John Muller, thank you very much, man. That was one long good program tonight. But I must ask you though, don't tell me if you choose not to, I agree. You asked for the vetting committee. What did Joseph Human Barker tell you?
He said yes, but we need to get the first cabinet member, which is normal even in the US. You get your top cabinet people. That's your choice. But we need to vet after that, and that's what we're asking for. You can't take away political appointment. Political appointments are fine, but when it comes to deputies and assisting and managing directors and people who are actually supposed to be doing the technical work, they should be vetted. And he completely 100% agree with that.
So that to Richardson question, you made of integrity. clean hand, man of transparency. That's why they put you on that committee. You head in that committee. Would Augustine Conan be a problem to John Malu, going back to his 2016 GSC record?
If he on the GSC record, one of the proposals that I made to Joe Barker, he needs to go and clear his name first. I think people should clear their name. If I'm on the GSC record and people say, I will go and clear my name first. And it should be clear your name from the GSC record or whatever record LAC.
Well, I will ask you, you John Malu, and then let me do my own 3-second here, guys. Forgive me.
Okay.
You John Malu, what was your recommendation saying Augustine name? You know he's on it. You cannot pretend that you don't know John. You know everybody on the list. You know the character. You know the reports. You know you're on it. It's not only Augustine, it's other folks' name that I will not mention because I don't want to, but I mean, what was your recommendation to the team, guys? We have Peter, James, and John. They are the disciples of Christ. They denied Jesus 100 times. They were caught sleeping when Jesus was taken to Gethsemane. Do you sure you want us to have them on this list? They're asking you. I mean, what's your reply?
No, I will tell you. I did not go specifically to Dr. Augustine Conan or any individual because I didn't want to focus. I was more interested in how did you guys come up with a list? And the response that I got was, Joe Weir said we got to meet at 11 o'clock. So we hurry, put the list together. That's what I got. That was an honest response. And I said, but you could have postponed the 11 o'clock meeting to 4 o'clock. Right? So I didn't really go and ask individual questions. I wanted to know how the list was put together, whether a character check was done, whether it was done with consideration by integrity.
So I gotta push you. I understand you're trying to be safe now, but it's too late because
I just don't know
how to be safe now, and that's why you and my second argue, John. Seeing people names on the list, right? With bad characters. Seeing people name on the list. For example, I'm saying an example. You see Peter, James, and John, they got the worst character ever. They got indictment hanging all over them. These are the people that are part of the cluster that head in a cluster group. You think you want to find them in the government? You know, just say you might work at government. And
I would take President-elect Barker word for it. Not everybody on the cluster, not everybody on the JPTT steering committee is going to be appointed in government, and that a vetting will be done. So if there was a crack, but I can see where you're coming from, but maybe I was too focused on achieving results that I didn't really focus on vetting each individual name on that steering committee. But I did raise the question as to the process. How did these people get on the list? That much I was able to ask, and the answer that I got wasn't satisfactory, but I could understand the speed at which we were moving. But I hope, Stanton, now that you guys have raised this issue, Joe Barker, I'm sure he's watching, he will consider that people who are appointed in government actually are the pillar of integrity, that they represent the new Liberia, that if they have any issue with GAC, LACC, or any other agency, they should go and try to clear their name before they take office.
On that note, I want to announce to the folks, John Malu have agreed to appear again next week. For more update, we'll be announcing to you the date and time. It was very much important for John to appear on Spoon Talk today. As we get closer, very close to the inauguration, we want to say to you, we'll keep you informed. Take it or leave it. It may hurt some feelings, but it is why it is, because we deserve better. And Liberia as a whole deserve better. All right. We want to say thanks to the Auditor General former John S. Malu II. We appreciate you, my brother. May God bless you and yours, and Merry Christmas, Happy Prosper New Year.
Thank you. Take care. Sir.
It was a pleasure.
Bye.
Guys, let's wrap this thing up. A very big one. The last question from Dr. Richardson, I don't know where she got it from. I heard that Fagon sent it to her because he was afraid to ask that question.
It was the ANC folks that sent it to her.
It was the ANC folks, right?
Yeah.
Fagon, a former ANC. You know, I believe it's ANC folks.
Well, look at.
Bring on the name Augustine Conan and other folks. I mean, Mame, are you ANC? Did you send it to Dr. Richardson, Mame?
No. For me, I want to be honest, I want to be careful with the name calling.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be very careful with the name calling. Because when you start the name calling in the absence of evidence, then you create problem for President-elect Joseph Boakai.
That's fair. That's fair.
The reason is people at the highest echelon of the Joseph Boakai arrangement are listed in different audit reports. It doesn't mean they are guilty. Audit by itself doesn't mean you are guilty. The way we interpret audit report in Liberia sometimes can be wrong. Audit findings sometimes not necessarily mean you stole.
Mm-hmm.
Audit findings sometimes just like we did not find the information at the time we were there. Whether because we did not find it mean the person stole it or to establish the fact. I give you a classic example. When you travel in Liberia as a government employee, you are entitled to come back and report your travel. You call it retire your travel. So you got to show the pay stub for the ticket, show the hotel you stay in. So if you travel out of the country and you came back, and the auditor went there and did not see the ticket, but he saw the hotel you slept in and the receipt, as per his procedure, he will question that trip because he didn't see ticket even though he saw hotel.
Correct.
But it doesn't mean you did not travel, but he will raise it as an audit issue. So to use audit report, and that what Molu said, the audit report the GSC has, credible report, they need to take those reports, and he said they have another committee, which is the legal team, that will review it and see what is admissible in court before they can go to court with it. Because not everything you just run to court with. So when you start the name calling on the basis of audit, and you can't go to the length, then people feel you want to witch hunt. Because across the Unity Party Alliance, whether it is from ACOP to what the party need, MDR, to the Unity Party itself, across the alliance, there are people whose names are in audit report, not necessarily for corruption, but that they need to address. So when you say, okay, the man need audit report, so you shouldn't be on the list. They may need audit report, so then put somebody. What about these other people who need are also in audit report and at the highest echelon of the arrangement? So we should leave the name calling. Molu and the people the vice president putting together to ensure they investigate and prosecute the list they will come up with, because we trust them, to be the list we should use to proceed with the discussion around people going to court. That would be my decision. That would be my suggestion.
Okay.
Well, I agree with Mehmet mostly, but I want to say this also. I believe Honorable Molu's intentions are noble. Some people may disagree with his method, but I guess he has his reasons why he does that. But I want to speak briefly to what Mehmet said regarding audit reports in Liberia. We cannot continue to do audits, set them aside, even though audit report doesn't mean you're guilty, but your ninja remain there. We do not finalize the intention of that audit report. It must be finalized so we can know entirely why the audit was done to clear things up. Whenever we leave this cloud over a person in Liberia, it sends a different message. And Meme is right. The meaning of audit in Liberia is entirely different. It's entirely different from what audit report should mean. Okay, so we have a lot of work to do. But I think overall, Honorable Malu did a great job tonight. Some people don't want things done in the open. I get it. But when we want Liberia to progress, public information should be public. I firmly believe this. Public information should be public. The public has the right to know who is spending their money, how's that money is being spent, the caliber of people that are going to be keeping their money. All of those should be made public to the public. If you don't want your life to be public, do not go into public service because people will want to know what you are doing. It's just part of the nature of the beast. This is why I keep on saying this. And I love what Honorable Baka said in his VOA speech. This government would not be about friendship. It's not going to be about family. It's going to be about managing the affairs of the people and managing it openly so that people can understand what they got open to. So Honorable Parker is entirely open to this process and the issue of getting the most qualified people. Let me tell you something, guys. If we are going to get results, we have to get the people who know how to get results because they've been tried through their experience, through their education, they have failed along the way, and they have developed the process to the point where they can deliver. Remember now, degree is not the same as experience. Okay, degree gets you into the door, experience adds up to problem solving. We want to get to the level of technical position with people who can problem solve, who problem solve in the past for Liberia to produce results because we're tired of suffering. We're too far behind to be half stepping. Once again, man, to the audience, that's always, it was a pleasure. Mr. Vagon or Dr. Francine.
Yeah, it was a great show, although I joined late. I believe that Mr. Molu is very, very interested in fighting corruption and putting our country on a reset. I believe his points were valid. I really like it when people stick to the issues, and he did, as opposed to name calling and, fighting. I think some things can be handled in the back. I was kind of taken aback by, having, some of them, the dirty laundry air here today, although sometimes that's good. I mentioned a name, Augustine, Dr. Mr. Augustine Connor here because I've seen the other report. I have copies of it. I have documents. I don't usually mention people's name on this show if I don't have any reason to mention their name. So I believe, like Blalu said, there should be a follow-up to these things. We shouldn't just have the names mentioned in report and say it's okay. I'm sure Mr. Malu will have a copy of this report, and it also lends to his questions. How did these people get on the list? If we're going to have start a new Liberia, we have to vet and know who's on the list. So yes, I will not wish hunt anybody, but I just ask questions I saw and read, mommy. So having said that, it was a great show. I think I like the suggestion that Mr. Malu made. I think there should be a regular update to Liberian people as to how the transitional team is doing. I also think after the transitional team is in place, there should be a regular communication with the Liberian people. There's been a void of vacuum in the knowledge that the government presents to the Liberian people during this past government. So I think starting that process will be very, very helpful to to maintain transparency and accountability. Somebody asked during the thread, and I was reading, I wish when Mr. Molu comes back, he should answer this. What period is the audit going to occur? Is it going to occur CDC government, or is it going to go back to the previous government? So I think it'll be a great, inclusion in terms of when he comes back. So having said that, it was a wonderful show, and we'll see him again when he comes back. Hopefully things will be better, and they will have ironed out some of the differences in the back.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Abula Mame, thank you. Mr. Duado, thank you. You guys, everyone that you heard from, I shouldn't go to him. He's 10 minutes away from me. We'll give him the time to speak last. But let me say this thing. We are not in the, let me do my own closing. I appreciate Modu greatly. I do. We couldn't get to the other story with the how you call it. We couldn't get to the other story, the other story about ledges. As you can see, just look, we'll be discussing this indictment. We have received information, the allegations of these individuals involved, the recommendation from the old LCC to the new LCC that have filed an indictment to the Criminal Code A. We'll be discussing it more. We have document in our possession. This lady, the LCC boss counselor Alexandra Cromando, executive chairperson LCC, she and her team have decided that they have sufficient evidence as recommended by the first LCC under Councillor Edwin Clark Martin that indeed the folks from Legis should be indicted. They put together an indictment And we reach out to our sources very clearly. It's not the Minister of Justice indictment. That's the LDCC indictment. Because they can do their own thing, they will prosecute accordingly under the new LDCC law. So they are moving forward again to bring these folks to court. Francis Willett, Director General Wilman F. Smith, former Deputy for Information and Coordination, Lawrence George, Deputy for Administration, Gemon Bawokwe, Director Social, Director Elementary Paul, Technical Director, and the last individuals, the Comptroller. They are going to bring them. They are bringing them. They will prosecute them, and they believe they have sufficient evidence. Wait for tomorrow. We'll give you the full story. We'll give you the full story because what we have in our possession, you want to hear, you want to know. But this is big information that this current LDCC, under the leadership of Councillor Alexandra Cromando, she's moving forward with indictment on these folks. Again, we'll discuss it more. We also have information reaching out, of course. We do not have time to share with you. But let me just say this on my closing. For Samuel Twe to reach out to John Malou and say we can get you 300 million United States dollars, but we were stabbed. Now understand what happened. Samuel Twe, nobody above Samuel Twe but Joe Weah. So if Samuel Twe told John Malou, say we were stabbed by folks up there, that's George Manawea. Nobody else. Because nobody above Samuel Twe but George Manawea. He reached out to John Malou. He told John Malou, this is Thomas Donat number. Call him. I met John Malou at a hotel here in New Jersey. I met John Malou. We were eating, we were laughing, we were talking. Call Thomas Donat. But you know the man is dead. He passed. Then you telling John Malou to call him. Call Thomas Donat and he's credible. He will give you the information. He also said some Ghanaians, businessmen in the country owing millions of dollars. George Weah told them not to pay. Lebanese in the country, millions of dollars on the taxes. The president negotiated with them. Samuel Twe is talking. Maybe John Malou wanted to be diplomatic. I didn't go into it because I was told to go into it. Samuel Twe is talking. Samuel Twe said President George Manan Weah told them not to pay taxes. Shortcut. If you owe 75,000, pay only 35,000. The rest of it are vla. That's how the country, that's how George Weah ran the country forever. And Samuel Twe is in a position to talk. It was confirmed. But Samara would have called it when he called John Malou, who were dead. So John Malou kept on calling Thomas Donat, Thomas Donat couldn't answer because he had passed. Then Samuel Twe called back and said, oh, my man, our man Thomas Donat died. Guys, you gotta just look at the picture. That Samuel Twe then is setting. But don't wish on us. Do not on us, please. That's a wish hunt. Don't bring it to us. If you have the 300 million that Eduardo said, 300 million, that now you're talking. But I will do my other closing on the other side. It's up to you to figure out. We'll discuss further on this. Let me do my last point of this thing, which is important and Fagon will take us home. This is a 2016 report. Thank you for sharing with us, Dr. Richardson. This report is 2.1.1.1, where you find Augustine Corner name. It was observed during the conduct of the audit that for fiscal year 2012, 2013, 2013 to 2014, and 2014 to 2015, the Foreign Service Institute made payment in the amount of US $150,513.81 and 6.1 million, respectively, without adequate supporting document to substantiate the regularity of the transaction. This detailed findings and recommendation is deep. I want you guys to have a copy and read it. And I hope Unity Party didn't miss an inch. And I think Augustine and so many of them on the list should come and clear their names up, because This government, Jose Yiman Barca Unity Party government, people are going to scrutinize this government for clear transparency. So what these things telling us today is that they should come up and clear their names. And that's the best thing we can do. It's not wish hunt. They need to clear the names. We got individuals on different information we'll be sharing with you guys. And we hope when they hear the name, you don't want to come to Spoon, go on the network and clear your name. That would be the best thing you can do. A hint to the wise is quite sufficient. The Honorable Eugene Lamin Fagon, former Deputy Information Minister, take us home, my brother.
You know, Dr. Francine, when he's turning over to me like this and he's acting nice, it means he has screwed up already. You know, he's talking about it will be in 10 minutes. I know what he's coming to do. Let's get down with the Liberian people.
He's recording. Oh my gosh. Jerry, get that out. Come on.
You still want to talk? Go ahead, talk.
Oh, yeah, you are controls. You say you're a man of God. You see somebody meditating and praying, and you over there chanting spiritual things that are evil. And when the person opens their eye to confront you, you escape. The video speaks for itself. You know, Stanton, you can never get my brain. You know, Mama, when my eyes were closed, I was chanting. I was praying and meditating upon the Lord. I felt this heavy spirit on top of me. You know, and the person was muttering in the tune of somebody from India. If you look at the video, that's how I opened my eye, because I wanted to see this evil spirit that was over me. And I tried to grab the person's hand, not necessarily the phone. And what did he do? He ran towards the elevator. And by the time I could come out, he had already hit the elevator. He was downstairs. What did I ask? Who was it? And they said, oh, the small in the body guy with the dry legs. I was like, did he have a bald head? They said, yes, he have a bald head, as you can see. And I knew it was Tento. So, you know, y'all sit on the platform with these people, and some of you don't know that these guys are chanting from India. I just want you people to know the day you meet Stanton, when you see Stanton giving the people bag of rest, sometimes I have to pray, because that bag of rest can be Saraka. Mame know what I'm talking about when I say Saraka. Mame know. Okay? You get Saraka, then you stay over me to chant. You can't take my spirit from in me. Okay, now he show a different side.
Look.
Now he show a different side. You see my back. You see my
why you going around sleeping?
Oh, but at the same suit, how you say going around the same place? Okay, can you sleep bluffy? Mame, can you sleep bluffy with your 2 hands in your pocket?
I want to treating a melody.
I'm sitting down, I'm relaxed. The man ain't talking that thing. He came from the side. Look at the shoes I'm wearing. See the quality. See my bag. See the battery. See, you won't come and chant over me to take my spirit and use my brain.
Yo, let me say the restaurant. The man was done, mommy. The brother was shy. He will flip everything.
My man, I get it ready to close. Don't disturb.
The brother will flip everything. He just gave up. No. Man, 2 seconds in the conversation, Fagon will knock out.
The first play, you can know the man lying. You can't wear a scarf, put your 2 hands in your pocket, then you say you knock out with your card just on the table. Stay tuned. The woman are praying for me. Delphine Willis then. Says Delphine Willis then are praying for me.
You calling people their name that we don't know.
Yeah. I call it prayer mothers then, when they pray, you will shake. And I heard they were praying when you were chanting on my knee. You can't tell somebody praying in the spirit. You know what it means? Anyways, let's go back. Now, you know, I disagree strongly with my brother, John Bolu. And I think you guys saw what the disagreement was. The disagreement came about when he tried to say that, you know, we can't blame President Weah alone we blame both teams, and specifically his team, for not being efficient and effective. But then John came back to confirm what I thought was essential. And that's why I love John. There is no law, no transitional law to obligate President George Weah or his cabinet to work with the incoming presidential transitional team. Absolutely no law. So when he said that, it defeated his argument that the guys were inefficient. You can run behind George Weah all day. If he wants to play football, so be it. He is under no constitutional obligation to answer you. If they run to the guys in the ministry, the guys say, look, I know you're here today, but we'll have to get letter of authorization from His Excellency. Remember, the law said they work at the will and pleasure of the president. They are answerable to the president. There is nothing obligating them. So again, to cast the blame on them is where I came back to Molu and say, no. You cannot do that. The guys are trying their best. The second point I was holding John Molu to is the fact that Molu is an aggressive guy. Molu is the kind of guy that says, let's go. In Liberia, we need that, but we also need to be careful, because in your bid to be aggressive to do the right thing, you will meet some individuals that are bent on being digressive, and they'll take you back even further than where you want to go. You have to be able to follow that thin line, because you cannot bring soldiers, police, and say you got to do this. They're not bound to do it. And then the third point I want to raise is this. Everybody knows that John Molu is an uncompromising guy when it comes to corruption. He's a fighter. He's tough. He's strong on the issue. But when you come up and say that they needed to consult you to put your name on the transitional team, there is a little part there. Okay? There's a little part there. Once you supported this man, once we see you as an asset to our country, and for a transitional team, let's remember that maybe the old man did not consult you, but he could be the only one to put someone's name on the transitional team, not the working group, the cluster working group, no, but his transitional team, only him. And such a statement can only be attributed to the old man. And so I strongly disagree with John Molu on that. To be selected amongst 5.2 million people off the back from the president-elect is an honor that not many in their lifetime will have the opportunity to get. I am not speaking about a cluster working group that he heads. I'm talking about the joint presidential transitional team that the president-elect, His Excellency, Ambassador Joseph Numa Boakai, put together. 5.2 million Liberian people, and he brings down his list to 20 persons, and you are one of those chosen amongst the 5.2 million people. I think it's a blessing. It's an honor, as opposed to no one consulted me. You did not need to be consulted to serve your country. You may be this big business guy, you may be this international guy, but hey, we're 5.2 million people. And when you are called and you make the list of just 20, it means you are the cream de la cream. You cannot argue against that as to why you were chosen. Now, let's go down to what he said concerning the audit. Why are they reaching out to him? It's the same fear that they have, that this guy is the guy. This guy, we need to build a relationship with this guy. We need to start talking to this guy. All I can say to John Molu, John Molu, you say, look, it's not because you guys said it, I would have gone there. We have an obligation to protect our asset. John Molu, you are not more than 200 pounds. So when we tell you not to go there, you decide to force yourself, we can jack you up by your trousers and bring you where we want to bring you. So don't be, we have lost too many professionals like you. We lost Gifty Lama, Albert Peters, Emmanuel Bateniswa, Matthew Innes. Look at now, we lost Thomas Donner, and we say, don't go there. He said, how strong I can go there. How? You're not even 160 pounds. We don't need to worry about you. It's easy to just catch you by your trousers and say, and Ghanaians ask us, where are you taking this man? We say he's a national asset, and we're taking him to safety. And we put you in protective custody. It's easy. So don't challenge us when we tell you say, then you say you'll go, especially when you are one of the last remaining few. Now, on the issue of the 300 million, these guys are reaching out to John Molu, pretending like they want to build this relationship. Okay, John, go there. They will get you tea to drink. And that's when you vame salawa. It won't be blood. Then I don't think they're trying to be friends to John. Stanton, let's be honest. They're trying to make him feel like they can work with him. They want to lure him into a trap because of his stance on corruption and him being adamant about corruption being a serious impediment to our economic growth. And because of that, they want to kind of bring themselves in the picture where if he succumbs to their little jabbing games, they will be able to eliminate him before he starts his job. And that is my honest opinion, not a fact. I close by saying to all Liberians, we are aware of what this administration has done, what they are doing, and what they intend to do going forward. But His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Numa Boakai said, and I quote, I will just paraphrase it. We were sitting with him, and unfortunately, this ugly guy, the called Stanton, was also there. And he said, Stanton, you and Eugene, let me tell you something. When you pass to the 11th grade, the people who fail in the 11th grade, the paper get tough. The people who fail in the 11th grade, when you pass to the 11th grade, you get your promotion and you meet them there. They can act general that you fail them, that you were the cause of them failing in the 11th grade. So they call a speech for you. They don't want to be battle with you. But when the first and second period pass and they see you made the principals list, 98, 96, 85, all your grades and high, they will come to you and try to be your friend. Oh, hello, Stanton. Eugene, hello. We got an assignment. You're studying together. He said, so right now, they have lost the election. They feel we don't want to cause them to lose the election. They didn't know that the Liberian people made a choice. So when we get there and start scoring high marks, they will come around. But for now, they won't call a speech. They won't make flower. Let them go ahead. And I want to say that the Spoon Network, look at tonight, Dr. Frenzy. The people turn out because they wanted to know. And this is the only network that continues to inform the Liberian people. And some of the things we do, like people will call and say, oh, why you let Stanton show your sleeping picture for? Hey, this is what draws you to the network. We don't just come here and bombard you with the politics. We entertain you, we enlighten you, and we're not afraid to use ourselves to be entertained. Okay? Or we're not afraid to use our own situation to entertain you. So if we do it to ourselves, we can do it to you too. I got Stanton naked picture. I will show it to you one day. I don't rush. I got a naked. That a says you go. So we just want to thank all of you for joining us. It's always our pleasure to serve you guys. This is the most reliable station in the country, online platform, television, radio, anywhere you put it. Hopefully under a Joseph Numa Boakai administration will be open. Look at the way the Unity Party was scrutinized tonight by her own people. No fighting, but serious debate. This is the kind of platform, Spoon, that we will keep for you guys, even long after some of us retire. If you continue the nonsense, we may as well retire tonight. Who cares? You eat your potato grain, sour potato grain, you make it sound like good food you eating. I'll see you when I retire.
The man got nowhere to go. The man's stuck in the hotel. Dr. Richardson, though. The man
Yeah.
stuck in the hotel. Don't listen to him. He's stuck in the hotel.
Let him
Yeah,
get Uber.
he got nowhere to go.
He get Uber.
But Fagon, you said something which is important. I know that Rachel said if you have to go do grandma duty, that's fine.
All
But
right.
I want to say thank you very much. How was your Christmas though?
It was good. It was good.
Yeah.
Relax,
Oh,
family.
Stenda, I told you what she bought for Amy.
What?
Look at you. Look at you.
For what?
Now, anyway, you used to flog your sons carefully.
You Chris I'll talk to you later. I'll see you later.
That's the kind of show. Fagon, you know what I think, Fagon? I think it's a good discussion though. And your ending statement make a lot of sense. Unlike the other government, you know, people come in and say, no, I disagree with you, I disagree with you. They face it up, they're not going to do better. I don't think it means harm. I don't think they're going to destroy each other, but they're just going to come and just set the score and make things better because Maru said it right. This is the Liberian people government. I believe this government would be different. This government would be to the point because people expect more from this government, for God. That's my belief. I think the expectation is very high. But let's talk about.
But you see, I think you will be drawn into the audit.
Come on.
One of these audits you will be drawn into it because when we were going after Ben Sandy for our 45,000 that he used to buy Bavarian beer, you were saying and talking, say, oh, they pay the money, we pay the money, we pay the money. That money will have to be audited. And if you don't pay it, you will be dealt with. You Stanton, we're not going to mince our words with you. So look at the other man who brought Spoon TV and said he carried. Wait for me, let me finish.
But
the
why
other man
should
who said he carried Spoon TV to Kodo for calling him indicted criminal. In here, government job we are coming. Now, the same job we are government will allow him to sue us for such an amount that the same government I say they indicting him now for rule. So I wanna, you need to call your lawyer and ask your lawyer if you can counter sue for providing the right information and then being shut down for 6 weeks. Because now the information turns out, correct me if I'm wrong, the information is not true. The institution, the LACC, is the same institution.
Yep.
And yes, he was indicted under Martin for the same thing. And today, under this woman, for the same thing. But he caused the network.
So where's the lie that Spoon told?
That a lie right here we see so.
What's the lie? This lady, Alexandra, wasting no time. You know, she said, I'm going after them. We got sufficient evidence to indict them. All right? And these are the guys. And I can tell you information reaching us, Lawrence George, you know, he's trying to run crazy. I spoke to the people. We got the indictment with us.
Don't forget the first indictment. The first indictment came from Councillor Martin.
Yep.
So you see, when he was removed, the replacement came again and said, "No, bro, it's true. You are an alleged criminal," and that's what Spoon reported. And then he sued Spoon for damages and caused Spoon
because
more harm and damages.
Senator told him.
Senator told him.
Yeah. It's not only him, though. Let's
I
go to
want
the
to see
minister.
if your lawyer is going to come up, and counter sue him, because the facts are now there. Now, exactly what LACC said, LACC continues to stand as an institution, but what it said, whether under Councillor Martin or under Councillor Alexandra, it doesn't matter. What matter? Spoon reported that it was alleged that you stole money from the LACC. You said it was defaming your character. So you went to court and caused Spoon a lot of damage. And now that the report is out under the second LACC, and Hubba and his
what do you think will happen, Fagon? Because you raised some very important points. Peabody now is leveled the obligation to either dismiss this case, and you're right. Our lawyer, who is Joseph Momo, got to run with this new indictment document because they're going to present themselves to Criminal Code A. The information out there, once this is done, the lawyer, Councilor Momo, know exactly, Johnny Momo know exactly what to do. He's going to carry on. But there's a big story, Fagon. This is huge. The people are implementing the new LDCC saying, no, we got sufficient evidence to prosecute, and they are going for it. Sufficient evidence. This is about Ministry of Agriculture also. This is about National Transport Authority. This is about National Election Commission. This is about fisheries. These are all the people that can, I mean, there are 90 some more of them. This recommendation is huge. We got all the document. It's huge.
No, for me, I want to focus on the guy who nearly cost the Liberian people the elections when he used his corrupt tactics, I should say, to use the judicial system to shut down the only opposition viable outlet at the time. And somehow he managed to succeed, Stanton, for 6 weeks and cost this network huge sums of money in the name of the fact that they have provided wrong information that led to the defamation of his character. When the information provided says he was corrupt and he was being indicted. And so at this stage for me, I want to know what your, I'm not talking about your other lawyer working, Jeff Paspazo. I'm talking about one of your real lawyers.
I mean, this thing about Councilor Alexandra Zoe is huge. I think she's on the right track. I got more information from this new LDCC that I will be sharing tomorrow for Fagon, because these people, they are serious. And I reached out to the Minister of Justice. I asked somebody in there, and the person said, this is not the Minister of Justice call. This is the LDCC call. I said, will you be prosecuted? And the person said, no, this is LDCC. They have the power.
Yeah.
They have the power, the independent power to move on.
Prosecutorial power.
Prosecutorial power. They're going to use that. They're going to go after. And Lawrence George is gone. He's MIA. And we'll discuss this further tomorrow.
Because he's not the only one, Stanton. There's a lot of people fleeing the country. The amount of people fleeing the country is nothing to joke about. It's unprecedented for a government to be coming into being, and almost half of top government officials have already fled the country. They're looking for houses in other countries and what have you. Those low-level ones are looking for places in Togo. They have fled the country already. And the ones that have remained, check this out. I got credible information from Brussels and other areas that most of the flights leaving Liberia will be on the 25th and the 27th. Okay, go and look at the passengers manifest and see what you see. Assistant ministers, deputy ministers, they are packing up, they're leaving because they are afraid of what is coming. And what is coming is necessary. And it's necessitated by the fact that the international community will only come in to help us if we're willing to help ourselves. And they made it clear to us the first step, we will know that you guys are serious, will be to move this government out of power. The Liberian people did that, even though it cost them a lot, including the salaries for Christmas. The second thing will be with the incoming new government, whether they're willing to step up the game in the fight against corruption. And the old man made it clear when he met with personalities from the IMF, the World Bank, the US government, business people, investors, that he will pursue corruption wherever he finds it. And those that are culpable will be held accountable. And we are standing by, we're seeing it. And they're saying it. And that's why they're contacting John Molu and they're fleeing the country. But for me, the reason why I'm focused on Wilmer Smith is because he shut down an entire network in the country for 6 weeks, saying that they defamed his character by alleging that it was alleged that he was indicted. Now he has been indicted for the second time. The report now is credible, and we will still come up to a report that he, Wilmer Smith, have been indicted by the LACC. Will he sue us again for the second time, shutting down the network? If not, then Judge Peabody, who is a very fine brother of mine, should blame himself for such, allowing such reckless individual to use the judicial corridors to parade his alleged criminal innocence, which of course now has come to light that indeed he is an alleged criminal, as seen from the LSCC report.
Oh, other information we're receiving that Jefferson Koji is moving to Lofa. Why? I think you have that information. Jefferson Koji gradually he have taken all of his stuff out of Monrovia. He's making Lofa to be his home. What do you think, Phil?
The issue is very simple. Jefferson Koji wants to imitate elephant. He wants to imitate Bill Twawe because he thinks Bill Twawe went to Riverside immediately after sanction was placed on him and began working with the local people and somehow got elected, that somewhere he is Jefferson Tamakoji, that he can go to Lofa and do likewise. No, there's a difference there. Bill Twawe did not wait for sanctions to help his people carry the county meat, help his people develop their counties and their little villages. You are not Bill Twawe. You waited to be sanctioned before moving now into Lofa to use Tamafala radio station to perpetrate or to propagate something for yourself. You first of all, you are Kisi by tribe. The president-elect is also Kisi by tribe. You are from Foya. The president-elect is from Foya. The tradition over there is strong. You will not be allowed to disrespect your elders, not in Foya. And again, because Joe Bwaka is the uncle to the Lomas, the Bandis, and the Madingos in that area, you dare not even venture in other areas to disrespect him. So I think what Jefferson Koji, the reason why he's going to Lofa is because he cannot go anywhere. His situation is different from the rest of the country, the other sanctioned individuals. Their sanction is on corruption. His is crimes against humanity, for which he can be arrested anywhere in the world.
So now you brought me to the last question for you. And folks who want to say, what happened to the tanker information situation from Totota? Mama Bridge Mensa, the representative from that district, we just spoke to her. They are back and forth. JFK out of Totota, bringing the patient, a lot of death, and people die. But she will be on Spoon tomorrow to talk to us because she's very crazy busy right now. The tango exploded and a lot of people died. I was just on the phone with her trying to bring it in. Nelson, I hope you can wake some of the guys up to go to JFK Hospital. They are bringing more, wounded to the hospital JFK. That you guys can run with it. But I want to say to you, you're talking about Jefferson Koji issue here and there. Do you think, because crime against humanity, that Jefferson can be arrested in Liberia when they need him, Fago? Can you explain that to us?
Yes, the host government must cooperate, and if the evidence is produced before this government and they see the need to, they can turn him over for prosecution, especially if we're signatories to that international agreement. Now you have to understand, it doesn't matter where the crime was committed. What matters is that the crime is alleged to have been committed, does not cast guilt on Jefferson Koji. I have seen, and you can Google it and check it, there are several individuals that were carried before the ICC accused of crimes against humanity, and they came from there free because there was not sufficient evidence to prove that they had committed crimes against humanity. So Jefferson Koji does have his day in court. However, if there's not a request made for him, he wants to go and sit down with his family in Lofa and be eating. But at the end of the day, if there is a request, and Liberia is a signatory to that it's international instrument, which I believe they are, that is why Taylor was brought before that body, then of course, Jefferson Koji could have his day in court.
Them people got to take the hoodie from his head. James, take your hoodie off. Nobody say don't cut your hair. What kind of picking this up? But Eugene, let me ask you, if the government, no, James, take it on that. if the government, look at here, Fago, look at it, man. Look at it, man, bullshit here. If the government, you think the Joseph Walker government will agree to follow the RCC rules that they are signatory to turn Jefferson Koji over?
Why not? Ambassador Joseph Walker has made it quite clear. He ran on the mantra of accountability, and he's made it clear that people will be held accountable for their actions. So what excuses Jefferson Koji? Or because he kissy? Or because he young? Or because he's from the president's town? Then there's no need to hold people accountable. And that was not the reason why the Liberian people voted for His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Newman Boakai. The Liberian people voted for him because he presented to them.
So if and a big if, Joseph Boakai said, okay, I agree. I mean, this is what we signed on to. The people are going to come to Liberia to arrest Jefferson Koji, or the Liberian government will just pick him up and turn him over? How would that? How does it work?
It can be done in many ways. Okay, one, they can ask him to turn himself over, and of course he will avail himself. They will come and pick him up and transport him to the international court. Now, they can decide that he be turned over to the international court by his attorneys, and his attorneys can willingly fly him over to the international court. Now, don't forget, the crimes against humanity was also done in Liberia. We have laws in our country that says if you do this, you will be punished. There are laws on the books. But if he refuses to turn himself in, they can request the host government. Is there, you read it the other night. And the host government can then pick him up and turn him over if they so desire. So there's so many things that can happen. Even Koji can ask the US government to not only provide the evidence, but also provide the evidence to the international court. Say, look, I agree, you say I've committed a crime against humanity. Will you proceed to provide your evidence to the international court? I'm ready to go there and defend myself. And if I was advising Koji, I'm not going to wait for transition. I'm going to write a letter to the US embassy and say, unlike my colleagues, whom you accuse of corruption, you accuse me of committing crimes against humanity. I believe I am innocent. I request that you formally transmit your evidence to the international court, where I am prepared to go and answer to exonerate myself. And you know what's going to happen? If Koji goes to the international court and he exonerates himself, it's going to be a serious international crisis. Why do I say so? Because he was accused by a foreign government, sent to the ICC by a foreign government, and then found not guilty. That will give him the opportunity to sue the US government, and that will be something to watch. But am I sure that Koji can walk away? I'm not sure. I'm definitely not sure that he can walk away. He was too young to have gotten involved in some of the things that he got involved with.
But Falcon, this is one of the things that so many Liberians, they got a video out there, and I sent it to James. I don't know whether he still got it to upload it. I think it was Nelson or James. So they went to this country and they arrested this guy, RCC. 10 men. There were 3. And they arrested him. Actually, the kids were playing and he was sitting on the bench.
Yes.
They say, excuse me, they call his name. Yeah. He answered. And they're showing the ID card, everything, and they arrested him and they took him while all his friends watching. They put him in the car and they took him away. So that, I mean, this thing, I know they put a lot of folks on sanction, but Jefferson is a special case because of the human rights abuse and allegation against him. That's why we're asking you. But this is huge, seriously.
According to our Constitution, Stanton, every person is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Jefferson Koji remains a citizen, and he's not been found guilty of anything. So he's innocent until proven guilty, and the law will respect him as such. Now, allegations are not facts. The allegations leveled against him must be proven in the court of competent jurisdiction. And again, when they say a court of competent jurisdiction, meaning a court that has the jurisdiction to deal with such. And we have courts in Liberia that have jurisdiction over such matters. And we also have courts in the international community that have got jurisdiction over such matter. Now, this allegation was made by a foreign government. Now, the international court does not go around looking for case or cases. The domestic courts in Liberia do not go around looking for case or cases. So we must have, in this case, victims or so that will go and submit their case to the international court or to the domestic courts at home. Either ways, he's presumed innocent until proven guilty. His is different from the rest of the crew because his crime are said to be crimes against humanity.
Yeah, that's a big one, Fago. That's a scary part. So again, the Joe and Good told me, said, "Man, can I even put forth in Sierra Leone?" Good, what you say? Talk to us. We're not hearing you, Good day. We are not hearing you, Good day.
Well, is Good day at a baby shower with the umbrella then or he?
Good day is home.
No. There was umbrella. You didn't see it. The umbrella thing over Good day in the house. You see them?
You can hear me now?
You see
That's
the light?
not umbrella. That's the headlight.
Headlight, that car he driving before that headlight.
That headlight,
That headlight. You are
Let me
in
take
a
it
tent.
You,
Good day, can't play smart.
Am I clear now?
Yes, you clear. Good day.
Good day. Where are you?
Yeah, I'm thinking about Jefferson Koji. Number one, we are all Lofians. Jefferson is from Lofa. I'm from Lofa. That Lofa solidarity will always be there. But
they forget about the tossing that nonsense here. I don't know where you go. Where you go, Fago? I hear you coming to toss. I'm not hearing you, Fago. Would I hear you?
I know where coming from that picking mother bomb. So I just dress.
You know that. We are about to talk something kind of nonsense here again,
but what am I going running?
No, man.
I'm feeling for Koji, right? The mayor, he's from Lofa. I'm from Lofa, but hey, when it comes to laws, we don't go by affiliations or whatever relationship you have with somebody. But again, Koji was indicted by America, and how will America turn Koji over to the International Criminal Court when America is not a signatory to the International Criminal Court? So you see, there is a major problem there. If Koji will be investigated, Koji will be investigated by America. America is not a signatory to the International Criminal Court, meaning when an American commit war crimes against humanity, they will not go. They will not go in front of the International Criminal Court.
Not move from here, go sleep, man.
So how will America indict Koji and turn him over to?
Go ask how the 10 Chancellor over. Let's move
No,
ahead.
it was not America that indicted Chancellor.
No, I say America indicted Chancellor. I just say go ask how the.
No, that's what I'm saying now. So
okay. So if you say your own, call your brother Koji and ask him. Let's move on.
How can I send somebody to a code that I'm not a signatory to?
What's the beginning, Claire? Go call Claire.
No. We, I'm coming. Several years back.
Yes, go back in a spider hole, man. Leave somebody today when you are coming. Go back in a spider hole.
No, we have to be somehow, right?
You don't tell me and say you cannot talk nonsense. You're right. He sent me a tell and say I cannot talk nonsense or confuse my
God. You are not a signatory to that quote.
The thing about it, you can't confuse me because the information that Good Day is giving is factual. American citizens cannot be brought before that court.
Yes. Fago, we know about that. That's not an issue.
However, America can influence the turning over, as they did with many people from around the world, over to that body for trial.
Okay,
And
now influence, but
yes,
they cannot be presented by America.
No,
if you will be arrested, could you not be arrested by America?
Good. Tell the people that you because school closed, your work closed, so you get nothing to do. You just in the house alone. That's what makes you. You better go to Liberia and go on vacation.
No, tomorrow we resume. Today, rather.
Okay.
Yeah, and the ways you put it, Koji is in a mess. That is why we get the information that 2 trucks already left for Lofa, carrying his materials. These are information coming in. They were not confirmed by us, right? That his materials are already on their way to Lofa County, that he wants to settle in Lofa. And that would be a very strategic move for him in terms of his political life or whatever at the end of the day. But again, the international community can still go for him, even if he's in the river. He's beneath the river, they can go for him. It doesn't matter where he's going to be. But the only problem there is America. And Mr. Fagon put it the right way, influence. Okay, because international politics, you can influence something. But America as a country cannot independently arrest Koji by his hand and turn him over to the International Criminal Court. No, because the International Criminal Court even requested the former American president, George Bush. We all remember the Iraq war. They requested George Bush appear before the criminal court and give testimony about the weapon, the chemical weapon that they found there. America
weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, America did not even answer to them because America said they are not answerable to the International Criminal Court. They are not answerable to it, meaning they are not signatory to it. They cannot arrest somebody and turn it over, but they can influence the arrest of Nelson Colette.
Remember, we hear all that alone, man. Let's talk something. You talk about George Bush and
what Good just said. About 2 persons have told me that. And I would just say to my young brother, Koji, I hope it is not what people are thinking. You've been accused on the domestic and international front of running paramilitary groups. So when you pack trucks and move to the highlands of Lofa, and you're going to build this small army of about 200 men, then, Koji, you will not do yourself justice under your uncle regime. Because to do that, the Liberian people have lived through terror and horror. And it's enough that a small group will go sit behind you in Lofa and you think you have your own little small city and army. That would be a careless and reckless mistake. There will be no government, no 2 countries in our country. There will be 1 country, 1 government, 1 military, 1 people fighting towards 1 destiny. So if you're moving to Lofa to make your live farm, sit down there and not bother anybody, you're good. But if the suspicion of people is anything to go by, it will be a careless and reckless mistake, because I'm not sure you can run to Guinea. I'm not sure you can run to Sierra Leone. And I don't think you can fight the Liberian military. So I think I want to believe that my small brother is going to Lofa to sit down, make his farm, and act like Bill Twawe, engage with the local people, and hope that he can represent them 3 years from now or so.
Well, I just think that at the end of the day, either or, that's a bad day for Jefferson Koji, or bad time for him. Like you can see the president, he's all subdued, reduced. You can see Samuel Toy, they all subdued, reduced. There's something is just not right. And there you go. At the end of the day, apart from all those sanctions, the big one is on Jefferson. And you think it's 5 years, 10 years, you think he's gonna get out of this thing anytime soon?
The Americans said never. Read the people.
I think when you commit crimes against humanity, it depends to the extent to which those crimes are. For example, beating people up, 20 people, tying them up, beating them up. Yes, it's crimes against humanity. But when you're raping, sodomizing little boys, beating them up, killing them, and what have you, my dear brother, that is not small. The US gave it a blanketed image when they said crimes against humanity, but they did not go in depth. And I think that's why everyone is waiting. No one is in a hurry. Everyone is waiting to see what the crimes against humanity, what they qualify for. If they involve murder, if they involve other heinous crimes, then Koji could be looking at a long time behind bars. And by the time he comes from there, I'm sure Liberia would have transitioned to a modern state to where he might not even recognize his own country.
It's big. It's just huge for us to just sit here and talk about. This is one of the worst thing ever. I don't know who want to go through that, but it's huge for God. And thank you. It's just not. I don't know what to say, but maybe the Liberian people will say more on this. That this brother cannot cross to go into Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, Guinea. He just cannot leave Liberia. This is huge.
He can only go there honor cover by Harry.
You think? I don't want to joke with this though.
Yeah.
But you think the Arthur Johnson will be flying to America or ICC in Europe to go discuss Johnson Koji issue?
Look, man, Arthur Johnson only does his little play around bluff in Monrovia. I call it play around bluff in Monrovia. And the reason why I say Arthur Johnson only does his play around bluff in Monrovia is you take a guy, come to America and do nonsense. The Jefferson Koji you were talking about, look at the things they're talking about him. A guy who came here and was supposed to do a church conference goes back to you with stupid recordings, and you call him press conference and sweating under air condition. That I used to see him as a high-profile lawyer. I think I still do. But he himself needs to be careful with the people he hang around. My dear brother, not all money is sweet, man. Some money makes you look stupid. And I'm choosing my words, but I'm being blunt. You get a guy who is a city police director who the previous day is told that you don't have the right to bear arms. The following day, he wear white t-shirt, blue uniform, everything, and goes marching with a pistol on his side into the police station. That's the kind of person you follow. And then what happens? The same guy comes to America for a church conference, goes by and gives you a bunch of BS. You take it and run around and make issue out of it. To the point where the Americans did not even see this boy. You go to a Wawa station, they got cameras. You do all kind of things in what? I mean, there's another guy they call Christopher Weir. He says he's the cousin of George Weir. I heard a lot about him today, and I'm trying to investigate whether he's done these things to citizens, whether he's pulled a pistol out in the face of citizens in the Wentan area, whether he charged them $1,000 for the cars to get on the road to go to his compound, and that he said George Weir is his brother. Nobody can do anything to him. But I have to investigate and find these things to be true so he can understand when we say the law is the law in a Joe Bwaka administration, we mean what we say.
Wow. Wow, that's it, folks. You have question for Fagon? He's available till...
Well, who they get question for? You put a green, you call anybody before you come in. Look, leave Nelson Cola and let him do their show, man. But, before I go, Staton, let me say something. we always try to educate our people. And that's where I keep telling you the Ministry of Information will be important in a Joe Biden administration. Let's go back. I gave you 3 scenarios quick. 3 scenarios. Why you saw 27, I think 27 or 29 children die in a small madrasa. They were Muslim children studying the Quran. And somehow they locked the door on them. They died. They burnt to ashes. When you lock poor hook behind iron door and fire catch, the iron can expand. No way to open it. Yes, you have to protect yourself, but you must do fire drills within your own house. That if the fire in this area, I will run to this area. If the fire come to this area, we should do this. You got to do something. We got to build our houses strategically. The second thing we must go to again, fire alleys, okay? When you can't break my house down, but your house is in the alley. The danger is not just to you now and your house breaking down. The danger is to the entire community. That needs to stop. Scenario number 2. How many people know about carbon monoxide? You can't see it. You can't taste it with your tongue. You don't even know how it coming in. You take the generator, you put it in the house with the children. The children sleeping. It will kill them. But it has killed so many people, and people are still not stopping. The Ministry of Information is important. A tanker lays on its side. We've seen it in Nigeria, other countries. Everybody that coming over there, about 70% of them got cell phone. And you and I know, Stanton, in the Western world, there is something called static. It can even come from your clothes. When it go blah, blah, that small spark of fire can blow up anything. Whenever there is a tanker, gasoline leak, or anything of that nature, walk away from it. Do not approach it with cell phone. Do not go there smoking cigarette. It is combustible. It is flammable. How much more can we educate our people? But again, it depends on the government. And that is the importance
So
of the
let
Ministry
me
of
understand,
Information.
because someone tested me. So the thing is that people were standing around when it exploded, right?
But the video is available. You will show it tomorrow. Hundreds of people were around the tanker trying to scoop gasoline from a loaded tanker. And nobody knows what happened when it went up in flames. Boom! People came there with cell phones. I'm sure some guy came there with cigarette or something. But the tanker loaded with gasoline is combustible. It is flammable. Any spark, that's an explosion. Motorbike riders then came right there. And you know, motorbike rider, the exhaust can be hot. Yep. I don't know if Colette always talk about these women and I get the exhaust mark on the calf.
Yeah.
It burns.
But even
so
even
you swing your motorcycle. Go ahead, Nelson.
Yeah, I was just saying, even the tanker itself, the fact that it was in motion and it lay over on the other side, just a touch of the gasoline on that particular spot, could spark a situation like that. So and it's a usual thing along the highways where when there's accident, most of those in the nearby towns and villages, they will rush there and try to see what they can get away with. At a point, it became it was reported too many times in the news where there's a place on the highway called the Bakwe Hill. A lot of people talk about that along the So it became a normal thing now where as soon as there is a hit and they hear that there's an accident, people will rush there. And at some point, they even went extra mile where they were hitting on the people. Like if someone managed to have survived, maybe the person is still breathing, instead of trying to get the person out to save their life, they will be after what they can get from the person and stuff like that. So yes, it was just one of those many instances. So the tanker failed, and then some of those nearby went there to get a few, and in the process, the whole thing exploded. Yeah. Yeah.
We uploading the video again. I will just play a portion of it because it's terrible, Fago. And I want to wait because when my men start coming on
That
the
one
rest
you
of
on your
the
own. Leave that video till tomorrow because that video too bad for tonight. You don't
Yeah.
want to really show it. Look, I saw the thing. I just turned my face because the thing, and Kula and others will tell you, the whole crowd were around the tanker when the tanker went up. Boom. Tell a war movie.
Yeah.
I don't care what you did. Human beings. And when the tanker exploded, it flashed the gasoline over the people that were trying to flee along with the fire. How many people had an idea, or how many persons had an idea that they needed to fall and roll, drop and roll to cut the fire off? They
We
were
didn't
running,
learn that
burning.
in school. We learned it here, right?
Yes, I mean, you learn it. Drop and roll. But those people, no. Roll backwards, roll forward, roll backwards, roll forward. Fire goes off. But they were burning. It's terrible, man. It's terrible. But the Ministry of Information will have to not just be sitting there.
Okay, let me
trying to
play a little
respond.
bit of it. I want to go into when the fire when it exploded, but let's do this. Can you play it, Nelson? By the way, they're standing on top of the tanker, though.
I said everywhere they could be.
Wow.
Everywhere they could be.
Guys, we just got to do a little bit of it because this is scary.
You.
Your description is a bad.
Well, that's it.
Vero description is advised. This is huge. We want to warn you, please. You are watching, but please be advised. The end just doesn't look good.
That's why I said, keep it for tomorrow where you, on your screen, you put viewers discretion is advice. And then when put the green inside, you can alert somebody not drinking you. I mean, I see you.
No, but hold on.
You.
Well, that's it. The course will be established later. Where a long vehicle carrying fuel at the back, God's willing, 9,000 gallons.
Wow.
You see what I told you?
So people up.
Everywhere around the tanker. Children and everything. Children and everything.
And if you watch the video, you see the person running, but the fire on the back.
Of course, because the gasoline splatter, and then the bad part about it is when the gasoline splatter into the air, those who never had fire on them got a splash of the gasoline, and those who were running with the fire, you know what gasoline would do. So those who were running with the fire were also lighting up. The other people who had the gasoline that were on them, they start catching on fire too. It's horrible, you know.
So we're gonna have Mama. She will be on the show tomorrow. She's crazy working from Totota to JFK back and forth. The other hospitals are all filled. Wish those family God's strength, and we just hope, man. It's terrible. It's terrible. Going there, come on, man. Let's go, guys. Let's end the show. But before we call Pastor Raymond, just on a side note, we know this is bad. We're gonna do this. Fagon, when you're little, somebody send me this about you. They sent me this video about you, Fagon. This just on the slash side. Let's just watch it. See Fagon acting the Chinese super ninja. Yo, wait. Listen. I know the Tango video is huge, but let me make you smile a little bit because this thing is too stressful for us. But when Fagon was
So you really believe I used to wear clothes like that?
when Fagon was little, he acted the Chinese super ninja. He finished hitting the picking. He kicked it in the stomach. Now he go Bernardo Ale water ninja. Watch and see. No, man. You kick the man, you run away. You punch the picking stomach, you run away. Then you add a super ninja. I think you know what I call. Listen.
I want to go no fire in front.
One more time, watch it. No, man. That's the end of this thing. You finish beating the man, you kick the man's stomach, the man crying, you want to play ninja. So let's call Pastor Raymond. Today, I just don't want to call Pastor Raymond, but I have to, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to. Today, I really don't want to call him because his team won. But I just have to. Somebody said we'll do the slow motion of this. Let's play it one more time. Because it was very bad beginning. Pastor Roma is not answering us today. Where is Pastor? Yeah, Pastor Roma, are you on? Hello?
How are you, boy?
Oh, good evening.
How's
How are
everything?
you? All is well, man. Yeah, we're finished with the show. It's time for you to tell us what you have in store for us for the benediction, sir.
I'm so heartbroken about the video I just saw. The family, I hope the families are well, and may God give them peace. And to all the Liberian people who are listening to the show, Spoon Network, Spoon Family, Nelson, are you ready to tell me what you want for Christmas 2024, please? But to all of you Liberians listening to us, may the Lord bless you, may the Lord keep you, may the Lord make the Lord's face to shine upon you. May the Lord look upon you with favor and give you peace in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor Rema. Again, please don't call me. Please.
Why am I call you? But why is I call you?
Please don't call me.
Something happened to you last night that you don't want me to call you for, innit?
No, it's good, Pastor Rema. Have a good night, yeah?
Okay, Eagles. I know. I will get you later on. Don't worry. Eagles.
Eagles where? Wait, who know about Eagles? James and Nelson don't know about Eagles. Thank God for that.
Between 4 people, but between 4 people.
I know what
I will call you later on today.
All right,
right now to our family house called the Witherspoon. I gotta find out how you're related to the Witherspoon. But the Witherspoon I told, but you Witherspoon too, so I gotta figure it out.
Thank you, Pastor Roman. Have a good evening. My regards to the family.
I thought you did it, boss. Be safe.
Yes, sir. All right. So James, what do you make about that video? The picking he took the rock and just hit it on his man's head. You are muted, James.
In our African setting, no fighting for you. They're not boxing or whatever. Where they will say this is the rule. You have to do this. You have to do that. I can chunk you, kick you, do anything. No fight. The pin won.
So the pin took the rack and knocked him, man. He wow.
Yeah, he won the fight.
No fight. Jay, please send me that video. People asking for the video. Listen, this thing This one is very good. Let's watch this one. All right, this is 19. I think 1998. War movies. Watch and see. No, you know, listen.
But why you won't give us a hat on?
No, you guys will kill me with this video. Seriously. So why you put a gun down?
Going, go fighter.
Okay. So let's play one more time, please. I beg you, this is just video, man. These are jokes. So let's play one more time. Where is it? There you go. Cheers. The best technique alone, character technique alone was too big.
Yeah.
You know, the guy said, forget that nonsense. You know, forget that nonsense. I ain't gonna waste my time.
No cheating.
Oh Lord have mercy. This is crazy. Let's play the last video for tonight. Folks, if you have videos out there, please send it, share with us that we can have some fun. Let's play the last video of tonight. This is the best one ever, and I like this one. Let's watch.
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prosper año. Felicidad.
What did he say? Prosper Ando? What did he just say? Prosper Ando? Let's listen again one more time. This is the best video of them all today.
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prosper año. Felicidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prosper año. Felicidad. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prosper año.
That's nice. That's very nice. That's very nice, folks. We want to say thank you for joining Spoon as always. We appreciate you. Our heart goes out to the folks from Totota, to the family of those that lost the loved ones. We pray that God can strengthen you. Those that are undergoing treatment, we got pictures. They got drip all on them. Very horrible burn. But let's just remember them. We'll discuss it more. We'll bring in the representative, Waman Mensa Brish Mensa, to have a full conversation. Spoon will be there tomorrow to visit those hospitals. And we'll bring you the story. Just let's pray for them. Let's remember them. It's a hard time in our country. A very tough time in our country. But together, we can educate, we can advise, and we can guide one another to the truth. Remember them today. Those families that lost the loved ones. Remember those that are in the hospital and fighting for their lives. May God grant us peace as we remember them. Have a good night, folks. This too is Liberia, and these things shall pass one day at a time. The president-elect have been briefed, and the statement will be coming forth that I receive. But we'll stand together as family to put our hands around them, to pray for them. Have a good night. Nelson, thank you. James, thanks. Good night.
Yes, sir.
Liberian people get bar mobile. You see the president from studio to bar your singers. Now, president is talking to them.
Don't mind that.
You having your show, right?
Yeah, we're about to come on. Yeah, man.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it's already in the morning here. It's
in the morning. What time is the president event? 10 or 11?
It's 11.
11 o'clock. We're doing the same thing, right?
Yeah. We're gonna conclude behind the scenes. We're gonna conclude because we have two teams. One is gonna be at the president-elect residence, and then so
I beg
let's
you,
conclude behind the scenes.
Yeah, please hit me up before you something. I'm not going to school. I mean, like the sleep during the daytime before 3 o'clock to go for work. All right, thank you.
Okay, man. James, take care. Okay. Well, folks, that's how I would like to draw down the curtains on this edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Thanks a lot to all of you out there for following us on the program tonight. You can join us tomorrow for another edition of the program. Until then, have for yourselves a good night. We've been live on Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5 FM as well. And we've also been live online, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. On YouTube, we are there, Spoon Talk Live. Thanks a lot to all of you for always making up time to be here with us on Spoon. Till we come your way again, have a good night. I'm Nelson Colette. Thanks to the CEO and the team. And bye-bye for now.
Skibidi dabado.